Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? मेरो कपाल किन यस्तो भइरहेछ? कपाल चाहिँ हल्का काट्नै पर्ने बेला भएर छ। So guys, सबैलाई ठिक छ केटा ल ठिक छ ल अब लेट्स गो। ठिक छ होइन सबै साउन्डहरू ठिक छ गाइस सबैको हालखबर ठिक छ। आज तिमीहरूलाई सेड्युल देखाइदिउँ न सेड्युल त्यही पनि थम्बनेलमै देखाएर त्यही पनि स्टिल गेम स्टार्ट भएको छैन सेड्युल देखाइदिउँ तिमीहरूलाई आज एमएससी नकआउट स्टेजको डे 2 हो। फर्स्ट म्याच चाहिँ बाहामस भर्सेस टिम स्पिरिट अनि बाहामस भनेको चाहिँ मलेसियाको टिम हो अनि टिम स्पिरिट चाहिँ रसियाको। इलिमिनेसन म्याच हो जो हार्छ घर जान्छ जो जित्छ सेमी फाइनल पुग्छ डाइरेक्टली अनि सेकेन्ड म्याच छ अरोरा टर्की भर्सेस ओनिक नकआउट स्टेजको सबभन्दा बवाल म्याच यही हुन्छ होला। यो अरोरा भर्सेस ओनिक दुइटै खतरा टिम हो एउटा टर्कीको टिम छ अहिले फर्ममै देखिरहेको छु अरोरा टर्कीलाई अनि अर्को भयो ओनिक एमपिएल आइडीको टिम अर्को। लेट्स गो गाइज सेड्युल चाहिँ होइन 2 घन्टा बाद छ अरोरा टर्की र ओनीको त्यसभन्दा अगाडि भामोस र टिम स्पिरिटको बेस्ट अफ 5 हुन्छ। आई थिङ्क मेरो प्रिडिक्सन चाहिँ भामोसले ग्रुप स्टेजमा जिते पनि टिम स्पिरिटले जित्नुपर्ने हो नकआउट स्टेजमा किनकि टिम स्पिरिट मलाई स्ट्रङ नै लाग्छ भामोस भन्दा चाहिँ। लेट्स सी कसरी पर्फर्म गर्छ अब। मसरा बिस्किने यार चुबी गरेर केटा मेरो एन्सर त्यही हो गाइज।
I'm pretty sure that's
म स्किने हो गाइज मेरो चाहिँ स्किनेमा झरिसकेँ म चाहिँ। अँ, It's a guy. Sabella, welcome to the stream. Let's go. Sorry, केटा म चाहिँ स्किनीतिर लागिसकेँ अब चाहिँ। ओए मेरो ब्रो मैले नेट ठिक गरेर आएको थिएँ यार what the fuck man.
earlier. I mean, we saw the clip, Bomba devastated by that loss.
Yeah.
Against Vamos this time around, they're coming in as the underdogs. And I always feel like for these regions, Spirit, Aurora even, and Yangon, they do better when not a lot of people are actually thinking they will win. Not looking at the votes, though.
There are a lot of people who think Team Spirit are going to win. 73% of you
I'm
think
surprised.
Team Spirit is going to win. Why do you think that is? I mean, you mentioned yourself, Mirko. Vamos coming in. I would say Vamos seemed to be the stronger team.
Kaya
coming into
yun,
this.
Same. For Team Spirit, they went through that journey of,
Labubu,
we are this,
labubu.
but then they went down. It's a
Pupure
journey of
togera,
self-discovery.
pure
Meanwhile,
bigas,
Vamos, it's been consistent. Now they're at that point where they're innovating.
Yeah.
Our Spirit now at that point where they can match that, because if not, then they're going to be falling behind in the drafts.
We are so lucky to be able to see a meta like this evolve. We reached 70 unique heroes. I think 90 is the number we wanted to reach. We still have a few days, and we'll see how many games this goes. Yesterday's games were quite short, but today, do you think we're going to get to our final best of 5? Do you think we're going to see some 4 or 5 game sets here?
I think so. I think especially for our second match, right? This
Yeah.
match, it really comes down to who gets a tempo. I feel like if Vamos stomp Spirit game number 1, we might be on track for a 3-0. But if Spirit were able to, again, slow it down, then we can get those 4 or 5 games in.
Yeah.
I mean,
And you know what,
पहिलाको हो
also,
केटा।
I think Zaur Egoist and Air 44, we talk about this. Who's going to take over? Because initially it was Hirara, Ling. And now that conversation has completely changed, Renmar.
Yeah.
Vamos,
It's going to be a little
Team
bit more
Spirit,
difficult,
let's
I
go.
feel like, for Zara,
Spirit.
because now you have to keep up options for utilities open. Error 404 has just been on an absolute tear, incredibly talented.
कुकुरको
But I
खेलाउन
wanna be
आएको
more in the
केटा।
gold lane. We need to
कुकुरको
feel some
खेलाउन।
Hiko Mania up in here so Team Spirit has a chance. I feel like take him away from the Claude.
एकछिन कमेन्ट गर्नु त गेम स्टार्ट नहुँदैछ आर यु प्लेइङ इन मुन्टन सेज मुन्टन सेजमा हाम्रो टिमको नाम छ औरा स्पोर्ट्स। अब त्यही औराबाट खेल्छौँ हामी चाहिँ होइन अब लेट्स सी पछि कुन अर्ग हुन्छ अहिले चाहिँ आफ्नै अर्गबाट खेल्ने हो औरा स्पोर्ट्स। मासराले दह्रो हरायो आज आज म एकछिन बिहान नै खेलेको थिएँ 1-2 गेम ऱ्याङ्क खेलेको थिएँ। सरी अब अपोनेन्टमा पऱ्यो भने चाहिँ कसैलाई छोड्दिनँ है म। केटा मेरो प्रेडिक्सन चाहिँ 3-1 टिम स्प्रिट है मेरो आजको प्रेडिक्सन फर्स्ट म्याचको किन मेक टु लाइक द स्ट्रिम लाइक एन्ड सब्सक्राइब हान्नु है आज प्लिज यार सब्सक्राइबर काउन्ट कहाँ छ यार मैले राखेन सब्सक्राइबर काउन्ट आउँदैन सब्सक्राइबर काउन्ट नै आइसक्यो सब्सक्राइब हान्नु सबैजना मेरो किन रोइरहेको छ व्हाट द फक भिटिआर आउट भएर क्या
Goats, that's
It's-
my goats, bro.
We it's
know, we
okay. It's look, they'll be so much better. I'm serious, right? It's a few
No,
months.
they won't, bro.
Oh, wait, are you talking like Vitality?
No, you can't say
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry,
He's
I'm
already
sorry, I'm sorry,
heartbroken.
I'm
No,
sorry.
they'll be okay.
sorry.
It'll be fine. It'll be...
Look at my goats.
Wait,
Dude, I
are you
thought you'd be
record-
used to it by now.
Look, you can't do that. This is a private moment. Yes, my friends, heartbreak, tears left on the cutting room floor.
Believe it.
And that is only the beginning of our knockouts. Yesterday, day number 1 sent 2 teams home. And what a way to say goodbye to Team Vitality. The Bees have buzzed away back. And on the other side, oh well, YG, they had a hell of a day, Rose.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. But today, we will find out the last 2 semi-finalists that will be competing for the grand finals ticket tomorrow.
Grand
Today, 2
final.
best of 5 will unfold here at MSC at EWC
आज 6500 पुगाइदिनु है सबैलाई 6500
So
लेट्स
keys
गो
will be shattered and 2 will continue their journey.
It's the beauty of the tournament here, and it's a beauty that we have so many, well,
Team
pretty much
Spirit.
every single rematch that you could ever ask for inter-regional, and that's what makes MSC so damn special. But we got our day ready to go.
Yes, indeed. So, for our first matchup of the day, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Malaysia's finest, Team Vamos!
Vamos Team Vamos
This is what they call a last-minute roster who now carries the hope and dreams of Malaysia on their shoulders. They have defied the odds by taking down favorites and showing the world what they are made of. But can they continue flying? Can they win the matchup they asked for? Will Hala Vamos come out on top?
Love
It's a big
Vamos
ask, but if anything, we're getting the best part of it all because their opponents are ready to roll. Please join me in welcoming Team Spirit!
Team Spirit आधा हान्छ Team Spirit लेट्स गो
They've made statement after statement in MLBB, but failed to
Come
stop
on,
the
Team
Vamos
Spirit. No
rising
curse, no
tide
curse, no
in the
curse.
jungle in our group
Supporting
stage.
Team Spirit, guys.
The Dragon, my friends, hungers for victory. The Egoist yearns for a second chance. And revenge? Oh, it smells like Team Spirit, all right.
You know what, Milosh? Will the gatekeepers gatekeep or will they be gatekept? Only one way to find out, boys. You may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captains, don't forget to meet in the middle for a little
कुन टिममा बेट हान्दा राम्रो होला बे
fist bump,
बेट
or maybe
बेट
nothing at
भनेको
all.
नहान्दा
See
राम्रो
what
है
we
बेट
get out
हान्नु
of
हुन्न
it.
है
They asked for this
बेट
matchup.
हान्ने हुन्न है
Respect between
सपोर्ट
our
चाहिँ म टिम
teams.
स्पिडलाई गर्दा है
Teams like
टिम
we
स्पिडलाई
did.
गर्दा है
And
बेट
we're
चाहिँ हान्नु
ready to
हुन्न
get
है
into it.
Only one will head to the semi-final, and the other, he's crushed just like their dreams. So, who will
Masarapp
come out on
Kana
top?
call,
Only one way to
कस्तो?
find out. Let's head over to the land of dawn.
मलाई कस्तो
First
हुन्छ केटा
half
हो
of MSC at EWC 2026 knockouts delivered a story of revenge and redemption. Day 1 opened with 2 long-awaited rematches. First, with Yangon Galacticos
Let's go,
denying
Team
Pro
Spirit.
Esports revenge, securing Myanmar's second top 4 finish since MSC 2022 without dropping a single game.
And just like that, Yangon Galacticos remain undefeated. Vicious win, a sweep in the quarters.
In match 2, revenge was served as Team Falcons PH eliminated Team Vitality. Now, Team
Vitality,
Falcons PH
no,
are
no
just
Vitality.
one step away from returning to the grand finals.
So I'm from future and Vamos already won the match
Will now make it to the
केटा हो
next stage.
ढुक्क टिम स्पिरिट जितेर ढुक्क बसिँदैन मेरो
Continues into day 2. First with Team Vamos versus Team Spirit. Team Vamos were the
Dukka
first to
Team
choose
Spirit
during the
Dukka.
draw. Can their gamble pay off, or will Team Spirit
भामस
make
लास्टै
this
ए भामस टिम स्पिरिटलाई लास्टै लाइट
possible
दिइरहेको
for
छैन
MSC?
टिम स्पिरिटलाई हान्छ क्या हेर नि तिमीहरू
Then comes our match of the day. Aurora Gaming versus Onic. A rivalry that started at MSC 2025. While the MSC 2023 champions still haven't found redemption, Aurora Gaming stands as the tournament favorite to win it all. 2 teams will rise, 2 teams will fall. Who will rise above?
I didn't realize
Hey,
what it
yo.
smelled like until Milo
Vamos
said
a
it.
जितना
Like team
error लाई
spirit.
रोक्नु पर्छ error
That
लाई
was a good
jungle
one,
player
my man.
vamos
We were
jungle
listening
player
to
लाई
some
मात्र
jams as
रोक्नु
well.
पर्छ
Shout out Nirvana.
Come on,
and
Team
shout
Spirit,
out what
come
they
on.
will be feeling, which is exactly that if they can get a win.
रसियाको प्राइड
Either
हो यो
side stands to gain so much, but also stands
किड
to
बम
lose
भाइ
it.
केटा गोडे प्लेयर आइसक्यो
eSewa
सकिसक्यो vamos
and
सकिसक्यो
Malaysia, Team Vamos and Error 404, can they continue the dominance? They saw that matchup against Zaur Egoist go the way of Error 404 so heavily that they need to do something about it this time around, Mirko.
Maybe it was
Gormy
because
did
they
that,
were
Gormy
behind
wild
in the
chat.
meta, right? Because for Error 404,
Good
they were
fine,
able
fine.
to again lock into Hiraras, play around these comfort picks, these heroes that are just purely strong. Now that we're seeing it, I mean, in day number 1 on the knockout stage, Ling completely disappear. I think that could have been kind of like a
Ling
misread
खेल्नु
of the
पर्यो
meta
Ling
for
हेर्नु
our teams
मलाई
in the group stage, picking up the Ling and doing well
पानी
with it.
पर्यो
Maybe because Placebo is thinking, oh, Ling's good, dude.
Yeah, it seems like teams really read into it because Nolan's even more of an option than Ling now. Teams are willing to completely just snub Ling, looking at the other problem heroes instead. Let's see if that will still come into effect, considering that the matchup is Error 404
Masarapp जसलाई
versus
support गर्ने त्यही team हार्छ यार
Egoist.
Oh.
I just want to point out,
आफ्नो team बाहेक सबलाई
ever
support
since we
गर्छु
got
यसो
here, it's been that overwhelming feeling of, I can't believe MLBB brought us out here. Who'd have thunk we will be in a live audience filled with a bunch of people cheering for Team Spirit as they go up against Famous. MLBB brought us here, bro.
It's a beautiful thing. And what EWC has done this year, I
यो
mean,
भाइ आ गएन
just
स्वाद
incredible
रे
being in Paris.
लुफी जेललाई भेटौँला फाइनलमा अरोरा टर्कीको अइन्समा
But it's all led to these little things. And we talk
लुफी
about
जेललाई
the
म
little
फाइनलमा
moments,
भेट्छु
right?
अरोरा टर्कीको अइन्समा
Little
अनि बोल्ने
decisions.
लुफी जेल एमएससी जितेपछि
And I know it's kind of a meme from yesterday, but the Barats is also a big part
Let's go
of
get our
Team
drafting
Spirit.
grades.
And Kid Bumba is a big part of making this team be the success that we know they can be. My question is, after seeing yesterday, having gone 3 wins with Barats and no losses, do we see the same prioritization? Does that become an Achilles heel that they play into, or do they go, wow, let's pull back?
I feel like as long as they don't stretch it to its limit,
Finally,
maybe
घर
for a game
पैसा
or
होला
two, they
अरे
want to prioritize it, sure, but the
भन्दै गर के
moment
तिमीहरू
it
भन्दै
stops
गर
working, change your priorities. We were talking about it with Vitality yesterday, and Shogun, he was fantastic on the Barons, but eventually Falcons read into it, and
जाऊ रे
it
भाइ
became even more
आज
demanding for
तैँले
the
हान्नु
each
पर्छ यार जाऊ रे
player
भाइ
to pull off properly.
एरोलाई ग्याप
See,
हान्नै पर्छ
there's
जाऊ रे
one
भाइ
thing about utilizing these flex picks, right?
कस्तो
It's
डिस्कर्ड
great
डिस्कर्डमा
if you
नहेर
can
तिमीहरू
actually
यति हेर है
utilize it
केटा
well. If you don't, it just becomes too one-dimensional.
That's right.
If you look at Vitality, the way they utilize the Barat's pick, it was first pick, but it was never played in the jungle. So it was never a flex pick in the minds of Falcons PH either. They were like, all right, the Barat's going to go straight XP, especially then with the Paquito, right? They just kept on putting in jungle. The one game they
Masarapp
won
जसलाई
was
support
in
गर्ने त्यही
gold,
team
but
हारेर छ।
after that, it was just,
आज
again,
जित्छ केटा आज जित्छ
kind of
आज
a habit for them to pick up the Barats but always put an XP. So now if we want to see Spirit pull up those flex picks, we need to see it in more roles than one. They need to be able to utilize that flexibility of the pick.
Yeah, and I will double down on that if ever Spirit want to make this a little bit more difficult for Vamos to read out the draft, then first pick that Barrett and then shock the world by putting it into the hands of Zaur Egoist. You're not going to expect that at all.
Wow.
No one
Not-
expects
not
that.
Because
the
the
only
only
Indonesian-
Indonesian gold laner still competing in the
Ooh, Indonesian, oh,
MSC
not cool.
2026 knockout stage. Wow. All right.
One of the 2 Indonesian imports over there on Team
भनेपछि
Vamos.
मलेसियाको त एउटै उ चाहिँ छैन त
We do have an ID team in Onic, but I guess
Yeah.
not an Indonesian gold laner.
Yeah, at first I was thinking, no, wait, they have an Indonesian gold laner in Onic. Wait, no, that's Kelra. He's
Yeah,
Filipino.
He's Filipino.
Salvero was part
Yeah.
of this lineup last year, but no longer. Natco's been amazing, by the way. I just gotta say,
Yes.
in MPL Malaysia, mechanically, even in MPL Indonesia, when you play
Ortega
for
as अरोरा
Eagles,
टर्की हारेर
mechanically
upset
he's
हुन्छ अनि
always great.
everyone
It was
will
just the
best
decisions
and
that he would
forget them
make
by
in the
next
lane
tournament.
and in around these team
Save
fights where it was
by
just
that.
too bombastic.
Yeah.
I love that. This meta
Masarapp
really
stream मा
rewards
केटीहरू आउन हो।
bombastic, really rewards
अब केटीहरू आयो भने
taking
सबै
those
केटीहरू
gambles.
टिमलाई लगिन्छ
So,
भन्दा आउँदैन
love
क्या
the Natco
केटीहरू
playstyle so
टिम धेरै
far.
ह्यान्डसम
So
भएर
we're
क्या
actually
धेरै
having a little bit of a delay in the draft, so we're going to come back to it when it's ready. You might have seen a couple of hero shots.
केटा
We'll
आज
let you
म
know when it is all set.
टिम स्पिरिट
One of the
एन्ड
interesting
अरोरा
things
टर्कीलाई
about
सपोर्ट
these
गरेर केटा
teams, when you go into the statistics,
मलाई ओनीको
and
फ्यान
you
हो तर
bring-
स्टिल
you
आम
mentioned
सपोर्टिङ
Flex,
अरोरा टर्की नयाँ रिजनले जित्नै
Paquito
पर्छ
has
जसरी
been
भने
played in gold twice.
नयाँ
Team
रिजनको टिम
Spirit.
भने टिम स्पिरिट
Paquito
अरोरा
has
टर्की
won
मात्र
both
बाइक छ
games.
लेट्स गो
And so if you use, really, I think Paquito a little bit more in this matchup, Bryn Mawr, do you open up a lot more options for Team Spirit to catch the edge.
Exactly. If you pick up the Paquito, you have options to flex it if ever. Right now, though, we're probably not going to see it in this specific game.
Yeah, but you're cheating. You're cheating because you're looking.
No, but we gotta.
Yeah, but we don't know. The audience doesn't know yet.
Bet man, get up.
We're
Please,
just
bet the man.
No, it's okay. We read it out.
There we go.
There we go.
Now you guys can see. We can see here, but not for
Okay,
you
let's
guys.
let's predict the draft, guys.
Okay, we didn't know that was actually banned out. So even Vamos was considering, okay, the Paquito is an option for Hiko is way too good. So let's take it out. In Spirit, I feel like this is smart. They take away the Freya, but it is quite questionable to me as why they would ban out the Valentine in the first place and why they're willing to give the Atlas without a direct answer to it. That might come back to bite them. But as you look at the bans, even Vamos respected the Barrett's capability, and Sawa was great on the Marcel up against Ignite. I am always a big fan of Onic coming out early, and Vamos might be able to set
first time Arnold ban
crowd control row mid trio in the beginning.
Yeah, they have really crazy crowd control. If they're able to actually land those skills onto Team Spirit, it's going to be troublesome. But again, usually when you go for these combos, you lose out on a bit of that counter matchup, right? And it does feel like Team Spirit are already going to be building towards that. Those strong side laners. They pick up the Esmeralda. The Paquito and the Barats were already banned out early.
Masarapp guess garan kun time kun harcha.
Freya was also taken out.
Dukko Team Spirit get आएगा Dukko Team Spirit Dukko बसन Dukko ने Dukko 100% Team Spirit.
And again, for Spirit, it's all about enabling Bomba
Team
as
Spirit
well.
form my answer
It
नकोच्छ
gives our egos more space, Bomba as well, to really penetrate through this front to back that Vamos seem like they're building for.
Interestingly enough, some of the
nice either काटमा गुनिबर छ भनेपछि प्रब्लम हुँदैन अस्ट्रेलियन खेल्दैन यसले
mentioned Barat's also banned.
त्यस्तो प्रेसर हुँदैन अस्ट्रेलियन जस्तो nice
And one, that was Team Spirit, so they banned that one out. That's not too surprising. Moskov coming in late alongside the Melissa, focusing on the gold lane, so we probably won't have anything crazy. But one of our only games we've seen Atlas let through. So 3 really strong heroes to start off. Claude joining the roster of Team Spirit. And a Brody.
ठिकै छ बरु यार इम लिन मिल्दैन र मिल्दैन भनेर एटलास यार ब्रोडी त ल्याङ हान्छ इमले त हैन के लिन्छ त म्याचमा डाँडा टिम स्पिडले एक्चुअली पिक भएको छैन एक्समा युरानस आउँछ होला
How strong you feel it is. Yeah. Wow. All right, what can Spirit do here? Hiko still has that final pick.
के भन्छ एक्समा युरानस
Gold lane's already picked up with the XP. Now it's all about the mid lane. So
What about Eudora?
युरानस सोचिरा चाहिँ म
that's why I
चाहिँ
don't think the Eudora, not against the Guinevere and the Atlas right now. You're going to have to go for a little bit more poke, maybe range as well. It wouldn't be too crazy for them to actually play with the Yves. But
Bendita
should stop. Wait. That's a Khalid, never mind.
Khalid
Let's see this, by the way. Benedetta Khalid. Wait, so is that... Okay. That is Benedetta.
Bendita लियो
Benedetta. The image is Khalid.
Yeah, it looks like it's Benedetta.
Okay, it's Benedetta.
राम्रो छ बेन्दिता ट्याङ्की जङ्गलको सँग त
Yesterday too. Yeah.
लेट्स सी कसरी खेल्छ सेपातको बेन्दिता राम्रो पो छ यार त्यसमाथि सेपात चाहिँ राम्रो हुन्छ बेन्दिता पहिले यो होमबोय क्याक्स विथ सेपात यादै छ यार यसको त बेक्साना ओके राम्रो छ बेक्साना ट्याङ्की जङ्गल आउँछ
This Vexana pickup, I feel like
3-0 हो त मासा 3-0 त हुँदैन यो हल्का भयो भने 1-3 हुन्छ हैन 1-3 टिम स्पिड 3-0 त हान्न गाह्रो छ यार वाट्स योर टाइप Masarapp मेरो टाइप छैन यार जस्ट मलाई माया गर्नुपर्छ पुग्छ मलाई त्यति भए पुग्छ मलाई
If the team fights are all AoE and if Vamos can force those 5v5s, I agree. But if Spirit can utilize those lanes and punish them before the team fights, they can do it.
They've been punished in the lane.
Guys, this is the first match. Vamos versus Team Spirit. Let's go.
But if he can get it,
so then make sure to like the stream, subscribe, anime guys.
Vamos comes in as the favorite, but you think it's going to be Spirit? Let us know in the chat again if you think that's going to go that way as we kick off for Series 1, Game 1, and it's going to be, I believe, Leo and Trex.
मेरो घर इमाडोल
Hola and privyet everyone watching from all over the world. This is the opener for day 2 of knockouts. Team Spirit facing off against
guys, let's go first match of the day, knockout stage day 2 है Team Spirit versus Vamos. Russia versus Malaysia. दुईटै रिजन को एउटा टिम बाँकी छ रसिया को नि मलेसिया को नि सेपाट बेन्दिता हेर्न मजा आउँछ जे होस्
Luffy's and Tip.
किन तिमीहरुको ड्राफ्ट कस्तो मन पर्यो कस्तो ड्राफ्ट मन पर्यो कहिले जित्न सक्यो तिमीहरुलाई यो ड्राफ्टमा
Honka Venete the Falcons Light.
म चाहिँ आम सपोर्टिङ टिम स्पिरिट गाइस नयाँ रिजनको टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरिरहेको छु म चाहिँ
Johnny TLPH.
Did you see this
देखो
Masana coming through?
सो हंगर होस में
I mean,
trophy
debatable, but this is one of those picks that we
EWC
saw one
जितने
before. It
Vanera
has worked.
green
Kira, make sure to
heart,
join the Discord server as well.
Especially against something that
440
was
जना
more
भइसक्यो member already.
Falcons
5 जना पुगौँ न.
attached towards you.
जो जसको Discord सर्भर जोइन गर्दा हुन्छ च्यानलमा
The non-flicker
अपडेटहरु आइरहन्छ.
ranges are kind of coming back too.
ल अब गेममा ध्यान दिउँ ल.
Is forced to flicker here, given all of the straight lines that Vamos are drawing through. The heart of the lineup, Sepat on that Benedetta. Error 404 on a Guinevere that can literally find you wherever you are. And of course, Zequif, who could just find
Eco, goal cap dito, Eco.
links who can only really be purified by Kid Bamba and Hiko. Looking at this matchup, Nako versus Hiko. It's weird that this long in the tournament we haven't really seen Hiko Mania take off.
We haven't at all. And even last World Championship, I feel like we haven't really
इमोडल कितनी मार कि घरमै आउने बिचार छ क्या टेम्पो पार्कतिर हो त्योभन्दा बढी चाहिँ डिटेल भन्दिनँ म.
I don't know if it's just Team Spirit taking a more passive route. We had that interview with Bamba not too long ago where he was like, I just want to go even in my lane. I don't even need to win it. And I think Team Spirit is trying to get that discipline. But I think right now what we need to see them is the aggression. They need to know when's the right time to push it in.
Even 2 minutes in between these two teams that we
Flicker हान्ने नाटको मरे केटा नाटको मरे.
a fragile
नाटको मरे.
Sepat gets spotted up by Sawa, pulled out. Oh,
Return for Vamos.
A very clean off-cam pick.
I think यो ट्रेड राम्रै हुन्छ होला
When you're able to
टिम
get
स्पिरिटलाई.
some traction in the gold lane, sometimes it can be worth giving up that turtle.
जाऊ रे.
Zar, though, is going to take a little bit of damage. Should be able to get away from this. He's on the Aurora. Nothing major. And Team Spirit, even after losing the turtle, take the gold lead. Zar with a quick gank down. Nako tries to get away, but the retry gets the slowdown.
Flicker हानेर नाटकोले एग्रेसिभ गरे यार यता गल्ती गरे नाटकोले.
Spirit getting a 500
अनि
gold
किड
lead
बमबाले
into
दिइसक्यो
that
त्यहाँ लिडिङ
exchange.
पेजमा.
I still can't say it's worth it. I can't with my whole heart say that that was a worthy trade, but looking at EXP diff, this puts him up by almost a full XP bar.
त्यही राख्दिनु एकछिन मानिन्छ.
Sarigo is off the great start. Sawa still not at level 4. Zekeef has already reached it. So this is something that I think we have to consider. Zekeef can just jump in.
ल
These two since
साउ
Sunset
मर्यो.
does not have one. Oh, massive requiem!
Beautiful knock-up.
नाइ यार भेक्सनाले अलि ढिला हाने यार. किड बमको पिट ब्याक गयो. एटलास पर्दैन भामोसलाई राम्रो भयो.
He's out rotating the Benedetta right now.
कसरी पिकअप हान्न पाइरहेको छु भामो टिम स्पिरिटको वर्ल्ड ब्याक लाइनमा. Backup din गयो टिम स्पिरिटले.
mentioned in an interview, you said he just wants to go even. This is not even at all. He's
यो
literally.
किड बम यो लुफी त्यसलाई रोक यार के भन्दैछ यार कमेन्टमा.
And I think that's what allowed for that.
प्लिज
to
यार
now
डिसरेस्पेक्ट
bottom
नहाल्नु यार हाम्रो नेपालको प्लेयर यस्तो
on the
बोटेड
other
प्लेयरलाई.
half of the map.
But now, with that kill into Vamos' hands as well, things have kind of evened out. Sepa, this is the first Benedetta we've seen in the XP lane so far. We haven't seen a Benedetta picked up.
We've seen it a lot in MWI.
We saw
साउ फेरि मर्यो क्या.
Whoa! Another knock-up, another violent requiem. Sepot lands
More
time
Sao.
after time. Sao
इरर मर्यो इरर. नाइस टिम स्पिरिट. लेट्स गो.
able to respond with a kill of his own.
Brave smite. Mind
What
you, this
pro
is
sustain
not
गरे
a
टिम स्पिरिटले.
revitalized Belleric. He just
ल गेम जित्छ ल टिम स्पिरिटले. ढुक्क.
stole some life and flickered
ढुक्क.
back. The
ढुक्क जित्छ टिम
godfather of
स्पिरिटले.
MLB and eSewa showing a lot of wild cocoon.
ब्याकअप देख्यो सनसेट लभरको.
As Vamos
फ्लिकर नै हान्न पाएन क्लक उनले.
Team Spirit will be
अति
able to
मजा
get
आयो यार
the
हेरेर सनसेट लभरले क्रेजी
Turtle
ब्याकअप दियो यार.
now, Air 404 is not even in contest for it. Vamos knows they have to back off. This is the aggression we were looking for. Team Spirit finding plays on the map.
अब आयो नि त रसियाको टिम बल्ल फर्ममा.
One step conversion was the key, and how's about
एबेलले
this for
कत्रो
one
सस्टेन
step?
गरे.
One misstep, a failed bait, a pick off straight into a
GG यार
turtle
सनसेट लभर.
tape means Team Spirit now, everything they've been building up to is worth it. I'd say 1,000 gold. That's enough evidence to say that the first 5 minutes belongs to them.
What's amazing about that last play too is Sawo
30-40 सेकेन्ड लेट छ रे तिमी.
Whoa, another violent requiem
Retribution
though.
हैन होला.
into a purify.
Kid Bomba?
Bomba might survive this.
उई बाजु किड बम्बा.
Should be okay. Able to get away very
Nice.
clean, and this is what we were talking about with Kid Bomba up in the CXP lane. Just dominating down on the boss side though. Hiko with a nice blazing duet. Zaki forced to go back onto the tower. Nako wants to try to get involved with this as Clockin walks up as well. Team Spirit though got what they came for. They cut the wave. They're back on the map.
Approaching the 2,000 gold mark. The Dragons are soaring towards a strong mid-game berth. Treks throughout the group stage. Team Spirit has had a love-hate relationship with the Claude. It's a good hero on
lag भएको छैन मेरोबाट
They've
चिप
always
पाइदिन
paired
आउँछ
with a
तिमीहरु
weird Ling or a lineup that's always dead on the other half of the map, but this time I'd say with Kid Bomba finding his new footing, getting a little more of that Bomba swag, I think the Claude is doing much, much better for them.
Yeah, and I'm just happy to see Hiko on a marksman again, obviously. A nice pick on
Sawo.
Sawo will be okay, but the knockup in response to the Eternal Guards. Zakif forced to run away once again. Vamos continue.
ओए आयो जरे
From the bottom.
नाटको मर्यो
Comes in with a beautiful
नाइस
for
टिम
Hiko as
स्पिरिट
well. The kill on Anako secured.
There's gotta be some
Let's
part of Vamos
go.
that thought, let's not put purifies on our heroes. We're gonna be the aggressors, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I don't think they expected Team Spirit to be this aggressive. Looking at this lineup, you're thinking
भनेको टिम स्पिरिटले जित्छ भने केटाहरुलाई भामोसले ग्रुप स्टेज जित्यो पनि टिम स्पिरिटले जित्छ भने थाहा थियो नपर्छ
Team Spirit has picked up the pace. This is not the same Team Spirit we saw in the groups.
Yeah, and it's like they see every single attack coming before Vamos can do it. Here comes Kid Bomba though. Sawo as well with a nice Wrath of Druid. On to Nako and Sep Pasapat, unable to get an angle in. But Sawo takes a lot of damage.
नाइस यार जौरे
Torn apart memory, secures the kill on to Sawo. Now
सेपत मारिलो सक्यो
that Air 4-4 as well will go down. Zakif.
के ल्याग भन्छ
Team Spirit loses the turtle.
OBS मा चेक हान्छ म साउन्ड त आइरहेछ हो गफ हान्छ तिमीहरु ल्याग पनि भएको छैन तिमीहरु मलाई ल्याग नगरे गेमको बिचमा गेम
Pushing top lane in tier 1, I'm pretty sure is going to go down. Bottom lane as well. Look at how well Spirit took this fight.
लभली यार जौरेको रेट्री
One trade. The fact that Sawo got his ult right where he
ओए बममा फर्ममै छ
wanted to go where they wanted and get that conversion. Top lane falls eventually.
Team Spirit not only winning out in gold, but winning out on the map as well. And as I was saying, it feels like every time Vamos wants to make a play happen, Team Spirit knows it's coming and is so quick to respond. From about the second fight we saw happen where Saw was able to get that flicker away to down in the bot lane, when Zaur shows up in the nick of time, every time
ट्रोल
Team
ट्रोल
Spirit
त किन
is
हान्नु
right on top.
यो मेसेज डिलिट नहानु न के गर्दैछ
So far, Hiko is just everywhere. Needs to be in the neutral objective pit. He's there. Double waving. He's there. Natko, I can't say the same.
मेरो
Again,
स्मार्ट लिंक हो यार
taking this
वाइफाई को
out
नाम
to the fact of
गाइस अब म
it's
गेममा
hard
ध्यान
for them
दिन्छु
to
के
get
रहन
position,
यार गेमको
and
बेला
it's hard for them to get the
गेममा ध्यान
engagements
दिउँ न
that
गेम
they need to, since they're both thinking
खतरे गेम हो कामस र
perfect
टिम
fatal
स्पिरिट
links,
भने यार
and we need to threaten Sunset Lover and Hiko. It's just Hiko
स्टेडियम
on the
हलिएला
Sunset
बममा
Lover
कराउँदा
protecting himself up until the very last
केटाहरुले
moment.
त मार्ने
It's
नै
hard
भयो
for
यार
them to bring the same pace that they did
कस्तो
in the
चाहिँ हेपेको
groups
यार
to be able to be the #1
King
team
Kong tipped
out of
20
all of the teams.
rupees.
Fastest
Astiko
games,
SL
Possibly.
Garyo na Masarapp
Sawa
na
more than
Nepal.
the Sawa
It's
लिन
gonna
कति
start
लाग्यो
off with Zekif. I think if Zekif
टिम
gets
स्पिरिटको 4000 को
for
गोल
some
लिड छ
reason
4600 को
on
गोल
both
लिड
side laners, then that's a
लेट
Sawa.
गेम
You
पनि
can't
छैन
do it with
भामसँग
Sawa. You can't
टिम
do
स्पिरिटको हो यो गेम
fatal
त
links on Sawa to start off a combo.
It's very true. I think they definitely need.
Masarapp donation आएन अरे
How do they even get there, right?
Donation पठाएको छ र
I guess you got to get the knockup from Air 404. Someone needs to bait it out.
It's him and
Someone
Sepat.
has to- Yeah, somebody has to make it happen. You do have the Petrify as well from Sepat, so there is ways to combos, but it's definitely a lot of checklists to start off these team fights for Vamos.
Lord is spawned, lower quarter. Team Spirit are up 4,000 gold. You see a majority of that currently sitting in the jungle. Huge, huge difference. About 2,000 gold. That's a full item. They find one!
Nice falling Star Moon and Clocken
Clock
goes down
Moon.
Zaur. Zakif just watching as his teammate falls. Sepat into the backside as Team Spirit claims over the Lord Pit.
It's difficult because Vamos are, again, trying to find a way to pop those purifies. Side laners are calling the shots. And Clockon and Natko can't even begin.
Okay, म यो
to figure out
donation
what
को
to
मिलाउन
do.
try गर्छु
Natko just built his Sky Piercer about a
आउनु
minute
पर्ने
ago
यार
with 0 stacks. His flicker is more of a finisher and more of a...
डोनेसन म्याच आएन
These two aren't starting anything until
Okay,
they figure out
के
that
भएछ
silent
नि?
situation and Zeki finding the perfect entry.
And it's a tough entry at that.
It's a grocery list of to-do things against Team Spirit right now.
You got a whole chore list right now. Get everything done, and then you can have some fun after. And they're not able to make it through. Lord coming down the bottom side. Vamos, and another big problem with this lineup is because you have this more burst marksman, a little bit of a slower attack speed, it's going to be a little bit harder to shred down these Lords. You don't exactly have a big answer for that right now.
Lord marching through bot, big chubby wave escorted by Hiko. Mid lane,
अब आउँछ होला
Solo
मेबी
work
यार
on by
के
Sunset
हो यार
Lover. Oh, I think that's it. They're gonna commit Grand Theft Orange.
डोनेसन
Oh,
मैले
who they put it on? Oh, Air
फेरि
gets it.
रिफ्रेस त गरिदिएको
Good
छ
use of
आउनु पर्ने हो
retribution. So Vamos aren't taking this line down.
लेट्स सी
They're
आउँछ
definitely able to at least defend.
आएन भने फेरि यो एपकै मान्छेले
Such a great
भन्नुपर्छ
job
यार
of layering these waves. They take the top tier 2,
मेरो
bottom
यताबाट
tier
प्रब्लम
2,
आउँ जस्ता
mid tier 2 should fall next as Kimbaba.
केटा हो 7000 को 600 को गिल्ड भयो 7600 को
Sawo keeping vision as well. Luckily for Vamos, they do keep their
थ्रिल हुन्छ कि
inhibitors up.
स्ट्रिट
Team
वान
Spirit
हिँडेर
not quite done yet.
हिँडेरको त थाहा भएन यार थ्रिलले लिन्छ होला मेबी
Vigo's basic attacks. In comes Bomba.
हिट बममा किन यत्रो एग्रेसिभ हो
Savo jumps in and he
GG.
follows it up.
GG.
Beautiful blazing duet. Arrow 404 is down and next will
सक्यो गेम
be Sepot and possibly Conquer.
धन्न मिनियन छैन नभए सकिन्छ यार
Back off. They got what they came for. They take the
गुड ट्रेड यार
3 for 1. Part of the trade, but the fact that Team Spirit are already inside the base, Sour looking for more. High frames perfectly used. Mid lane, Holy Shield still
मार्को गेम मेटा हो यार यो त ब्रोडी पनि छ मेटामा हिजो हनाबी खेल्दा छुट्यो मार्को त फर्ममै खेल्छ होला अब त
Gonna move in. A lot of damage from Hiko onto Sapat. Sakif comes out.
जाउरे ओए के खेल्दै छ यार यो जाउरेले Sunset Lover मर्यो Sunset Lover मर्यो मर्यो पिटफा गएको को तर ठिकै छ नट ब्याड
Finally decides to get out of town.
This is the first time they actually caught Sunset Lover. One might think the fact that there's an extra body compromises Clockwood, compromises Zeke. No, I think that was more of just Team Spirit overstaying their welcome.
Yeah, I think
ब्रोडी पिक खै कहिले चल्छ कहिले चल्दैन यार गाह्रै छ तर यार ब्रोडी चलाउन
Almost was able to hold it together, and now Team Spirit ends up losing a bit out on that. They could have reclaimed some space in the map. Sunset Lover goes down.
या हेर न सेपार धन्न मरेको यार
That kill as well, which is something they need right now because he's got those
हिको हिकोले मार्यो नाटकोलाई ओ हिको मर्यो यार पिटफा छ नि हिकोको
With the violent requiem and down
नाइ 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 मिस्टेक भयो
able to slow them down a little.
पिटफा थिएन नि यार
So with
हिकोको
Hiko off the map, traded out for a roamer. This is one of the first few jabs that Vamos has actually put up
ठिक
against
छ लड हान्न
Team
पाउँदैन होला
Spirit's
भामोसले
trade.
टिम
Don't think
स्पिडको
that's enough, though, to stop
टिम
him from
स्पिडले
actually
बेट त गर्यो
standing up a
नाटको
solo
फ्लिकर राम्रै हो अब ब्रोडी युजलेस नै हुन्छ यार
dominant
फ्लिकर
Lord
बिना
dance,
त
which is something I love. In the knockout stage, we started the dance again.
It's definitely been a slower pace, especially even in the groups. We had a little bit of that here and there, a little bit of the macro play. Right now, Vamos does have to worry about that long lane right now. Team Spirit can take it slow. RNG not in the favor of Vamos, the Lord spawning up on top side.
हिँडेर हार्छ कि इजी छ खेल्न
Yep, long lane.
सुरुमा त गाह्रै हुन्छ पछि अब
Of the dragons in the
बेसिक
north.
हटाएपछि
And Zar Ego is
डिसेन्ट
here,
भनौँ न
just doing his darndest.
सजिलो त कहाँ
All
हुन्छ
he can do
80
really,
दिनहरू
Vamos is send the Sepa. He's the fastest rotator
Luffy's tipped
from the
50
team.
rupees.
Besides
एउटा
maybe
अर्को
Zeke,
टिम पनि
he can
थियो
try that
Vamos
too.
Concept
just
play साहो
एउटा warm up
Looking for the
match.
conceal.
फ्री फ्री लड हो टिम स्पिडलाई
10
गर्ने
seconds off of it.
किट बमलाई के ड्यामेज कसले हान्छ
बारी खतेरा
But they do buy the time.
Airport
Zara able to get
किट
it.
बमको पिट भएछ अझै किट बममा मर्यो
Vitality
More shot in that
तर
corner.
एटलास नै मर्यो
Eternal Guard comes down, but Sunset
हिको
Lover
हिको
finds
हिको
Zeke.
हिको हिको
As Hiko
Flicker
looks
to clock
for an
उनको
angle in.
नाइस ट्रेड
Vamos
टिम
still not giving
स्पिडलाई
up ground just yet. Team Spirit might want to try to push in. Zara goes.
सेपात
Down, but into the backside, Sepot. Oh,
सेपात मर्यो
it's a flicker, but he
क्लकुन नि
wants
मर्यो
to
क्लकुन
win.
जी क्लकुन
Crimson Beacon back. Hiko finds him.
A nice blazing duet, able to get some nice damage, but Air 4-4 not giving this up, will get taken down for his sins. Staying too
Mario.
long. Team Spirit now look for the push back in.
एरर नि मर्यो यो लडमा सकिन्छ होला गेम
For Team Spirit,
नाटको फ्री
holding
गर्दा
that
आउँछ
8,000 gold
एटलास
lead.
जन्मियो
Wait
भर्खर
for that Lord to spawn.
डिफेन हुन्छ क्या
Kimba will be up. Flying clouds will be a boon to Team Spirit's final push. This could be it, Trex.
Team Spirit, one big hit. They
डिफेन
don't
हुन्छ
have a wave
यो
on the top or mid.
साउको फ्लिकर अल रहेछ यार होला नि एटलास मर्यो जी जी यार तर हिको मर्यो नाटको नाइस मिनट रहेछ यार ओ जाउरे ओ इमो किन जाउरेले जाउरे ओ के खेलेको यार हिरा राईले हिरा र बाचे पनि ओ माय गॉड ब्रो जाउरे जाउरेले जिजी नै हान्दै यार
Escorting that wave. Top lane inhibitor falls. Arrow 404 and Sabbath holding on the base up next.
Team Spirit clean it up for game number 1. Very well done at this point.
रोक है म एकचोटि कमेन्ट नै हाल्छु त्यो दाइले सोचेर किन टेक छैन भनेर ओइ जाउरीले क्रेजी खेल्यो यार हिरा र
So Narmastad winter is here finally. The dragons of the north show
यो
They're
एपको
on the
मान्छेलाई
board
कन्ट्याक्ट
against
गर्छु है म
Vamos. What a game! I'd say what? A good 80% of that, it was up to Team Spirit.
Completely up to Team Spirit. A few moments where Vamos were able to at least fight back, fall even in team fights, or even a few moments that Team Spirit messed up, like when they stayed a little too long in the base there.
Just a punish.
Just to punish.
And they were trying
के हो
to
रुनै
finish.
थाल्यो त what the fuck को हो
So far, this is the best shape we've seen Team Spirit in MSC 2026, even against Guangzhou in their clincher. They weren't this clean. They figured out who they are.
जाउरेले
in this
क्रेजी
metagame.
खेल्यो यार
Scarlet
भर्खर
Embers 2.0.
damn nice यार
Very well done by Team Spirit. So where do they go from here, right? Does Vamos have a big answer? I'm sure they'll break it down more later, but taking a look at this game, Team Spirit, you said in the very beginning, they look different, not just in draft. We got to see a slightly different variation of the way they want to come into this game in draft, but even in their gameplay, we wanted aggression.
मैले टेक्स्ट हानेको डोनेसनको टेक्स्ट किन आएन भनेर यो सिआरएट एपको मान्छेलाई हेलो सर अहिले हाम्रो युट्युबले लिमिट हानिरहेको रहेछ डेली क्वेट सकेर आजकोहरू आउँदैन आजको आउँदैन भोलिदेखि आउँछ भनेर छ केटा हो अब डोनेसन त त्यस्तै भयो सुपर च्याट हानेर सुपर च्याटको आउँछ त केटा हो युट्युबमा यत्रो डोनेसन आज सुपर च्याट हान नभए भोलिदेखि उयो एपमा डोनेट गर तिनीहरूको अझै छ त बाँकी गेमले वाउ गाइज वाउ एयरपोर्टमा कसै जाने भयो भने केटा टिम स्पिरिट जित्छ क्या टिम स्पिरिट आई थिङ्क भामसभन्दा त बेटर टिम नै लाग्छ मलाई एक्सपिरियन्स पनि छ अनि रसियाको प्राइड हो टिम स्पिरिट यत्रो डोमिनेट नै गर्छ यिनीहरूले इन्टरनेसनल स्टेजमा कहिलेकाहीँ चाहिँ हल्का चोक हान्छ नभए त यिनीहरू पनि विनर कन्टेन्डरमै हुन्छ अझ कसैले डोनेसन नहाल्यो होला कस्तो डोनेसन हाल न केटा डोनेसन यहाँ यस्तो खाजाको पैसा उठाउँ सुपर च्याट हान नभए होइन नभए इसेवामा हान या डोनेसन तिमीहरूलाई एप भन्दा नि इसेवामा हाल केटा मलाई डोनेसन हाल्नुहोस् इसेवामा जेरो ट्याक्स काट्छ यार तर यो सिआरएट एपमा चाहिँ कति 20 हो कि 30% काट्छ यार इरोले हिराएर पायो भने चाहिँ सेक्छ यस्तो क्या इरोरलाई ट्याङ्की जङ्गल दिनुहुन्न क्या असी नै दियो भने चाहिँ हाम्रो टिम स्टेट हल्का गाह्रै पर्छ किनकि इरोडले क्यारी चाहिँ खत्रै गर्छ हौ इरोडको जङ्गल बवाल छ अब मलेसियाको एकजना छ मलेसिया पनि निस्क्यो भने चाहिँ मलेसिया इजी सर्भर ब्रो भन्नुपर्दा यार मलेसिया इजी सर्भर नै लाग्छ है मलाई चाहिँ लाइक कम्पेयर टु इन्डो अनि उयो मलेसिया कम्पेयर टु इन्डो एन्ड फिलिपिन्स किनकि मलेसियाबाट एउटा टिम मात्रै त राम्रो छ एसआरजीको टिम अरू टिमले त खै इन्टरनेसनल अहिलेसम्म केही गरेकै छैन एमपिएल मलेसिया होइन क्या एमपिएल एसआरजी भन्नु चाहिँ किन होला एसआरजी भर्सेस भामो 3 म्याच भयो एसआरजी इलिमिनेट भइसक्यो मलाई त्यही भएर नि आई थिङ्क मोवाजेन वाज राइट म्याच मोवाजेन राइट नै हो है केटा
If they wanted to go Dairoth to just counter the Esmeralda, yeah, you would counter the Esme, but then you would lose out completely on those team fights.
Yeah, Vamos had the right thought process, but in the end, because of
अरूमा
Kimamba being
बेट
able
हाने
to
चाहिँ जित्यो भने
dominate the
हान्छ
lane, have his presence felt,
तिमीहरू बेट
alleviated the
मेरो
pressure from
भ्युवरहरू
Sawa
त
and
सबै
Sunset
बेट मात्रै
Lovers.
हान्छ क्या
Then
यार
once they got through that first
बेट
layer,
गर्नु हुन्न
Pokemon
गाइस
Basket
यो
Bomba,
गेम
now we go
से नो
next.
टु
What are we up
गेमलिङ
against?
सुनेर
High
चाहिँ
thought,
हान्नु
high
हुन्छ
crowd control, Belleric, where of course Sawa was definitely feeling the hype. And then you walk into Sunset Lovers distance, you immediately get terrified, you get comboed, and then you get punished for wanting to dive. We saw that once.
केटा यसपछिको म्याच चाहिँ क्रेजी छ ओनिङ भन्छ अरोरा टर्की त्यो त बेस्ट अफ 5 मा पनि जान्छ होला त्यो गेम त ए यार योमा चाहिँ मोडरेटर के हो आफ्नो इसेवा आइडी हाल्दैछ यार के भन्ने यार मोडरेटर चेन्ज हाल्छ क्या अब म बम्बाको फ्यामिली हो त्यो रोको जिजी ह्याड लभली सपोर्ट छ है रसियाबाट फ्रान्ससम्म आएर सपोर्ट हान्दा छ यार डब्लु फ्यामिली यहीँको दाइ कास्ट हान्छ अरे तिमीहरू प्लिज यार कस्तो चाहिँ यार मेरो साथीलाई त्यस्तो नगर तिमीहरू मासर ब्रान्ड न्यू डे हेर्न जाने होइन जान्छु केटा गइहाल्छु नि म स्पाइडरम्यान हेर्न अब केटा अब नेक्स्ट टाइम हुन्छ टिम स्प्रिट अझै छ है केटा त्यो सकाइदे बरु टिम स्प्रिट भामसलाई घर पठाइदिइहाल्छ मलेसियाको टिमलाई सबै यो मलेसिया फिलिपिन्स इन्डोको टिम सबैलाई घर पठाइदिइहाल कति पैसा तिमीले ओएममा के हो धनी नै हो कि क्या हो सुजन राणा त कति पैसा जति दिए पनि म खुसी हुन्छु है प्लिज अरूले वान साइड हान्छ होला जस्तो लागिरहेको छ अरे वान साइड त नहानु पर्ने भनेको त्यति गाह्रो छैन हौ युरोप टु युरोप ट्राभल गर्न त्यो नि हो रसियादेखि अब त्यही हो यतादेखि इन्डिया जस्तै हो त्यही पनि सबै काम छोडेर ट्राभल गर्नु भनेको ठुलो कुरा हो नि यार गाइस म चाहिँ टिम स्पिडले तर एकचोटि जित्यो भने त यार इन्टरनेसनल टिम स्पिडकै अरू टर्कीले कहिले चाहिँ नआए रिजनले जितोस् होइन केटा म त खुसी नै हुन्छ यार म त खुसी नै हुन्छ यार अरू टर्की कि टिम स्पिड जित्यो भने मनैबाट मा त्यो त याङ्गोनले जिते नि हुन्छ यार म्यानमारको टिमले जिते नि हुन्छ यार इन्डोनेसिया फिलिपिन्स मलेसियाबाट चाहिँ एउटा नै टिमले जित्नु भएन क्या यार त्यो चाहिँ तिम्रो टुर्नामेन्ट कहिले हो रेड भ्यालीमा मेरो टुर्नामेन्ट रेड भ्यालीमा खै थाहा छैन यार गाइज मलाई टाइम छ होला अझै एक दुई दिन अब हामी चारवटा टुर्नामेन्ट खेलिरहेको छ होइन कुन कुन टुर्नामेन्ट तिमीहरूलाई भन्छु क्या राम्ररी एउटा रेड भ्यालीको छ त्यसमा चाहिँ 60K छ टोटल प्राइज पुल अर्को चाहिँ मुन्टन सिरिज नेपालको अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्ट भयो त्यो चाहिँ अनि थर्डमा छ इएनसी चाहिँ सबभन्दा इम्पोर्टेन्ट टुर्नामेन्ट हाम्रो स्पोर्ट नेसन कपको क्वालिफायर हो अब 10 दिनमा स्टार्ट हुन्छ अनि नेक्स्टमा छ जिइजीको क्वालिफायर त्यो पनि 10 दिनमा स्टार्ट हुन्छ त्यो हो चारवटा टुर्नामेन्ट खेल्दा हामी अहिले सबभन्दा मेन फोकस चाहिँ तर स्पोर्ट नेसन कपमा हो इएनसीमा मेन चाहिँ त्यतै फोकस छ हाम्रो के एकछिन है यता को आयो
Set up for the turtle. They didn't know where the Belleric and the Cloud was,
Okay.
although they could surmise that they could be coming from the bottom lane from an opposite side, which is why they put Clockun over there to potentially sense. But at that point, Sawa's just going to ignore this juice in. Doesn't care. So he'll be able to get a great taunt off. Meanwhile, Hiko locks in into Clockun, and Hiko does a really brilliant BMI trick here. He goes in, he BMIs, because the Benedetta sees him, Sepat sees him, he decides, you know what? I'm about to go down. Kid Bomba is absolutely destroying me on this Esmeralda. Let's see if we can get this Cloud out here. Force out his Purify. Just a bit. Hiko, bang. Gets out safely. Vamos was scrambled. They decided to just focus a little bit more on the heroes. 404.
तिमीहरू त्यही भएर डिस्कर्ड जोइन गरेर क्या हाम्रो गेमहरूको गेमहरूको टाइम सबै म डिस्कर्डमा अपडेट गरिदिएर हुन्छु कि युट्युबमा त अब कसरी अपडेट गर्नु डिस्कर्डमा पो टेक्स्ट पठाउनु मिल्छ त्यो युट्युबमा त कसरी टेक्स्ट पठाउनु मिल्छ त्यही भएर डिस्कर्ड नै जोइन गरेर केटा एमएलबिबीको अपडेट आइरहन्छ नेपालको टिमहरूको गेमहरू आइरहन्छ डिस्कर्डमा जोइन गर्दा हुन्छ त्यही भएर कुनमा लाइभ हुन्छ सबै त्यो डिस्कर्डमै हालिदिएर हुन्छु म सो मेक स्योर टु जोइन डिस्कर्ड सर्भर है गाइस अहिले कतिजना मेम्बर छ भन्दा 444 जना मेम्बर पुगिसक्यो अलरेडी डिस्कर्ड सर्भरमा डिस्कर्डको लिङ्क अझै पठाएको छु है गाइस टुर्नामेन्ट लाइनअप चाहिँ हाम्रो सेम नै हो इएनसीको जे लाइनअप चाहिँ त्यही हो तिमीहरूलाई इएनसीको म एकचोटि यता विकिपिडियाबाट देखाइदिन्छु मेनो चढियो ना के तेरे बिन जियो चित्ते चलियो ना हेर यो
King
चाहिँ
Kong tipped 20
अब यिनीहरू चाहिँ
rupees.
मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इन्भाइटेड टिमहरू हुन्छ
Oy
इन्भाइटेड टिमलाई चाहिँ
Astiko
16
Starlight
स्लट छ हैन
Gardenia Masarapp,
फर्स्टमा त
loudly
अफिसियलमा
crying
थाहा नै
yellow
छ कसलाई
circle
इन्भाइट गर्छ भने
hedgehog,
फिलिपिन्स इन्डोनेसिया
pinching
टर्की पनि
hands,
छ हैन
smiling
थर्डमा
face with
टर्कीको
hearts.
लाइनअप पनि क्रेजी नै छ अनि म्यानमार्क कम्बोडिया सिङ्गापुर इजिप्ट त्यो चाहिँ अब प्लेयर अनुसार हुन्छ क्या को प्लेयरको र्याङ्किङ अनुसार हुन्छ क्या इन्टरनेसनल कतिचोटि रिप्रेजेन्ट गरेछ कतिचोटि फर्स्ट भएको छ त्यसको अनुसारले चाहिँ सिधै फिलिपिन्सलाई डाइरेक्ट स्लट हो नम्बर 1मा त्यसपछि सिङ्गापुर इजिप्ट साउदी मङ्गोलिया रिपब्लिक अफ चाइना जर्मनी ब्राजिल युनाइटेड युएसए इन्डिया क्यानाडा अर्जेन्टिना मलेसिया चाहिँ किन इन्भाइटेड छैन भन्दाखेरि मलेसियाको यो लाइनअपले इन्टरनेसनल अहिलेसम्म केही गरेको छैन त्यही भएर इन्भाइटेड छैन अब यही ठाउँमा मलेसियाको यो लाइनअपमा एसआरजीको टिम भए भए तिनीहरू डाइरेक्ट क्वालिफाई हुन्छ अब नेपाल त 25मा छ गाइस अनि हाम्रो लाइनअप चाहिँ यही एएनसीको मासराबी आएको गनिगन लक बब लिलिम र भोइट लिलिम र भोइट चाहिँ सबमा हो अब जान मिल्छ मिलेन सब पहिला सुरु क्वालिफाई भइसक्यो थाहा हुन्छ यही हो गाइस लाइनअप चाहिँ होइन अनि इन्डियाको लाइनअप चाहिँ अबी भनेको असिना कायल रोमकम ब्यान एपेक्स किमी जे मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इन्डियाले डाइरेक्ट स्लट पाउँछ होला अनि क्यानाडाको जिया सिरो को मलाई थाहा भएन जिया मात्रै थाहा छ जिया र राइली आई थिङ्क राइली पनि दिन्छु होला म अनि युएसएको बेस्ट प्लेयर यातोहरू भइहाल्यो साउदीको त्यही ट्रोलहरू भइहाल्यो ट्रोल कफिन त्यो फाल्कनको को चिनेको छ सिङ्गापुरको नि डियाब्लोहरू चिनेछ कम्बोडियाको यिनीहरू नै रहेछ कम्बोडियाको त्यो एमएससी रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभ म्यानमार्क पनि सेम एमएससी रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभ अनि टर्कीको त हाम्रो थाहा नै छ यो टिएनजी सिगिबुम रोजाहरू त्यही गाइज यही हो लाइनअप इन्डोनेसियाको चाहिँ ओनिक विथ अल्टर इगो भनौँ न ओनिक विथ अल्टर इगो त्यही हो डोनेसन हेर न डोनेसन कहाँ पठाएको छ केटा हो डिसी त गिटी लाग्छ हो चलाउन डिसी पहिला सुरु गिटी लाग्छ पछि बानी हुन्छ केटा हो त्यही भएर डिस्कर्ड अहिले डिस्कर्डमा बोल्दा नि हुन्छ अपडेटहरू आइरहेको हुन्छ डिस्कर्डमा अनि रोड टु इएनसी यो तिमीहरूलाई सबै देखाउँछ मोबाइल लेजेन्डको सोरोरा डाइरेक्ट इन्भाइटेड छ त्यो अघि देखाएको मैले होइन दुइटा टिम चाहिँ के युरोप वेस्टबाट क्वालिफाई हुन्छ सेन्ट्रल अफ हाम्रो साउथ एसियाको चाहिँ हेरौँ न साउथ एसियाको चाहिँ हेरौँ साउथ एसियाको चाहिँ यहाँ छ है अनमोल हो साउथ एसियाको चाहिँ है केटा कहिलेदेखि स्टार्ट हुन्छ भन्दा अगस्त 15देखि स्टार्ट हुन्छ साउथ एसियाको टोटल कति 7वटा कन्ट्री हुन्छ होला साउथ एसियामा अनि एउटा मात्रै क्वालिफाई हुन्छ साउथ एसियाबाट ब्र्याकेट अहिले आएको छैन अहिले पछि आउँछ ब्र्याकेट पार्टिसिपेसन पनि अहिले आएको छैन देखाएको छैन अपडेट भएको छैन यिनीहरूको यही हो साउथ एसियाबाट एउटा स्लट छ अब 7वटा कन्ट्रीबाट एउटा कन्ट्री मात्रै क्वालिफाई हुन्छ त्यही भएर इएनसीमै हो मेन फोकस त हाम्रो लागि अरू त यत्तिकै प्र्याक्टिस गर्थ्यो अरूमा त यही हो अब म गेमहरू भएको बेला लिङ्कहरू डिस्काउन्टमा हालिदिइरहन्छु त्यही भएर डिस्काउन्ट नि चेक गर बेला बेला किबोयको नाम छैन त यस्तो हो ओनिकबाट चाहिँ अब अल्ट्रिगोबाट 3जना भएपछि एउटा टिमबाट 3जना भएपछि अर्को टिमबाट 2जना मात्रै मिल्छ नि त यहाँ अल्ट्रिगोले चाहिँ 3जना चुज गर्यो अनि ओनिकले चाहिँ 2जना चुज गर्यो सो ओनिक किबोयको नाम छैन रहेछ स्याडली
For us guys, we're gonna show great performance. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Coach, for this
Let's
interview.
go.
Good luck
Let's
for your
go,
next
Team
match.
Fritz.
And we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Thank you.
An emotional performance, an awe-inspiring performance from Team Spirit, eSewa. Like I mentioned
इन्डियाले चाहिँ
earlier,
दुनियाँमा
only a
स्लट
few
भयो
years
इन्डियाको
of
अब हेर न
being
भ्युवरसिप
a
धेरै
part
छ
of
अनि
MSC
इन्डियालाई धेरै
as
प्रायोरिटी
it's
गर्छ
expanded
भनौँ न सबै
internationally,
कन्ट्रीहरूले
and
किनकि
now you can
भ्युवरसिप नै
see
धेरै भएपछि
what it has
पपुलेसन धेरै
done
भएपछि
to the fans.
अब
And that
त्यही
fan
खोज्छ
right
नि त
there,
सबैजनाले
Kim Bumba's
भ्युवरसिप नै
mom,
खोज्छ त्यही भएर
just
धेरै जसोलाई चाहिँ
really
इन्भाइटेड गरिदिन्छ
emotional
इन्डियालाई
after that first win. You could tell how much
Kid Bomba को
has
parents
gone
भनेर
into this,
कसले
how
हो
much
मलाई थाहा
pride
छैन
is on the line, how much
ए तर
it
Kid
must
Bomba
mean
त
to see your
जर्मनबाट हो यार
child
जर्मनी हो
on
यार Kid
stage
Bomba त
at this
Kid
moment
Bomba त देख्नु हुँदो रहेछ
coming out on top.
भनेपछि Kid
You got
Bomba को
Kid
मम्मी
Bomba
होला
on
यार
stage, you got Mom Bomba and Sis
ओ
Bomba.
Kid Bomba को मम्मी रहेछ लेट्स गो
Triple Bombas.
Yeah, they're very proud, like, and they're very sweet. Like, they came up to me yesterday after the games, and I thought, oh, what did I do? Am I in trouble? Like, I don't know them. It's like, oh, we know you. I'm Kid Bomba's mom, and then introduced me to the sister. They're very great people, and I'm very happy to see them here. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, this might
Kid
be
Bomba
the
भन्दा
first
बेटर आउँछ
time
को
they
चाहिँ
get to
होइन
watch Kid
कोही
Bomba
छैन
at a
त्यही पनि
major
स्टिल अब हेरौँ
international.
न
Yeah, I mean, live
ओनिकबाट
for sure.
दुईजना मात्रै
Yeah,
चुज
it's
गर्न
live
मिल्यो भने
event
लुटपिट र
for
साँझ
sure.
राख्यो
It's like a Moontown, like MSC M
खै
series.
अब
Yeah,
यो
yeah.
ENC-मा
It's so good. You can already see
यस्तो हो
against
केटा
the morale boost. I mean, the Spirit fans are
राम्रो प्लेयर
everywhere
भन्दा
as
नि
well, yes. I love it. I love the
खै
support
कस्तो
for
के
Spirit. I
बेसीमा चुज
love
गर्छ
that
मलाई
it
थाहा भएन
actually
यार
boosted them as well. And
अब
just like
जसको
Coulson
अरू
said,
ठुलो
that
त्यसकै
positive
बेसिसमा
energy,
होला
that
मेबी
mental state coming into the series. Everything's looking great. They even called it. You're looking for a great
ENC
show.
अगस्त
It could be one thing,
13
the
देखि होला
tiniest
हाम्रो
things
13
Gold
हाम्रो
Star
म्याच
said.
चाहिँ 15 देखि
So
हुन्छ
we'll
होला
see
मोस्ट
what
प्रोबब्ली
tiny adjustments they make. On the side of
अहिलेसम्म
Vamos,
फिक्स भएको
they
छैन
say
डिस्कर्डमा अपडेटहरू
we're
हालिन्छ
gonna
आयो
play the
भने
Belleric Atlas game.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense. I think you have way more preparation, stuff
Guys,
to study
kill
from,
your
stuff to
Valiant
learn
Atlas
from
is
in this
better,
tournament with Belleric
Freya,
and Atlas.
Belric,
Maybe on
Franny.
the sidelines or only one of
First
them
we killing
available,
the
and they decide to do
team
that.
speed
Go
ले
back
हिरा
to
स्टिल
the
ओपन छ
Valentina
लिंक पनि
ban,
छ
and also the Esmeralda ban. You
Walkie
want
the
to
first pick.
prioritize the Paquito, which, guys, could be a flex here.
Yeah. See, I'm actually more
Walkie
of a
the
fan of
first pick,
this,
interesting,
right?
यार
If you go for the Barats or the Paquito, you go for the Paquito first here, just because you can.
Guys, call
flex
it the
three
team split
waves,
or
especially
team Vamos.
considering Spirit
सबैजना make sure to
don't
like
really
this
wanna
stream है
play
केटा
Sour
like हानौँ
based on a Barat's jungle, right? So even if they pick it up, you know for sure it's going to go on Bomba, not on Zaur. This is a good one. Bomba's amazing. Hiko has 100% win rate on it. We haven't seen Zaur on it, but it's going to be good as well if they are able to just, again, establish control early.
Yep, so many options, especially with a Valentina, Atlas, Esmeralda taken out. It's perfect choices for Paquito first pick. But Vamos does something surprising with the Barris. Yeah, it's flexed, but they paired up with a Jushin right away.
Yeah.
Why not Kairi and Kendra? यो ENC भने चाहिँ
Wants to go on these
उयो हो क्या कन्ट्रीबाट मात्रै खेल्न मिल्छ क्या अनि काइरी र केला त फिलिपिन्सको अन्त ओनीबाट खेल्न मिल्दैन इन्डोबाट खेल्न मिल्दैन हामी फिलिपिन्सको लाइनमा छ त काइरी र केला एज अ टप
They're calling in the bluff because I think it's similar. Again, from yesterday, the Barat's pick. Everybody knows it's not going to go on Nile. It's going to go on Shogun because Nile wants to be on
Bro, it's their
carries.
best accelerator.
Here as
Mero,
well.
obviously.
The only error you really think is going to go
Sandford,
utility.
bro.
Barat's
Sandford.
Guinevere is like, that is the limit of how utility is going to go.
Yeah, because even Guinevere, as utility as it is, it has some sort of carry factor that we mentioned with Ling disappearing. Here comes Nolan. So it's not Hirara Ling as we were placeboed into believing, as Mirko pointed out. It's Nolan and Hirara as the actual trade. The Barretts and
Nolan
the
लियो
is being
हिरा र अगेन्स्ट नोलान राम्रो छ अनि भारत र नोलानको कम्बो राम्रो छ यो गेम हान्छ क्या हो बामसले 80 दिन पाएर यसले
Barat's pick after seeing the Paquito and how it could be flexed to 3 lanes, and Spirit didn't even need to bring it into the second phase. They were like, oh, you're revealing your cards early, so we're also just going to counter you.
Well, you know, you could see Aurora and Nolan picked up again. It is the second game, to correct myself earlier, on Zaur for that. But Nolan, probably a lot more
Stanford ने 18 वर्ष हैन त्यो होला यार सानै छ Stanford
We've
नि
seen Nolan rise and just
20
value
हो यो 18
generally
बिट्स मैले
in this tournament. Melissa banned out as well from the side of Team Spirit, so she won't make it through yet again.
I think it's going to be the same matchup now for Spirit. They should ban out the Moskov as well. Try to force Vamos on a claw. They even... Oh! The Clint was a pretty good answer yesterday as well, to be fair, against the Paquito. I thought they were going to ban out the Moskov, so they forces the Claw, but this is a very similar thing, right?
Yeah.
Moskov Claw, you can still bully him. It's just that it gets really annoying with the Moskov Spear of Misery. Gord actually gets banned out, which is quite interesting. Trying to take away that... It doesn't really look like a Gord comp to me, though.
Bit of stun, bit of damage.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, they can just trade the long-range poke mages instead. They didn't even think of the Gord because they're so mobile. Yeah, like Eve with the Valentina gone, I think we go back to like Eve Farsa trades. Oh my god.
Hey, Marcel is still open too. What the fuck?
This guy not show up in draft. I did not.
Masarapp कति बच्छ म 20 हो 21 पुग्छ अब मङ्सिरमा
Yeah. Oof.
Marcel is still open too. What the fuck?
Yeah. They're going to hide their last pick, gold lane.
for Vamos. Spirit are going to have to reveal all their cards. We know already where the Paquito, Hirara, and Uranus are going, so it's about the mid and roam right now. To deal with the Marcel, to try to get control early, what do you go on mid and roam? That's the question. You need to go for Prio. But is it Cho? Do they really want to go Cho?
I've always been a guy to say don't pick Cho into Marcel, even though it is very skill-based and players have gotten better.
कमेन्टको कति हो भन्न त मै मात्र हो क्या सबसे बुढो लामो अड्क्यो यार मेरो अब विदेशको मान्छेहरू त बुढै होला यार गाइस मेरो किन अड्क्यो यार
Go for the Brody. Okay. You can deal with the Paquito somewhat in lane.
Yep.
But that Mathilda, if everybody just comes flying by at you, dude, it's going to be a rough game. So it's all about
मतिला रे इधर आ रे
early game. It's all about that turtle one. It's all about snowballing for both.
तिमी ठुलो कि याइको याइको ठुलो हो मभन्दा 1 वर्षले मसँग सानो होला स्क्वाड मेटको म हो कि गनाएर बिर्से सदा ठुलो चाहिँ विकास हो त्यसपछि धनराज होला त्यसपछि याइको अनि त्यसपछि म हो कि गनाएर गनको एजै बिर्सेँ मैले गन नै 20 वर्ष नै हो कति बडो हो थाहा भएन बर्थडे चाहिँ कहिले थाहा भएन
EWC 2026. Let's send it over to Leo and Trex for game 2.
Masarapp भन न आलु
Back in the land of Dawn, we're going into game number 2. We're expecting Vamos to equalize, given that they are going to die on this hill. They're once again playing the Brody and the Zushin.
Let's see if it works better this time. I do think they have a little bit more of an engage capability with this Marcel. That's the trigger phase, right? They also have the Barats on set.
We हाने Vamos फर्ममा आएका हो यार अब
around the Brody. You have some way to make space for him to actually move around in these team fights.
And you're winning in the jungle. Again, the Nolan into the Hirara is a slightly more advantageous. Oh, G-Keith taking a bit of damage here.
Reply was here.
A bit of a more advantaged head-to-head against the Hirara, which Zarigos has to figure out.
Bro, किन अड्किरहेछ यार गाइस मैले नेट आज कम्प्लेन हाल्नु पर्ने जस्तो यार
Pressing load game.
And we already see the momentum that he's trying to create, even his routing there. Instead of just going straight to looking for some possible pressure. They're able to get the Litho Wander, so Team Spirit already showing after the momentum of Game 1 that they want to keep on attacking.
Yep, Zikif here, escorting Error 404 for a little side lane small camp action. Pop in Bomba, putting him at half health. And I think this should be a successful small camp steal.
Arrow 4-4s are unable to get there in time. He's already used his retreat. But the attack onto the top side, Sawo getting space. Both teams though still taking it slow. Zawo going to try to take
it out. Let's go. Wait, Zawo.
Lands on Arrow.
Arrow dino nero asinda. Lang handinda.
Spirit. He's going to move back onto his campus. Sawo continues to harass here.
If this was anyone else other than the Matilda, it would have been a difficult situation to try and clap back. Maybe just a Minotaur with a motivation roar would have topped you off from the burstiest hero on paper in Mobile Legends. This is an equal turtle dance that we're starting up. Purple first. Nice Dennis, welcome. Sabo able to flick back. The Basil gets looking for the engage as well.
Bounce again.
Back in Vamos.
Wait, kill Bomba. Oh my god, GG bhai. GG yaar Bomba. Oi triple kill haane kya? Oh, oi Bomba le. Gote Bomba goat.
Right when they thought they had it. I'll take that deal any day. Twice on Thursdays. Sawo for 3 and a turtle. Let's see that again.
All right, everyone gets brought back in. Nice play, and Vamos feels like they have it, but Kid Bomba in the midst of them, continuing to get damage. Oh, they're just too grouped up.
All right, triple stacks on the Ionic Edge, I think, is what did the job. And I think just Sunset Lover getting superconductor stacks on everyone. Oh, okay, so top half of the map, again, different story from game 1. Can they get it flipped over on the bottom side? At least it's a better situation for Natco. Natco did not die in the first 2 minutes.
Natco hasn't gone down, but just about everyone else has. Sakif takes a lot of damage. Vamos, how do you recover from that in a fight where you just felt like you had it? And it's the same as X Story's game number 1. Vamos creates this engage. They almost get it. but Team Spirit always responds better. And you mentioned it last time, who do they keep on targeting? Who do they keep on getting the kill on?
यसमा नेट रिस्टार्ट हान्नु
Just
पर्ला यार
doesn't matter, and it's the same exact story as game number 1.
40 seconds till the turtle spawns, and Sawa is everywhere. That's just what you get off of Wilderness Blessing, and of course, just the sheer mobility.
नेट रिस्टार्ट गरेको पनि हो क्या यार
Some way, somehow,
के गर्ने यार अब नेट 5G हालेको यार मैले स्ट्रिम गर्ने 5G हालेको यार
and what
झन्
Clockun wants to do with the Zushin to try and get you closer in. Team Spirit can reset over and over again, which explains a majority of, even in the neutral, even when fights aren't happening, why Spirit get to do what they want. Another small camp steal here from Zariguist. He is up by about a level, a full XP bar from Error 404. I'd say Vamos still have to be very cautious about taking this next objective. Spawns in the same spot.
Not only that, Sepa takes that long rotation down to boss side, and now he just makes his level 7, almost starts, but he's falling behind Kinbaba once again. Vamos, they're rotating around, but never really making a play.
ओए खायो यार कसले खायो सावला खायो साव मर्यो प्युरिफायरमा खेल्नु पर्ने यार साव तर ओइ नाइस हिको किट बम्बा सन्जेटको फ्लिकर गयो सेपट हिकोले फ्ल्याङ्क हान्दैछ हिकोले नाइस पोजिसन पाइसक्यो किट बम्बा हिको नाइ हिको हिरो मर्यो वान एचपी स्टेप नाइस यार स्पिरिट टर्टल पायो जाऊ रे किट बम्बाले अति क्रेजी दिइरहेको थियो फ्रन्ट लाइन त पुरै फ्रन्ट लाइन दिइरहेको छ
And falling behind more and more.
Deja vu.
अति नै यार
Might
बम्बा
not have
त
been as bombastic of a trade, a 3-for-1, but a kill onto Sawa for everything else that Team Spirit walked away with, plus a conversion into a tier 1 up top. This is Team Spirit finding their footing. This is them playing comfortably in the knockouts, while Vamos, again, by picking 2 out of the 5 same heroes, are ending up with the same issues. Once they've used the Detna's Welcome, once they've come in with first Kitten Burst. Oh, Detna's Welcome on Uranus.
I don't think they're going to have enough damage for that, but wait, everyone does pile on top. Consecration does pop. They're going to walk right into Sour here. Sour.
किट बम्बा बाच्यो नाटको चाहिँ मर्यो जी ब्रो
Finds Natko, and this is the constant response.
किट बम्बाले मार्न सक्दैन गरा
Every time Vamos drops a test, Team
Malaysia 80 server, bro.
Now they're going to move on to this purple buff as Vamos is kicked out of town, forced away out of their own jungle.
किट बम्बाले हेर न
Even the purple buff is in jeopardy, and Zaur just yeets that out of Error 404's hands. They're propelling up to a 5,000 gold.
फ्लिकर हान्नु गयो
Lot of damage on a set pat. Nice golden hour does come out from Vamos. All of them trapped under the tower, but it also stops them from taking tower shots. And that's going to help them succeed in taking that tier 3. Arrow 404 on the run. Team Spirit on the chase. Non-stop throughout this
कलेज त भन्थे रे केटाहरूले भामसले भने छैन
That Zaur is
टिम
ahead
स्पिड
of
तले त अनि गाड हान्थ्यो त
Correct me if I'm wrong. It took about 7 minutes for the first significant golden hour to be cast. It could have been perfect. It could have been perfect. Underneath the tier 1 too, but now Zikif is running for his life.
नाटको
Circling Eagle. Natko might be one more casualty, but all while this was happening, the final turtle goes to Team Spirit.
It's looking rough for Vamos at this point. Team Spirit consistently has the answers. I got to point out Hiko as well. He hasn't always, I feel like ever since the Gold Fighter.
किट बम्बालाई गाह्रै छ यार मार्न अब त मार्नै सक्दैन होला मार्ने ड्यामेज चाहिँ पुग्दैन किट बम्बा अति ट्याङ्की
This is probably one of the best games I've seen on him. On a fighter in the gold lane, the Paquito. He's been finding angles. He's been outputting damage. He's performing today.
And it's what you need with this kind of lineup. Again, the forward momentum, catching the Vanguard, flanking from the sides. Even Arrow 404 is scared of the Paquito. Hiko's getting punished here by Ziki, but the advantage is just so palpable. It's huge. Kid Bomba, chunked down half. Purple here, still denied out of Arrow 404.
He hasn't seen a purple for about 2 minutes now. Maybe more. Vamos only getting 2 kills on the board so far, losing towers, haven't taken any objectives from the side of Team Spirit. They are smothering, and don't get me wrong, with a heavy frontline lineup, that Team Spirit has brought, you kind of expect this power spike in the 6 to 9 minute mark. But Vamos has not been doing a good job at responding. They haven't been doing a good job of finding answers. They've actually been forcing fights sometimes.
This is a clear sign that you shouldn't be. Because in that little moment, the sequence number one, when they pushed tier 2, Hiko was putting fist to face against 3 for very little punish. He was doing that with impunity. Sure, Sawa was in the vicinity, but
loser the घर loser the city घर जान्छ winner चाहिँ Aurora Turkey के उसलाई face गर्छ Onic लाई
stop them all with the perfect golden hour and then Arrow 404 to clean up. Like that's the perfect picture here with Sepat being the engagement. That is
एक smoke गर्दैन एकले smoke गर्दैन नि केटा
maybe cut this lead in half. I'm not saying even get a lead of their own. I'm just saying to staunch the bleeding.
I mean, Vamos trying to do exactly that right now with the staunch the bleeding, with cutting lanes. Air 404 finding his way down the bot, finding his way to the mid. But I don't think this is a fight they want. I think at this point you just give up this Lord. Sawa unable to be caught by Marcel. Team Spirit having so much movement on the map that Vamos just isn't able to keep up in any way, not even in the macro, but also in the micro, in these small fights. Normally Zakif wants to run in on a Marcel, get stuns on everybody, but all they're ever landing on is Bomba. Oh, Team Spirit looks for this orange now as well.
Even the orange will be denied from Vamos. Now at an 8k gold lead.
कति तान्छ होला केही तान्दैन केटा म चाहिँ स्मोक ढुक्क गर्दिन केटा तिमीलाई स्मोक गरेको भए म स्मोक गर्छु नि भने
to stop Team Spirit from even pushing off lane because even the long lane is under the Dragon's control. Mid lane gets taken down.
म स्मोक गर्दिन साथी म भेप नि खान्न के खान्न केटा हो म जिम जान्छु कस्तो स्मोक चाहिँ किन गर्नु म
2 or 3 tax brackets above Vamos.
Vamos चाहिँ मलेसियाबाट हो केटा मलेसिया माथिको टरेट फुट्छ होला कमेन्ट गर्छ होला टिम स्पिरिटले के खेलेको यार टिम स्पिरिटले अति क्रेजी खेलिरहेको छ सेपाटले लक गयो मार्छ नि त सक्यो गेम कस्तो बटे हान्यो यार भामसलाई त Vamos. Defend gara.
They refuse to give anyone over. They're backing out for the mere fact that there's
Masarapp
no way
to
take their time here. Bottom lane does have that chubby wave, taking care of that tier 1. And I think Team Spirit will continue to play Hunger Games. This is where they continue to just deny everything away from their opponents as they push mid lane inhibitor.
Oh, another pick by Kid Bomba. Nice golden hour. Vamos trying to output some damage. A nice Detnos welcome. Brings it back.
Fuck you, you give the one side here. Not to go damage, you know. Arrow ne to. Arrow ne.
And Air 404 able to pick it up, but Sunset Lover still stands until he finally drops.
Mine ka hai
It's Clockcon left over.
You arrow le kasto plot hन्छ
A Pyrrhic victory.
तर ठिकै छ टिम स्पिरिट राम्रो हो दुईटा इनिङ पाइसक्यो टिम स्पिरिटले
All these corpses lay about. And they were moments away from losing, but again, did they die? No, they didn't. They're still in it. Game 2. The base still stands.
And with the game being just past the 12-minute mark, about 30 seconds for the Lord. Team Spirit though.
Do you
think that was an oversight? Do you think they should have tried to end it there? Do you think it, you know?
All right, if you're gonna ask me, I'd say the smarter move would have just been to back off, wait for it. But this is a Team Spirit we know and love. If they can see an end, then they will try to find that end. Truth be told, if they stay there 2 more seconds, 3 hits on the base, it would have been over. So I don't blame them for finding and trying to end it right then and there, but still, who's to say that this isn't over just yet? They're up by about 5,500 gold. Vamos looking to go.
Oi, nine. Tanna, pilot, Marcel Carter. Oi, inali inil गर्न खोजिरहेछ भामसले. नाइ, कोइ. के गर्दै इको मरिको मरे. इको मरे. Oi, इको मरे यार. नाइस यार भामस. त फेरि जुत्न खोजिरहेछ यिनीहरु. ओइ किट बमबाले हेर न.
Down about 70% health amongst all members.
Sunset Lover?
Asawa looks for an angle in as well around the backside. Able to get the knock up. The rest of the team.
Lane pressure छ ओए आमा कसरी मारेछ यार यिनीहरुले जीजे मरे सबै मरे जीजे यार टीम स्पिरिट मार्क्स प्लान बिना नै हान्दै यार किल बम्बाले ल्याङ नै हान्दै यार ओए यो जाउरेको के हो इदारा मरे बाचे यार सन्जय लभर नि मेना कान्दै जीजे यार गडा
The Dragons of the North are at match point.
टीम स्पिरिट फर्म में छ है नकआउट स्टेजमा क्रेजी होला टीम स्पिरिटले इजी है कि टीम स्पिरिटलाई भामस भएछ
It's now up to Team Vamos to figure out how to rope it up their way out of this 0-2 slump.
And that's a long road ahead. It's a best of 5 for Team Vamos to do this. We're talking 3 games in a row. And the way they've
Vamos Onic भन्छ अर्को बेला याइकोले डिस्कमा बोलाउन आयो हुन्छ म सोच्छु नि याइकोले आउँछ भने बोलाउँछु मासराले लोकल म केटा ड्रिंक पनि गर्दिन हो तिमीहरुलाई झुट बोले जस्तो लाग्छ हैन तर म ड्रिंक पनि गर्दिन हो ड्रिंक मेबी कहिले काहीँ 3-6 महिनामा एकचोटी 12 महिनामा दुईचोटी त्यति हो
bites them in the backhand, you know, it just completely reverses onto them. And it's the same exact story as game number 1.
तर वन साइड नै हान्दा दुईटा गेम नै
Looking at the math, 3 out of 5.
अब एक म्याच भामा दिनु पर्ने हुन्छ टिम क्लीन स्वीप हो कि क्या हो यार व्हाट द फक कस्तो क्रेजी खेलेको यार टिम स्पिरिटले तर मासरा यार यो नकआउट स्टेज मजै आएन वन साइड मात्र भयो हेर न वन साइड भने त राम्रो टिम चाहिन्छ के नकआउट स्टेजमा यार एसआरजी र उनी छैन टिएलपीएस त्यही भएर बोरिङ भयो क्या नकआउट स्टेज
ran a perfect run in the group stage because they gotta get back in that position to try and claw their way out and maybe hopefully get a reverse sweep. Let's throw back to our panel with Rain Day.
Thanks, guys. I mean, you gotta respond. You gotta fix the hair as well, Mirko. Of course, they're coming to you on the jib, man.
ड्रिंक नगरी कसरी बाँच्छ क्या ड्रिंक नगरी एकचोटि ब्रेक हुन्छ नि सब खान्छ मासुराले
Despite how
breakup love परेको breakup हुन्छ त केटा
unexpected. We have seen upset after upset, but guys, Rinmar, Mirko, Rene back on the desk. It's really hard to think that Team Spirit is going to let this one go. eSewa having a great.
So how do you enjoy like enjoy मैले धेरै गरिसकेँ केटा हो अब म लक किन है
getting pushed to the limit by Guangzhou Gaming, having to reverse sweep that team just so that they make it.
साच्चै हो क्या म ड्रिंक गर्दिन हो 6 महिनामा एकचोटि भने त
absolutely shocked about what kind of team they're up against now.
Absolutely, man. There's so many moments in that game where I just had my hand on my head, and that's why I gotta fix it.
बम्बाको मम हो बम्बाको मम हेरेको नि बम्बाको मम ट्राभल गरेर आरेछ
For some reason, again, could be the family buff here. Just
the family buff है बम्बा
but my goodness, 2 times now, right? In game 1 with Esmeralda, game 2 with the Uranus. He gets away from a 4-man gang. This time chomped down and Nolan comes around as well and he baited the entire team. And that, I think, was the big push to the snowball for Spirit.
There's actually so much, it feels like so much prio in game.
Masarapp किटमा जन्मिने कति केजी
Not in draft.
प्लीज यार यस्तो कमेन्ट नगर यार प्लीज यार
Everybody else to figure something out. Esmeralda was open, so they took it. Uranus was the 3rd pick for them.
पोल छेउमा लडिरहेछ रे को त्यो लड्ने चाहिँ
Funnily enough, even though Team Vamos did everything they could to diffuse Kid Bomba in their first meetup in the group stage, now it seems like they're overlooking him too much.
Yeah. I feel like, again, for Vamos, they're really taking
केटा मलाई कसले
too fast. And
fuck and fly bro के भन्छ हो के भनेको
I feel like, again,
जे पाइदैन भन
a very good thing for teams who actually have utility jungles in their composition. Error is not
म लोयल हो के केटा लभ मात्रै परेको छैन तर म लभ नपरे नि लोयल छु क्या म लोयल फर माई फ्युचर वाइफ क्या
You were exactly right. And we talk about the little things, which Cold Star mentioned, the coach, earlier when we had an interview with him.
10 मा जिएफ रिभिल 10,000 मा गर्लफ्रेन्ड भए पो रिभिल हान्ने त तिमीहरू गर्लफ्रेन्डै नभएपछि कसरी रिभिल हान्ने हो
It was Hiko taking quantum charge instead of lethal ignition as well. Massive change. It's such a small change.
यहीकोलाई कसरी डिसमा बोलाउँछ र यहीको त XP खेल्छ टिम स्पिडमा
With the lethal ignition, you just expect, all right, insta burst, go in, get out.
Bro,
Here,
please,
he
please,
went in,
bro,
he
please,
backed away.
please,
So many
please,
times it caused so much
Just
confusion
no
for
one
Vamos because they
please,
were like,
yeah.
all
Team
right,
Alec,
we
please
picked up
don't.
the Juice in, the Marcel and the Barats for these longer fights. But Team Spirit are never committing. So it ended up being Vamos having to use those abilities for nothing.
And I feel like that sums up the story of the series so far for Team Spirit. They've been getting crafty with it. They're really pulling out all the stops to make sure that their idea is, we know we're up against a team that wants to go all gas, no brakes.
Yep.
How about we're the ones who set up those little roadblocks, those little checkpoints? Just make them go through the journey a little bit slower. And Spirit, they look comfortable with that because they know that they're outsmarting Vamos in every
Masarapp
game,
don't
every
love
big rotation around the
don't
map.
love and
When you're from Los
cry
Angeles, where I live,
just
you know of a couple
fly and
Canadians,
fuck वाला हो
PCH,
कसले
depending
भने
on
यार यो प्लिज
the
यस्तो
twists and
नभन
turns. You
यार
can't go full speed. You have to know the difference. And sometimes the benefit is when you know the area versus you don't, you're comfortable in that. And it feels like Vamos, and this is just my thought, look a little uncomfortable in this stop and start.
Exactly. Yeah, they're used to just going all out. They're not used to having to recalibrate a little bit of how they're going to be fighting. And then it goes back again to what their performance was like in MPLMY Season 17 in their grand finals, where it felt like they were just up against an SRG that once they realized, hey, we're up against a team that really want to take it into the fights heavily, let's try to outsmart them. We'll try to find those little weird angles. And it hurts for Vamos because they acknowledge that this is what they went through in the grand finals, and now they're up against it again, and they still can't deal with it.
Absolutely. And again, it comes down to, again, for Vamos, their strength is also their biggest weakness, right? Their biggest strength is their biggest weakness. They're very decisive. They're a bit too decisive, right? When they want to go in, everybody does. But when teams get the hold of that, when they download that gameplay and then find ways to counter it by, again, forcing these longer team fights, going back and forth, forcing out those abilities, it puts Vamos in such an awkward spot that we thought they would be able to capitalize on with this meta. But again, with the drafts, they've really kind of relied too much on that decisiveness. They've leaned too much on their own strength and forgetting about how it could be a weakness that could be exploited as well by their opponents.
Team Spirit take the second game in this series. Rimar, let us know how.
All right, so one play I feel like encapsulated a lot of what happened in the early to mid game and why Team Spirit just ran away with it. This looks so good, right? Oh wow, they get one. That's the Mathildas. That's the Roamer. That's perfect, guys. We're setting up for the turtle. Zoom out. You get the Eudora. That's just right there. Sunset Lover is rubbing his hands together, feasting. Oh, I see 3 members of Vamos all together. And look what happens once they start the play, once they decide to go for it.
Long time no see Masarapp die.
3-man stun right away, which will set
Die
up
po,
for
lol,
Again,
lol.
this is first turtle. There's no golden hour just yet. For
Die
Vamos,
भन्ने होइन केटा
but
मलाई
they're
नजिक
fighting
भयो
as if they already have the golden hour. And Kid Bomba coming in from the wings. It's now his turn to rub his hands together and start to feast as it becomes the story of the realization that we may have just overcommitted way too early. We don't get a full vision yet onto where Czar Egoist is. Yes, we took out the Roamer, but this is early game. This is where you don't have the damage and items just yet to really master a hero. You took down the Roamer, but the true frontliner is here. Error 404 has to drag out this fight. Vamos has to drag out this fight in the hopes that they'll at least get a turtle out of it, because I feel like this is where they now realize we're probably gonna get punished and lose all the bodies here.
म ड्रिङ्क गर्दैन भने कसले भनेको थियो ड्रिङ्क गर्नु पर्ने म ड्रिङ्क गर्छु गाइस अब
meaning that he didn't have the dash out.
म ड्रिङ्क गर्छु है अब
Kid Bomba got a kill, and again another brilliant stun by
दाइ
Sunset
भन्छ
Lover
यार
to
मलाई
finish it
अब
off. That is what started the big snowball already for Team Spirit, because we already saw the highlights of those replays as well. Turtle number 2, once they had the golden hour, he was right on the money. He saw the Rome Marcel, he saw Zekif, and he decided, wait, I'm up a Quito. I'm actually a really busted hero. Let me full combo this Marcel. He took the Marcel out, even with shields.
Man.
A reminder, again, how brutal a Paquito with the gold lane is.
Yeah, and that's why I gotta go back to the drafts again and think, all right, it's just so strange for Vamos to see that kind of composition and go, all right, I want to go ban for ban. I want to go
Justice for
fight fire with fire.
Masarapp.
When
त्यही यार justice
again in the
आयो
group
मलाई.
stage, they didn't do that. They went for these team fights. Yes, if it worked out in the early game, that's going to be good. But they would always leave Natco on heroes like even the Moskov, something that could just give them insurance for the late game, say if plan A doesn't work out.
Yeah.
It really seems like here, again, they are doubling down on their main strength, but not accounting for their weakness by picking up the Brody all in on early game.
I think that is a very strange thing that needs to be adjusted. 2 Brodies in a row. Again, it looks bad if it loses twice.
Yes.
It looks good if you tie it up.
Mini
right?
Masarapp
there they
bargains
took the
are-
risk. Now we probably
Mini
need to see something
Masarappले
different.
नाम
And
चेन्ज
that's the
गरिसक्यो
thing, right?
guys.
When you pick up Brody, again, game number 1, it was should have already given them the idea of, okay, what we need to do if we lose out the first neutral objectives. We play around the
Guys,
Brody.
म
We
गर्न
go
सक्दिनँ
and
अब.
take these turrets, we let the Brody play around us, and therefore we get a 5v5 with the Brody already ahead.
Yeah.
They didn't do that in game 1. We thought that was a mistake that they could have fixed. Game 2, they did it again.
Mm. म के गर्ने म के गर्ने म के गर्नु what the heck. मलाई कोही पनि दाइ नभने हाल्दैन. मलाई दाइ भोटेको रिस उठ्छ क्या अब. दाइ भाउजूको रिप्लाई दिनु रे को भाउजू को भाउजू मा भाउजूले मासरापले कानाको साथी पो लग्यो कि क्या अरे. ए के लग्यो भन्नु के तिमीहरू के कुरो चाहिँ पहिले भन्छ यार. म एकछिन प्रोसेस गर्दैछु क्या त्यो डाइभोर्ट. मलाई आजदेखि कोही दाइ नभने तिमीहरू. मलाई डाइभोर्टदेखि रिस उठ्छ क्या अब. माया छ म याद छु अनि फोनमा त अर्कै छ अनि अफ गर्छ. म यो युट्युबको कमेन्टको च्याट पढिरहेको केटा हो. कमेन्टको च्याट पढेर हो गाइस. म कस च्याट पढेको छैन कमेन्टको च्याट पढ्दा. मासरा दाइको लिङ्क चाहिँ दामी थियो अरे. तर दुइटा एमएम लिएर खेलिदिने. अब यस्तै हो केटाहरूको एमएम पनि बुझ्छ नि त. अँ, अँ. ए म केही भन्न सक्दिनँ म स्ट्रिममा केही भन्न म केही भन्न सक्दिनँ. म चुपचाप बस्छु यार. म चुपचाप बस्छु बरु. गेम कहिले स्टार्ट हुन्छ. गेम कहिले स्टार्ट हुन्छ. केटा हो रक्सी लिएर आऊ केटा. ओ माई गड लास्ट धेरै भयो यार. अब चाहिँ धेरै नै भयो. अब चाहिँ धेरै नै भयो. अब चाहिँ धेरै अब चाहिँ धेरै नै भयो. अब चाहिँ धेरै भयो. Game साह्रो भयो भयो गेम साह्रो अब केटा हो गाह्रो भएर स्क्रिप्टेड म दाइ भन्यो भने किन भन्छ है कस्तो अब कुराहरू सोच केही छैन सरी सबैलाई सबैलाई म गेम हेर्थेँ अब भयो तेरो भयो ओ माई गड ठिक छ आज म राति अनलाइन आउँदिनँ केटा
In the first week before MSC, and they revealed it all the way from the start. After that, it really just felt like they stuck through that, but they didn't really evolve. I think it's the same for Pro, it's the same for my goats, you know?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we saw you crying earlier.
exactly.
We saw that.
Spirit, they improved, they adapted through those losses, man.
Yeah. Because again, they had to rediscover themselves. They had to ask themselves,
You're right.
how do we actually play MLPP
खानाको
again?
बियर
How
त
do we
महँगो थियो
team fight?
भनेर
How do we
खै
handle
होला
the macro?
थाहा भएन गाइज मलाई
And that's a bold prediction.
Bro, this
हुनसक्छ
guy
He
had
wrote,
it
he
from
wrote that
game-
after
before
they won
game
game
one.
2. Yeah,
No, no,
I'm kidding.
He got it. He got it all the way from the start.
अझै मलाई रिस उठ्दा बेला नेट पनि यस्तो चल्दा चाहिँ फेरि हो त किन घुमिरहेछ हौ मेरो प्लिज
I mean,
He
it's
just
looking
wrote
like it
प्लिज ब्रो
looks like they know that, hey, we still have a chance into this. You know, it's all about the mental now. While Team Spirit, knowing Team Spirit, they don't want a first round exit at the knockouts again. They're gonna want to go to the second phase. They want a chance to either get revenge against Onic and what they done to them last year, or get a chance to
Ban
face off
die
against a
word
team
from
that they're
Masarapp chat as
always
soon as
facing
possible.
off against when it comes to
My
scrims,
next
when it
stream
comes to
देखि die
improving
word
in the
पुरै ban
region.
हालिदिन्छ
In
केटा
Aurora, I know they're gonna be going for the throat. I think you throw out the calculated decisions here. You play decisive.
I think right now, Spirit, they're also just thinking about winning the whole thing. If they get past this stage, top 4, I think it's anybody's game. Anybody can win this tournament. I think especially after the favorites all got knocked out, the S-tier teams, what is even an S-tier team at this point? We have teams and that's it. We have contenders and that's it.
And right now the lights are so bright that any little thing, we've mentioned it, could be the difference. And so the drafts, all the way from the bans to the final pick, are going to determine if this is our final game of this series and if we will see an eSewa representative in the semifinals of MSC. To start us off, Freya, Valentino, Paquito, Rods, and Belric taken away. One more ban before we get our first pick, gentlemen.
Ooh,
Same as game 1.
Yeah, Spirit need to watch out though. Because the Belric is not going to be available for them if they give the Atlas. So it's going to be a
guys,
different pick here. I mean, the Fever can still dig deep.
यस्तो नअड्किन हौ यो मलाई म नेटको मान्छेलाई गाली गर्छु म यस्तो अड्किरहेको
If they want tempo breakers, they get Badang. That
किन
goes
यस्तो
against
अड्केको हुन्छ
the Vamos playstyle
Whoa,
so
they
hard.
ban Hirara. Whoa, they let go of the Fanny. So if you go Atlas, Spirit want to go for the Fanny and possibly the Cho to beat the Atlas.
And that could be
उही आयो फार्मसको फ्यान आयो बल्ल आयो फ्यान
making the Atlas Cho less of a valuable pick. They could still go it.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's going to be very difficult to lock down that Fanny.
Yeah, it's going to be the Atlas. I think the Eudora should come through as well. Then they're going to go
with
for
you.
the Red 3 Moscow, and I think they have a
Atlas
crazy
became
composition
Moscow.
to deal with the Fanny already.
It'll be very demanding for Error 404, and that means Vamos would have to build around it incredibly well. You still have heroes such as the Esmeralda, Uranus up on board if ever they want a
loyal
presence
to
to
म
potentially
loyal
get the
guys
objective
future
first,
girlfriend को
to
लागि
get vision, and that would require a lot of resources by Spirit to take them down. You need a really tanky front. They rushed the Melissa.
I think you pick up Eudora here. I think there was not enough value on this mid. I think they felt the presence of that stun. And I think it's smart to take that away. And to play devil's advocate on Vamos, guys, I know we're reacting to this, but that Atlas did not work. That Atlas did not work for Vamos. And I think they are okay not trying to play around a Fatal Links anymore because Team Spirit already showed that they struggled it. So for me, I think Vamos are feeling okay. And now they take the Esmeralda.
Right now, it's going to be confusing for Vamos, and that's why they don't go for the Eudora, right? Because there's an Atlas on the other side. Eudora, notoriously horrible against the Atlas. The Melissa pick is so good against the Fanny. They pick it up early, and it's going to be good against the Harriet too.
Yeah.
So right now what Spirit need to do is, it's either they get set up for Bomba or they have a crazy pick for later, right? They save it and they just pick up a jungler now. Because the thing is, oh my god, is it too crazy to say that they can go for Baksha?
The jungle?
I was gonna say Baksha for the Esme and the Harith, but instead they go for the Harley, trying to capitalize on that Melissa winning lane.
Marcel's still available, guys, again, if they want to try to go back to it outside of Vamos.
Yeah. With the Valentina gun, yeah, they
अब
might be
के
able
भन्नु
to
क्या लाइभमा के
run
भन्नु
it
यार
back
म
this
what the
time around.
fuck.
But the Marcel with the Harith, it has never been a great combo. Marcel against a Harith, yes, but teams haven't really been able to crack the code of how do you layer their skills
I don't know,
together
guys,
so that
के
you
भन्नु
don't
यार
waste the
मलाई थाहा
Zalman
छैन.
force of the Harith.
Fair enough.
So if you're Spirit now, you ban out the Cho, that's one.
Yes.
Vamos, what do they ban in the XP or mid? That's the question. What if Dora?
I'm thinking if it's crazy enough for Spirit, even though they're gonna be slower in the EXP lane, a glue would mess up the lineup.
If I was Vamos, would still respect the Farsa. I know the Farsa isn't that good against Stefani, but you have a Melissa right there with a go-away, could plant it down in these front to backs, and then the Harrod's gonna struggle, but instead ban out the Eudora. That could still come through. It's gonna be very, very good to deal with the Fanny on top of everything they already have.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday against Team Vitality. I think Farsa definitely warranted. I'll ban it alongside the Eudora, and then whatever mid laner that Sunset Lover's going to end up with, it might be another thing that you can expect, which is the last time we saw Melissa with a Vexana for Vitality in the group stage against Falcons. That worked out well. They might be able to play into that.
He's already played it before. In game 1, she came out. We also have the Valentina banned, so you can't see that. Zhu Xin still available, which we have seen Vamos try to rely on. It hasn't had the same impact. However, you might be able to argue that that's because of the other heroes.
Red flag.
Be feeling a little more comfortable here.
म पोर्चुगलबाट सपोर्ट गर्छु त्यही रेड फ्ल्याग.
Expecting that it might go into the roam role. I think Team Spirit are trying to signal to Vamos, like, we know what options are left for you. We know that the Badang might look good.
Is Spirit setting up for a Phoveus pick? Is that why they banned the glue?
That's a possibility too.
Against
Yeah,
the Harris
still
against the
around.
Fanny.
Yeah.
It is
Oh,
still
my
around.
red
It
flag
hasn't
चाहिँ
been,
कसरी भयो?
picked
My
up
red
at all
flag
in the
चाहिँ
knockout
कसरी भयो?
stages. Last time Spirit
Jeez.
did pick it up.
एउटा
That was
reason
when they
चाहियो
lost.
मलाई
It
red
was
flag
Zeke
भन्न
who held
मिल्दैन
them down
यतिमा.
with the high lows. But this time, if Spirit just hide it all the way to last pick, it could just be great.
Yeah, might have been overlooked. Yeah, they banned the Vexana as
So they should be
expected.
Farsa. And then if they go Farsa, I think it's confirmed Phoveus to peel in the back with the Melissa.
Yeah, but Vamos will have a gacha option for them in the roam. At least they'll have a little bit of a revitalize.
Whoa! This is
Selena.
not the first time Sunset Lovers picked up the Selena in a while. Like, when was the last
Reject
time you
is
saw
के
Sunset
भन्दै
and
थियो यो
Selena?
मान्छे. Oh my
Might have been
god.
last year, yeah, not in
Please,
this tournament,
केटाहरू
no,
चाहिँ
last
पाइदै
year, maybe
भन्दैछ,
even earlier
यो
this
पाइदै
year in the
भन्दैछ.
world stage, but no,
पाइदै
this is a
भन्दैछ.
rarity.
Wow.
Team Spirit, they're proving my theory that they're just going to go in for the throat. They don't want any calculations. They just want to go tempo, tempo, tempo,
म
aggro.
comment
So with
पढ्दिनँ
that, I think you
भयो.
scratch the Phoveus, right? Now it's Alice, I think, that they
Yes.
might be going for.
Alice would be
भयो guys,
fantastic.
भयो भयो म
Not
comment
a lot of
पढ्दिनँ. यस्तो
answers
के
for early
यस्तो के
on.
fake
That
fake
would
भनेर
force
चाहिँ fake
Vamos, if
fake.
ever, once the Harith is already ready for Turtle 2, Turtle 3 to come out, putting it in the danger zone of Team Spirit being able to take it down during a team fight. Meanwhile, Vamos will be
मैले
able to
केही
lose
रिजन
it.
गरेर
Now the
केटा.
Kacha does get picked up, and then they go for the Lilia just for some semblance of poke and control in the center.
A lot of bursts from Lilia. Might be able to get a pick early. We know they like to fight early. Vamos going to be okay with that, but just setting themselves up to be able to match the mid pressure that Eudora had brought or the Rome had brought on the side of Team Spirit. So now the final pick.
What beats Esmeralda in lane? Oh, they go Ruby instead.
How
A
we
little
feel
bit more
about it?
lock, and I mean, it's a very good way to deal with the Fanny and the Harith. And you don't lose against the Esmeralda, it's just a dead lane.
Yep, great pickup here. Early fights, yeah, we look at Turtle 1 and Turtle 2 again and how these two teams handle it. Whoever wins those with extra kills will win the game.
It's going to be hard to get a pick on that Fanny, but Error 404 came in as maybe the star so far at MSC in the jungle role. Can he find a way to take on this jungle matchup and win against our Egoist, who has been dominant so far? Team Vamos, one more chance. And for Team Spirit,
Please,
they're in the
bye.
semifinal. If they win win
Boy,
this
boy,
game.
terrible,
There's
terrible.
one more opportunity
Terrible,
to change history. Let's see who takes it.
Terrible, guys. I'm doing live.
Victory will be earned through
The
blood, and I
retake
could
will
not
be
agree more with
by
our
the
panel.
guys, not
Thanks,
true,
Rene,
not true.
Renmar, and Mirko. It's Trex and Leo taking you through game number 3 in this best of 5. They mentioned that whoever gets more
They keep-
kills wins, and I don't think there's any other way.
के ban नगरे ban गर्नु
And that is
पर्दैन
exactly how these
guys
past
game
games
start भयो अब
have
गेममा
been
जान्दिन्छौँ
going.
प्लिज boy यार
Team
guys boy
Spirit, we were worried they were going to take it slow, but instead they
Boy,
were
yeah.
willing to hit the gas. They were willing to
boy,
go
stream मा
for
के
the
भइरहेछ?
kills and use that as conversion. Not a slow-paced game, not something where we just play for objectives and never try to take anyone down. They always want to kill first.
Yep, quick recap. It was off of Hiko's Pakiro and Uranus on Kid Bomba. That was just forward facing all the time that led to this match point situation we see Team Spirit in. So now Vamos is trying to close that gap, and I like how they're not pulling any punches. Look at the damage profile and of course the speed that Vamos can go through.
let's go guys चुम्मा ध्यान दिनु अब यार
Mentioned
boy
this,
यार
it's gatotable, and this is when
bye,
you want to
bye.
say it's gatotable. You want to find an easy way to get Hiko, compromise his position, and force an early get
Get
away
some
from
big
him. So
Spanish
at least
song.
they're fixing that now.
के भन्ने यार
Vamos, I
मतलब
feel like this could be the pivot point.
Yeah. For me, the most important thing for Vamos is don't die first. You know, don't be the first one to go for the attack, and that is what they're going for here. If you do, don't mess it up. Don't fall for the Sawo bait that's been happening over these past 3 games. Zakif taking a little bit of damage. Zaur able to get the deadly magic off, but just showing presence, not exactly going for kills.
10 seconds before the turtle spawns lower quarter. Again, one more way you could say that for sure Vamos is trying their darndest to survive in this series is look at the amount of purifies. 3 out of the 5 confirmed that they don't want to get touched by Sawa. They don't want to get compromised by that Ruby. Turtle now on 10.
Ooh, Zakif into the backside. Air 4-4 able to steal the turtle. Kid Baba taking a lot of damage as well. They do get stunned up. Air 4-4 back to the backside. Looking for Kid Baba. Kid Baba still able to survive the sidestep. Air 4-4's got to get out of there. But Vamos will move on to that tier 3 and get some nice gold plating. A little more damage in this purple buff jungle. Zakif taking out first blood over to Sunset Lover.
All right, quick tally of events. Yes, Vamos did yeet that turtle out from underneath Team Spirit. Oh, Clockun! A lot of damage out of Sunset Lover. Black Shoes! He should be fine. Major objective goes over to the Malaysian squad, but Team Spirit, we mentioned the opening seconds of the bout. Whoever gets more kills, and they took down Ziki with very little fight. I think at some point Ziki was like, yep, I'm in too deep.
Data Masarapp by त
Guys,
भन
just make something else on the map for me.
भने त हो बाई
Too
बाई
committed, but I
बाई
still say
राम्ररी
with gold
गरिजानुहोस्
plating that they were able to get on that bottom tier 3
राम्ररी
with the turtle
गरिजानुहोस्
still feels like a good
केटा
direction
भयो
for
अब गेममा
Vamos. This is the
जान्दिनँ
first time in 3
अब
games they
भयो
had a lead in
Bro,
the
last
beginning. Was
offer
that a
like
steal
the one hour.
from Air? Did he get that?
Yep, a small camp. And that should
Wins a
put
win.
him up about maybe close to 1,000 up. So we saw a little bit of the action in the XP lane. Gold lane though, the fact that Hiko was able to like leave a little bit, join a little bit in mid, and then jump over means he should be close to at least where Natko is right now, but it's close that, it's clear that Vamos are on a different tempo now. So at least that decisiveness, that maybe even to a fault, over decisiveness shows that they have a plan. And now they're finally trying to get to it. Deadly Magic's put on the block.
ल गाइस गेममा
Should be
फोकस
fine.
गरौँ है त अब भएन त
I
भएन
think up
सबै
this next turtle, about 20 seconds up, is where we see the 1,000 gold lead broken here by Vamos.
ओइ नाइ भामोस हान्नु भएन यार
Right
Team
in
Spirit
time with the
3-0
blade
हान्नुपर्छ
Heptases. Beautifully done. Air 4-4 getting a kill on the map right before turtle as well.
ल गाइस अब गेममा फोकस गर्छ है केटा अब यति हो फोकस गर्नु
Things to do
प्लिज
for Team
धेरै भयो
Spirit. They
यार
have Sunset Lover, they have the Selena, they have Kid Bomba, given he was down in the bottom lane dealing with Sepat. Sawo couldn't exactly get a confirmed freeze, or I don't think you're gonna waste an ult on a Fanny from underneath tier 1 like that. So I think Vamos have found the perfect speed. This is the Goldilocks spot for them. Not too cold, not too hot, just the right amount of pressure to be able to get to that 1,500, maybe 2,000 gold lead up leading into Turtle 2.
And it all started with the draft, I feel like, them taking that blue side instead up on the top side. Though Air 4-4
Oh my god,
gets
एरो
the
फर्ममा
solo
है
kill on to Zaur.
लास्ट गेम त फ्यान नै खेल्यो यार एरोले
Finally punishing back.
And this is what we're talking about. Vamos have a plan in their head. They have a winning image. And sometimes it doesn't have to involve the major objectives. It sometimes involves just stepping on your opponent's neck and stopping them from moving. Zakif engages, in comes Error!
Error does get knocked up, pulled up by the Fatal Links, but Clawkun still able to get the kill on to Stunset Lover. They're going to move on to this turtle now. Azaur is nowhere to be found. No way for Team Spirit to contest this.
As mentioned, the award-winning film Whiplash, this is to my tempo. This is Vamos just
के भयो अब गेममा ध्यान हो के कति हो के बाहिर
and Team Spirit for the first time in the series are on the back foot. You'll see here, minute one, Trex. Minute one, they've been trying to condition Team Spirit to take those fights underneath tier one, and we saw, I believe, an ult Arasawa to try and punish that dive.
Come on, Team Spirit, Spirit.
So where does Team Spirit go from here? They do seem to be slowing it down a little bit. Unlike when Vamos was losing, where they would kind of over-engage even when they were behind, Team Spirit isn't exactly looking for fights. But
late game third Team Spirit ko early game ta gare parcha
in its grasp right now with that tier 3 down the top side. We're going to be able to start seeing Nako getting involved in these fights. They're going to go for the rotations around the map. It's not just going to be a 3v3. It's going to be a 5v4, something of that nature.
More than involved, I think Natco will start fights. Sometimes even with just a rogue Zaman Force, because that's how ahead Vamos is right now. Just to put it into context, Sepat hasn't been in the bottom lane for maybe 30-45 seconds, and that's enough for Kid Bomba to try and equalize, but look at where the turrets are. Literally. Air 4 can just visit, maybe sneeze on the turret, and it would fall. That would be permanent damage to Team Spirit's potential to farm, because top lane has already fallen, so this is what we were looking for. In the early days of the group stage, this is what the meta demanded. Easy conversions, kill for a
fan लाई रोक्न त छ हैन रुबी ले त लाइने गर्छ fan लाई मेलसा पनि छ काउन्टर त अलि मिड टु लेट गेम भ्याउनु पर्ने हो टिम स्पिडले यो टिम फाइट त भ्याउँदैन ड्यामेज छैन इकोको के हो यो फ्यान ले के खेल्दा रहेले
Hiko continues to get free shots off. Vamos not giving up on this push. Able to take that mid tier 3 down to
Sepat all nice.
Hiko gets the kill on to Sepat.
Nice.
1 for 1.
Oh, error.
Oh, Error walks in to that brush, holding her for Zaur. So close. I believe the window is closed. Trex, Zaur Egoist can no longer threaten a single member of Vamos, not alone. It cannot be off of his back. This is where I think we've seen over the past 2 to 3 months the heyday.
I
hate to say the utility Harley. He has to just either be cleanup or just the gap closer to take these objectives, and then he goes from there. He has to use his space escape to try and push waves, because right now it's all off of Hiko. Hiko might be the only hope for Team Spirit to get a good mid-game berth.
Sawo though going to look for an engage, even with Team Spirit being behind Air 4-4. Able to get the turtle. Jumps onto Hiko. Does have to go away. It might not be the right target. He's going to move off. They're just controlling lanes at this point. Little poke here and there, but nothing too major.
And this is all Team Spirit could do. Make sure that the damage dealt to their side lanes doesn't extend to mid. So they see this big fat wave down bottom. They're standing Kid Bomba. Top lane, it's Zaur who's going to clear that up. And Vamos, all they're doing is
thank you so much for £2 donation Luffy Gaming. W तेरो बाउ मेरो भिडियोलाई सॉर्ट आउट त्यो सॉर्ट आउट टु तेरो बाउ है के यार नाम बताए thank you so much for £2
for the math to side over to Team Spirit.
Sort out to तेरो बाउ
right now. Look, they're just taking it slow. This is a clear sign that a team knows that their damage is on point. Oh my lord, a single swing over puts a third out of Hiko's life down.
A single swipe. Hiko might not even have time to hit the go away if he's not careful. It's getting to a point where we'll have to preemptively do it when these fights start, because if anyone jumps on top of him too quick, he's going down.
All right, fortunately, Hiko has been getting some farm, and that's speaking relatively, because look at how well Vamos is freezing these waves. He's just butt down maybe 500.
Team Spirit tension
Nako able to get the kill on a Kid Bomba. Jumps on his Zaur. Sawo trying to come in and help out. Able to pull one in.
Team fight.
For Nako. Sepat able to get away. The deadly magic brings down to about half health as Team Spirit doesn't really want to force a fight. They just don't want to lose a tower at this point. But Air 4-4 does want to force it. Jumps on a Sunset Lover.
Error
Takes him out.
And Vamos,
Malaysia form मा यार Malaysia को team form मा
nice and easy. Vamos was corralling Sunset Lover. I think they were just cajoling him to say, all right, you could do this, and then says, psych! Throws him underneath the bus. Just like that, the lead has grown to almost 6,000 up. I don't think Team Spirit should even contest. This should be a free Lord, but wait, Sawa, what's he thinking? He doesn't have a Fatal Links.
Sawa doesn't know how to not contest at this point, no. It's just vision. But Team Spirit maybe should be using this to take a tier 3 up top side. Do they really want to go? They don't need to go for a Lord right now. Use Zower to play the map right now.
फ्यानले बताएर मलेसियाको टिमलाई भामसलाई
might not win.
I agree. Use it as if a
फ्यानले रोक्नु रुबी त छ लेट गेममा त गाह्रै पर्छ फ्यानलाई अर्ली मास्टर प्रेसर हो
But it seems like Team Spirit,
Come on,
despite the
Team Spirit.
5,000 gold that Vamos has on top of them, want to keep him honest. So, which I get. Because look at this lineup. Look at Team Spirit's lineup. None of them can clear waves as easily as one might expect. So maybe they don't want to defend out of the base. But also, now that I'm thinking about it, an I'm offended inside the base would be lethal. That could be a turnaround that Team Spirit can play off of. Maybe a singular wipeout, but that's neither here nor there. Maybe if you can just slow it down here, right now, in the Lord Pit, they'd rather take that fight. They take their chances here.
Speaking of I'm offended, can Kid Baba land something now? He does get
Punch
vision on
land,
that
Gato.
side bush.
Gato.
Team Spirit don't want to give it up. Maybe they do. They finally back off. Someone makes the call of, this is not the play, guys. Let's play the map. Let's let them have it. Let's go for the defense.
And guess what?
गयो फ्री लॉट फॉर Vamos को फर्स्ट लॉट होला यार
That's the
यो
thing
त
that Vamos is thinking right now. They have layers upon layers of insurance. Playing the map doesn't force them to use their Purify, which is almost single-handedly the one resource that Team Spirit are struggling to deal with. Because Sunset Lover, I hate to say it, is a non-factor right now. His arrows are landing.
Gato त मोर्दैन नि
Z-Keep comes in.
होछ र
I'm offended lands on his keep. Nako with re-engage.
गाटो बाच्यो यार अझै ओ माय गॉड
And Team Spirit doesn't quite have
इको
enough.
इको नाटको मर्यो
Look at the damage.
उई 1HP नाटको
Still gets away. One more
उई
shot.
1HP नाइ
Survives.
नाइस डिफेन्ड गर्नुभयो टिम
Can't
स्पिरिटले
luck out in this game.
Oh! But he still goes down. What was that? He walked into a trap.
Is that what happened?
It must have
What
been
the
the
fuck? Trap
only
le
possible explanation. So Sunset Lover says, Leo, who's not a threat now, but that's
Trap
not
le
what
मर्यो
we were referring to. Purify's getting popped. What? The damage on
कुन
Sunset
एमएससी मारे
Lover,
बीबीसी
we
नाम राखेर गएको
underestimated.
त्यो एमएससी हैन
The
एम सिरिज
possibility
हो
of a late game Selena turning things around like that.
एम सिरिज एम5 को वाइल्ड कार्ड हो
Less
The
than,
damage will
less than. It was like 4 or 5% with a shield.
A trap. I feel like that's fair game. The trap got the kill.
Oh, where was it? Somewhere around here.
Had to be in mid-brush. Yeah, mid-river brush, something like that.
Okay, so that does keep the Lord push very manageable.
Yeah, they
and
still
it
have their
keeps
tier 2.
the inhibitors standing, yeah, tier 2 in mid. But that doesn't stop Vamos from staying up. And look, you got to respect Aero 404's diligence. This is him saying, we're not so sure just yet, so let me build RGM. We respect that, Selena. I'm offended. Kid Bomba throws his shot out.
इक्वली हान्न त हान्दै छ गाइस यो गेम हान्न त हानिरहेको छैन अझै त्यसको आइटम आइस हान्छ सेपात मर्यो सेपात मर्यो फर्स्ट किल आएन ओइ फर्स्ट किलले बचायो सेपात Bro, what the fuck, के हो गयो यो मेरो वाइफाई
Kid Bomba forced to use a flicker just to get away. Vamos hanging on by a thread in every fight.
XP laners, the vanguards of their squads, this close to death. Oh, this Aero 404 just wanted to commit Grand Theft Orange, so they're continuing to choke out Team Spirit, playing for this Lord, spawning in about a minute lower quarter. Looking at the items, wow, it was just 2 items. Trex, it was literally just a book and a glowing wand.
No, मेरो नेट के हो गया मलाई यसै रिस उठिरहेछ म नेटलाई थर्काइदिन्छु बस
Zero defense.
म नेटलाई थर्काइदिन्छु नेटको मान्छेलाई
Looking at the gold lane again, just about 500 gold between Hiko and Natko, and Hiko hasn't died yet.
गर्मी
So
भयो
as long as Team Spirit can keep their inhibitors healthy, can at least venture out of their base, maybe what?
मेरो 5G वाइफाई हो के केटा हो कस्तो वाइफाई को लागि मैले स्ट्रिम को लागि भनेर वाइफाई चेन्ज गरेको क्या अझै 5G हालेको क्या राम्रो नै त्यही पनि बेला बेला यस्तो वर्क गर्दैन रहेछ के भन्नु सबै वाइफाई त्यस्तै नेपालको
2-minute counter.
It's going to be hard. Team Spirit could honestly just play defense here.
That's what I'm saying.
They could let the Lord come at them.
Whoa.
They should be able to shred.
Pressure
Sabo
thinking.
doesn't want to
Oi,
play. defense.
gato close, gato
Keep
close.
getting pushed away into the
Oh, त्यो
backside,
Kid
though.
Bomba.
Air
Nai,
four
Kid
four.
Bomba सुरुमा
Putting
second
some
skill
nice
हान्न
damage down onto Zour.
second.
Kid Bomba.
Pani
as
पकाउन
well.
सक्छ Kid Bomba ले
Team
सक्छ
Spirit,
क्या
like I
Kid
said,
Bomba
they
ले
could
पकाउन
play
pani.
defense. They probably won't lose off of one more Lord push, and then you're in mid to late
त्यो
game.
गोली र चाहिँ
Massive push up top. So this dance
गोली टिम
has
फार्मसमा
been
5
beneficial.
त्यही पनि टिम
The
स्पिडले
Team
राम्रो
Spirit
खेलेको छ यार.
Still cannot deny the mechanical and momentum.
सेपानलाई कमी डान. लर्ड कमी डान्यो, लर्ड कमी डान्यो.
Saved by the Lord, saved by the
ओइ
Bill.
Kid Bomba ले पायो लर्ड.
Takes the Lord.
जाउरे मरे
Steals the keep in the backside.
इको ले बचाऊ
Moves on to Hiko.
Sao नि मरे साउ. ओइ साउ बाच्यो क्या? ओइ साउ बाच्यो what the
Team Spirit back to base. They have a Lord.
Nice यार टिम
And now
स्पिड.
they have an advance.
दुई जना मार्यो. त्यही पनि ठिकै छ टिम स्पिडलाई राम्रो ट्रेड हो. फार्म लेट जति लेट पुग्यो त्यति राम्रो टिम स्पिडलाई.
It's not a lineup that can defend inside the base. Wave clear isn't a commodity they can go off of, but look at the trade. Look at how well Kid Bomba just dug underneath. That Zaragus was too far off. So that was a Hail Mary play.
And it pays off at this point.
केटा सबैजना मेक स्योर टु लाइक द स्ट्रिम 200 लाइक पुग्यो हैन 300 लाइक पुगाइदिनु गाइस आज 500 लाइक पुगाइदिनु गाइस लेट्स गो 500 लाइक पुगाइदिनु 300 मोर लाइक
We're getting to 5-item territory at this point. It's going to be another what? 2 minutes.
मोडरेटरहरु लाइक खानु भनिराखो केटा लाइक खान सब्स्क्राइब गर्न भनिराखो 4500 सब्स्क्राइबर नि पुगाइदिनु आज 50 मोर सब्स्क्राइबर
This last one, I didn't expect for them to steal it.
Maza
I was expecting
Tharap,
to, just
ये
draw
भन्छ
it out.
लुपी चाहिँ.
But the fact that they stole it made this
guys
cannon
let's go like and
moment in
subscribe
this
and
game a
सबजना
little more possible. And here we are now. They're threatening the push in mid. Massive
Wait,
AOG.
एकछिन
Does get the knock up on
सेपा कस्तो 1-1 एचपी बाजिरहेको छ यार यो सेपा जहिले तर ठिकै छ टिम स्पिडको लेट गेम राम्रो छ टिम स्पिडले हान्छ होला यार 3-0 नै हान्छ होला टिम स्पिडले
But his health was too low before that fight started. Team Spirit continue to make him a target.
I'd say it's worth it, the fact that they were able to protect their tier 1, because that's another point that Team Spirit has to put pressure on. It did not come for free, yes, but he didn't die. Couple of battle spells, yes, key battle spells, but the fact that mid lane tier 1 is still standing makes this Lord all the more harder for Team Spirit to contest for. They will contest, yes, but it's not as ideal, not as viable for them to convert elsewhere. So Vamos still has more tricks up their sleeve. You can see that Air 404, 17, 80 minutes in, is still dodging.
एकछिन हिगोको फ्लिकर गयो
Able to get the knock up on a Kid Bomba.
ओइ पकड्यो सावले तर पिर फारे नाटको मरे नाइस ओए लेट्स गो यार टिम स्पिड ओइ चौरे नाइस पैनी
Sawo is low. Arrow 404.
नाइस किड बम्बा सावरी को गयो
It's not the optimal strategy.
इको सबैजना सँगै बस्नुपर्छ ए रिप्ले नदेखान त्यो देखान के भइराछ त्यहाँ पैनी
Here now we're seeing how perfectly
nice यार गुड ट्रेड यार टिम स्पिडले राम्रो ट्रेड हो
Fatal links into all of them linked up to Muddles and Hiko Mania starting off about 17 and a half minutes in. Arrow 405 I think is the linchpin of this lineup. The fact that he's taking care of the map, the fact that he picked off Sarigos when they needed to, means this Lord wasn't as free for the Dragons.
Do they try to burst it down here? It's a few seconds for Zour.
1-3-3 KD अरे कसको 1-3-3 छ
Gonna look for position. They do take the purple buff.
1-3-3 ए जाउरेको
Did he take purple? No, it's still there.
हार्डली हल्का कुक हान्दिरहेको छ
Maybe.
खाने
That's what I'm wondering if he just let no.
No. Well, I think the fact that, all right, vision-wise, Team Spirit has it in spades. They can just leave traps around. Sawa can flush him through. So I think that's what Air 404 was afraid of. He wasn't sure where the members of Team Spirit were. But now, Spirit, they start up a dance.
Hiko is becoming a problem at this point. There is no
Hiko ले
answer
ल्याङ
to this
गर्छ
man.
लेटीमा
Once the
हिको
go
ल्याङ
comes
छ
out,
यार
he can just unload. Even Sapat is getting shredded down. We saw it in the last big Lord fight.
एकराउ कमेन्ट डिलिट नहान न गाइस
Gained by Team Spirit. Vamos now.
फेरि कमेन्ट गर्नु न जबसम्म मुख छाडे छैन कमेन्ट डिलिट नगर्दा हुन्छ
Lord, at a third of its health, gets soft reset.
कमेन्ट डिसरेस्पेक्ट गरेछ भने अरूलाई कमेन्ट डिलिट नगर्दा हुन्छ
Against Zekif. Zarigu is clearing that wave up top again. Due diligence. Long lane is in the Team Spirit's advantage. That's impressive. How they're able to do this dance this well.
I think Truncheon comes down for Falkman. In these grouped up fights, it could make the difference. Ooh, as Hiko continues to play Zour.
के हुन्छ जरीले अल्टाने क्लकुन है क्लकुन कट निस्किन्छ अब क्लक
will
हुँदो त
survive with the
आधी
black
आधी क्लक
shoes.
हुन्
Arrow comes out, but that is one big utility down on the side of Vamos.
Another soft reset for the Lord. Ult spent on either
ओ
side.
तू पकड्नै नसक्यो यार किड बमबाले फ्यानलाई
Already, so he can use his body as a shield.
रुबीले काउन्टर हान्छ कि फ्यानलाई सेकेन्ड स्केलले पकड्छ कि फ्यानलाई हावामै
Consistently pressuring this Lord means Vamos can't take the risk of playing the long lane. They can't play the map right now.
पञ्च लाने काटुकले
Reset step out in the
ओ
backside.
पकड्यो ओ साउले पकड्यो हेर्नुलाई
Sawa will pay the price for that.
जाउरे जाउरेले रिट्री हाने तर जाउरे मर्यो इकोले भन्छ इकोले भन्छ इको 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 ओ इकोले अति हाने यार इको द गोट आइटम ट्र्याक गरि म पनि इकोले मरे काटक नि मरे ओ गाटक मर्नै मान्छ गाटक टिमले लास्ट राउन्ड ट्रेड हार्यो लास्ट लड्नु पायो बर्डबाट पनि पुस गर्ने चाहिँ इकोको मानेछ नि तर लेट्स गो टिम स्प्रिट
Underneath the Lord at point blank range. Lifesteal his way to bullying 2 to 3 members of Vamos out. Kid Bomba now forcing a black shoes out of Klokun.
Kid Bomba doesn't have the ammo fended anymore, so they should be safe, but he's never gonna give it up. Sepat there as well. Lord slowly marching down top side. This is the only advantage that Vamos has right now.
Lord is going to be evolved.
GG
So
combat.
as soon as this
Oi,
makes
error,
it,
error,
the
error.
fights happen,
Error लगाएर चाहिँ अब तर ब्लू लक जाएर
Spirit is
एररले
going to call in the shots. That's a Spirit Lord.
And at this point too, Vamos, they have their tier 2, so that's at least one advantage in this push. in
टिम
this
3 ले
defense,
जितले
I would
3-0
say.
केटा अब हामसलाई
They can still
अब
play
अति टन्ट
inevitable.
हान्छ किड बमबाले
Big wave in the mid side. Air 4
Kid Bombay आउँछ ल इन्टरभ्यु दिन
push on the Lord. He's able to kind of play the map a bit, but Team Spirit doesn't care about the other lanes. They want to Hail Mary it down this top side.
Okay, a lot is on Klokun right now. He's going to need his Purify in 20 seconds.
ओए जाउरे
Sorry, goes put down a third of his health.
They got him offended from Kid Bomba though. On a
ओ
multiple
साउ मर्यो नाटको मरे सकेला गेम सके
forced to wing away.
Game
Zakif will drop next. Immortality does pop. He doesn't have the AOG. He's not able to get away with it at
सके
least.
जीजी टिम 3-0 बडा कमब्याक है टिम 3 बाट इकोले बचायो इको र साउले बचायो गेम त इको 3-0 केटा मलेसिया बाइ बाइ ओए किड बमबाको मम्मी हेर त ओए अति खुसी हो ए बाइ बाइ भन्छ केटा बाइ बाइ ए मलेसिया आउट भयो केटा हो
It seems like knockouts are the Dragon's Nest. 3-0, taking Vamos out.
केटा हो प्लिज यार टाइम आउट नगर्नु यार मोडरेटरहरू अनि कमेन्टमा पनि मुक्न थाल्दा तिमीहरू टाइम आउट आउँदैन टाइम आउट नगरे भनेर छु म फेरि कमेन्ट गरिदियो न मुख छाडे छैन भने टाइम आउट गर्नु पर्दैन
It shows that they are still a force to be reckoned with.
This last game in the series, Game 3, the match
जीजी यार केटा हो जीजी
was a testament to how well
फर्ममै छ है ल मलेसिया निस्क्यो केटा हो
they did not
मजा आयो एउटा पावर हाउस निस्क्यो
trifle with what
अब
if they played to the late
इन्डो र
game.
फिलिपिन्सको बालु
Across the 16-17 minute mark,
लेट्स गो टिम स्प्रिट रसियाको टिम है
they knew that
डब्ल्यु यार किड बमबाको पुरै फ्यामिली आछ यार मम्मी र दिदी होला
to guard your flanks. Klokun, we know you can clear waves.
ओए म्या रुई त ओए वाओ माय
Bottom lane,
प्लिज यार प्लिज नरुनु माया लाग्छ
very little
मलाई त
effort. That was a lost
यस्तो
lane.
फ्यामिली सपोर्ट गरेको देख्दाखेरि त यार मनै देखि खुसी लाग्छ यार
They were able to just buy time, even with that one Lord that Kid Bomba steals. Even before that Lord, when they get the kill onto Natco and slow down the push. And
Crazy performance by Team Street bro 3-0 टिम भामोस मलेसियाको सेकेन्ड भएको टिमलाई 3-0 हान्नु भने ठुलो कुरा हो मात्र यो अरोरालाई ओनिकले हान्नलाई के गर्दा राम्रो सोच्छ त अरोरालाई ओनिकले हान्न यार के गर्नुपर्छ थाहा हुन्छ यार अब के हो अड्क्यो त यार
The ECA, they are capable of.
जीजी यार केटा इन्टरभ्यु सुनिदिउँ केटा हो
I think, look, even Air 4 was thinking about
क्र्याक डिसीमा हुनुहुन्छ क्र्याक डिसीमा छ होला म लाइक गरेर गाइस सबैजना 500 लाइक पुगाइदिउँ आजको हाम्रो टार्गेट 230 लाइक भइसक्यो अलरेडी ओए किड बमबाको मम्मी स्टेजमै आएर यार ओए GG
The
यार, GG bro.
celebration on stage. Let's go.
GG यार, Kid Bomba को mommy. Oh my god. Crazy यार, crazy
The
bro, crazy.
Dragons successfully gatekeeps the
Kid
semi-finals
Bomba
in
यार
a
interview
clean
में.
sweep up
अरूको फ्यामिली
against
रेस
Team
सपोर्ट गर्दा कस्तो
Vamos.
खुसी लाग्छ
And
मलाई.
on
अझै
stage
त्यस्तै
we
पर्फर्मेन्स
have
गरिरहेछ
Kid
किड बम्बाले पनि.
Bomba from Team
W यार,
Spirit.
W यार. अति खुसी लाग्छ यार मनीदेखि.
Kid Bomba, let's go straight to the point. They were
W mom,
the
W
first
mom.
team to pick in the draws and they picked you. You successfully won this rematch up against Team Vamos. And there are so many supporters in the arena cheering for you, shouting your name. And I heard even your family is here who kept on crying and yelling throughout the match. How are you feeling?
Come on, Kid Bomba is spicy
Feeling
interview.
amazing. We knew that we would win. We knew it would be a 3-0.
Oi,
The right choice choosing us.
oi, nice.
We face them, now we show them the real team spirit and we send them home.
Oi,
Oh wow!
अति यार.
You knew
Let's
it
go.
would be a 3-0. How did you know?
We're just good like that.
Oh, period. He's just good like that.
अति है
Now,
Kid
of
Bomba.
course, let's talk about what happened, you know. In the group stages, team spirit, a lot of people were saying you guys looked shaky. A lot of people were saying
Real
you guys
team
might
spirit
actually
देखिस
not
हैन
make it
को
to the
हैन.
knockout stages. But this knockout stages, team spirit looks so different. What happened in the 2 days break that we actually had? What did you guys do?
I mean, every team here knew that we are a really good team, you know. We had really good scrim results. Every team here knows that. Every team knows we're a threat. We just had a rough start into the tournament. Now we're back to our prime form, so everybody can be scared of us.
Oi man. Crazy
What
दिन्छ यार
preparations did you do
इन्टरभ्यू
for
ले.
this matchup?
अति दियो यार.
We really studied them better this time. We didn't underestimate them. And 3-0, that's the result.
Yeah, I really do think that underestimating is the most important thing when we're in a tournament because anything could happen in the last.
W यार अति
And of
spicy
course,
interview यार ये
heading
त.
into the
अति
semi-finals,
confidence आयो यार
congratulations
अति
on that, by
nice.
the way. Your next opponent will either be Onic or Aurora Gaming. If you got to choose, who do you think will actually make it to the next round?
I don't care. We have a clean record against Aurora in International, and we beat Onic the last time. I mean, I'd rather face Calra again to send him home as well, but let's see.
Oh, it is getting hot over here on the stage.
God,
with
bro,
Kid
Kid
Bomba.
Bomba.
And you know what? I know that there's so many people here in the arena, and I'm sure
Bro, it's
overseas, internationally, sending you the love. Is
अति
there
फॉर्म
anything
में
perhaps
छ यार
you'd
ये
like to say to
त.
them?
Thank you for supporting. Thank you for coming here, and keep supporting Team Spirit. You're not gonna regret it.
Anything you want to say to your mom?
Thanks for coming and watching.
Aww, so cute, super duper cute. So now, are you ready to crush some keys?
Of course.
All right, Team Spirit,
course.
come on over.
अति बम्बा
My
को
question is
interview.
going to be the biggest question of the day. Who wants to crush Team Vamos' key? Oh, Hiko volunteered. All right, let's go. Hiko went for it and he said, me. All right, Hiko,
जे केटा हो म एकछिन के खाजा खाएर हुन्छ है.
to the key
अब
crusher.
अर्को गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ
And
ओनिकको.
push
म एकछिन
on
खाजा खाएर
the
आउँछु.
lever. Yes, push on it.
स्ट्रिम टाइटलहरु चेन्ज
Push on it,
गरिदिन्छु.
Hiko. There you guys have it. Team Spirit officially eliminates Team Vamos in MSC at EWC 2026. They have destroyed the dreams of the Malaysians, but the Dragons continue their journey. With that, let us throw it back to the desk to break down this series.
The emotion is so real as a parent, but more just as a person. You can tell what it means to see the success from mother, sister to son, from region to eSewa to organization. From the coach all the way down to the gold lane and Hiko, it was Team Spirit all the way with a 3-0 victory to move on to the semifinals. $150,000 at least secured, maybe $200,000, and of course still fighting for that major prize pool, $1 million on the line at the end of things. What a journey, guys. Welcome back, Renmo, Mirko. After an amazing set, it was dominant again, but this sent a different message, I think, than yesterday's Yangon Galacticos one.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, this is a proclamation and an announcement. They're back. The Team Spirit that we expected to perform from the beginning of MSC. They had to rediscover themselves. They had to be honest with themselves. Even get Bomba said, we just knew we played bad up against team.
Against Vamos, it was also back-to-back matches after that, Guangzhou Gaming as well, where we saw that shakiness of Team Spirit. But it was through that hard run in the group stage where they learned, where they improved. And I think we are seeing a pattern right now, except for Young and Galacticos, right? They're the only ones that went through undefeated in groups and then just popped off. Spirit, Falcons, adjusting, adapting, improving. All that through the losses, through the fact that they got reality checked early.
And maybe that reality check is the reason that they were able to come into such confidence, such clarity about how they wanted to play this matchup. We said they were the gatekeepers, and that's true. The reason why is they kind of are the limit test for teams to get into the knockout stages. But what about them? Them holding out the gates, but not being able to turn and walk through themselves, often stopped by Malaysia, the Indonesian teams, the Filipino teams. And now all of a sudden, they have taken down the last hope for Malaysia. They have turned this into a story about eSewa. And they brought some eSewa trash talk as well, which was, as someone, you know, as outside of MLBB and loving being a part of it, it was kind of a welcome thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we fell in love with Kid Bomba and the boys from back then. It was Deus Volt. Now, with the banner of Team Spirit, of course, they love to bring that reality to the exchanges, to the social aspect of it all when it comes to esports.
Yeah.
I mean, for us in Southeast Asia, a Southeast Asian dominant game, we're not used to it. We're used to humility. We're used to being humble about it. Good
horrible,
luck, have
horrible,
fun.
horrible. All of that horrible. We want more of this. I want to see more of the
Exactly.
Western teams start winning because I want to see some personality up on stage.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's not a critique, it's a difference, and it's something I learned, but it's also something that when you have a stage like Paris, where the world is gathering, where Europe's gathering, you get to see these different voices that in MLBB maybe didn't have the loudest megaphone, so to speak, and now they're starting to speak up.
Yeah, and not only talk, they walk the walk.
Walk the walk.
They deliver the how their personalities are. You can see it in game. Again, Spirit is back.
How'd you like that matchup call out with Kelra? Send him home.
Oh, dude, I mean,
Send him home. I mean, Onyx got to win, but I mean, you know.
we just love the personality. I mean, even for Lunar, right? Lunar, a little bit of a diss back at Keller. You said you were going to get revenge the first time at group stage.
what happened?
You didn't. I love it. I love how Spirit played this game, though. Again, we saw how dominant they could be, winning an early game, having plan A go smooth. But I think the real question mark for Spirit would be, what would happen if you were put into the same position as that group stage match against Vamos, against Guangzhou Gaming? What would happen if you lose out on plan A, right? They, through the group stage, have never really been able to stay composed like the previous Spirit iterations of rosters. This time, they showed exactly how good they can be with Sour Egoist. I love that Hiko already kind of teased it to us in the interview before the match. He's like, Donk. Hey, Donk won a major in his first international, in his first major with Spirit. Now, if Sour can do the same.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I was going to ask about legacy here. It's maybe not too early to begin the conversation. Certainly still a lot of, but you know, question marks. But a win at MSC after debuting at 16, coming in, that's a big setup there.
And to think about the storyline, because just last year, he couldn't play in the wild card because he was few months away from being 16 to qualifying to play at MSC. It's so sick.
Yeah, just when we thought we knew all the stories, we knew all the narratives, we're reminded yet again, wait, there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more the Spirit and other teams could show up with.
I'm going to say that I thought this was definitely a mom and sister buff for sure. Front row.
For sure.
Seeing your mom crying. I mean, you're going to play your best anything at that point. And obviously, Kid Bomba delivered. On the other side of it, the story up until now had been Team Vamos and Error 404. There's no doubt even in that final game, he showed his prowess, his ability technically, mechanically, and his will to win. But it was unfortunate because he was not able to get the job done. We have an exit interview with Error 404 to hear what he has to say.
We are now backstage with Error 404. Error 404, how was everyone handling that loss?
It was quite hard because we're expecting a win today because we beat them right in the group stage. So yeah, it's quite hard to take the loss.
Is everyone handling it the same way?
I'm not sure about them, but for me, yeah, because this is my first experience on the knockout stage in the international. So yeah, it's really hard. So I would try to take it as a lesson.
take it as a lesson. And despite everything, I think everyone is saying that you are a potential jungler that will go to many lengths in the future. Do you agree? Are you satisfied with your performance?
I feel like I could do more, but I think I try my best. So yeah, for the next tournament, I think we'll do better, we'll improve more, and yeah, we'll promise a better result.
I'm feeling a little bit of like overthinking on something. Is there something that's bothering you? Was it the last game that we saw?
No, I just think that we made a lot of mistakes, like not like our usual gameplay, because we're normally very disciplined, but today I think everything went wrong. So yeah, I think just we lost because of our mistakes.
You lost because of your mistakes. Did you feel like Team Spirit were a different team in this match? Did they study you too much, or?
I think they're just the same. It's just they maximize our mistake and they know how to punish us. So yeah, they're the better team today.
So what happened? Was it your preparation, or was it the adrenaline that was happening on stage?
I think it's just the consistency of us. Like, we're not really consistent, so that's a thing to fix.
Okay, so in coming future, you're gonna take that lesson with you.
Yeah.
Error 404, what's next for you?
We'll just try to win another tournament, and for MPL, we'll do our best also, and we'll come back stronger.
You did amazing. Thank you so much for your participation here.
Thank you.
Is there any final words that you want to say to your audience, your viewers?
To all the Malaysian fans, we're really sorry about the loss, and we felt we could do better, but I think we tried our best to reach here, and I don't think anybody expected us to be this far, so thank you for your support, and see you next time. Thank you
Come
so
back
much.
stronger, vamos. Thank you so much for
you.
this. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I mean, we might have to stop calling them exit interviews, start calling them therapy sessions at this point if Eterna asks any more questions when somebody is that down, because they're processing. It's like grief processing right there. No doubt about it. Great interview. Again, consistency, took advantage of the mistakes. Team Spirit take the win 3-0 over Team Vamos, and that was Error 404's reasoning as to why. A lot to be discovered. Coming up, it's Aurora Gaming and Onic, the big match of the day. I know many people online, many people in the building have been looking towards what many consider the new final boss here in Aurora Gaming. Gonna have a chance to prove it. Before we go, guys, I know we're switching off the panel, so just any final words before we switch off. Renmar, Rico.
Congratulations to Spirit, and I'm excited to see Aurora and Onic, because Spirit is saying that they're ready for both of you. So let's see if they can put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, I'm happy for Spirit. My goats are out, so at this point, I'm just enjoying the show, bro. I'm just enjoying the ride.
All right, they're settled in. It's been a great panel with them. We've got more coming up as well. On the flip side of this, we're going to hear about all those teams, Aurora and Onic. But for you, if you think you know who's going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in. That's right. Earn your share of $300,000. Pick who you think is going to get the victory. I believe it was Team Spirit who actually had the lead in this one for the majority. So you guys are right. Will you be right about Onic? Will you be right about Aurora Gaming? We'll find out after this break. And pay attention, because we've got Renmar's confessions. It's your turn, buddy.
Oh no! Have fun, bro.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This is Renmar's confessions. He doesn't know we were doing this.
Chris, what you guys dragged me out of the green room. I was chilling.
Bleep
I was
machine
watching.
in immediately. Just
What?
having a nice Saturday morning.
Okay.
I'm not going to ruin it too badly. These are not as bad as I thought they were potentially.
Okay.
So, Renmar, we've not known each other for very long, so I would just want you to clarify. Would you rather be called Renmar or a prehistoric animal?
Renmar would be good.
So not Reptar, no?
No, that's my old name. Yeah.
What was the theory?
The what?
The theory behind that.
Why Reptar?
Yeah.
I think. Oh, I know. I remember, because someone in a work group chat wanted to type out my name, and they typed out Reptar, and they said it was a typo, but I don't believe it because there's no way you can typo Reptar typing out Renmar.
No, it's completely, yeah.
The letters from the keyboard are too far, so I think they just called me that on purpose, and it stuck.
You don't like that anymore, no? We've moved away.
I still don't mind getting called it. It's like a throwback.
A throwback, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I'm just checking if you spilt anything on your clothes today.
What's going on?
I've been told you are a clumsy boy.
Yes, I am. I am a clumsy boy. That is actually very true.
If you'd spilled coffee today, you'd have been fine.
Exactly. I think that's why I wore brown today subconsciously. I was
Just
like,
in case.
okay, I feel like I need extra coffee today.
What's the worst thing you've spilled on?
Not on myself, but on a coworker back in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Hot soup.
Oh,
30 minutes before broadcast. Makeup had to spend a lot of time drying it out.
no.
He smelled like hot soup for the rest of the broadcast. But
I mean, if it was good hot soup, then that's fine.
It was. It was.
Okay. Someone has dubbed you as the most likely to fall in love with a stranger. Could you tell me why that is?
Was it a Turner?
I don't know.
Why do I feel like this was a Turner who said that? I am a very proud, hopeless romantic. Not so hopeless now anymore.
You are in the city of love, though. So I mean,
yeah.
you know, you've been any lonely walks, you know, like taking a book.
Not lonely walks, but like I had the day where I walked like 25,000 steps around Paris.
Nice.
Yeah, it was sweet. Yeah.
Nice. Anywhere in particular, little romantic stroll along the next to the Eiffel Tower?
Nothing romantic. I did go up to Sacré-Cœur.
Yeah.
Where John Wick had his final duel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was really
That's
nice.
cool. There's loads of spots like that. Like we got spots like in Call of Duty. There's a really famous spot that we got in Paris. There's I mean, lots of things happen in Paris in gaming, actually.
Yeah.
Come to think of it.
Very true.
Come to think of it. So what was your actual like esports journey been like, considering you may never be able to escape Rennie's shadow?
My dad? How do you know my dad's nickname? What is going on? Hey! No, I feel like when it comes to my dad, I feel like I've never really been under his shadow. He was a lot of guidance from him, considering that he's also...
It's useful.
Yeah, he also worked in radio, so... He just gave me some general tips at the start, but at the beginning he was like, he didn't understand what I was doing.
At least he didn't like get you the job and everyone was like, this guy's just got the job because of that.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
that's a good thing.
Like, not at all. When I told him, it's like, Dad, just imagine I do what you do, except it's not delivering the news, it's talking over video games as a sport. That's when he was like, oh, okay, I kind of understand it. You're behind a mic, I get it.
That must make it really cool, though, to have that, like, to have that guidance, that kind of thing. Because my dad just worked in a factory, so he was. My dad still doesn't know what I do.
Still
He's like,
doesn't like
you working for
yeah.
Call of Duty? No, Dad, I'm doing other things. Doesn't get it. So at least your dad knows.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway.
I think it's a basis of just like broadcast. So
Yeah. Okay, that has been Renmar's Confessions. I'm going to actually ask for harsher questions last time. Yeah, you're fine.
Please don't.
Don't worry.
I'm good.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
It's Turkey A versus the defending champions of 2023 MSC. If they lose, that means we will for sure see a new MSC champion coming up at EWC. So excitement for this second match of the day. It's going to be Onic going up against Aurora Gaming, and we have so much to talk about. I'm Rain Day. Welcome back to the panel. As I want to introduce you to who we've switched out with, it's Brigitte and LaFell. And it's starting exactly how I would have thought At least you're not quacking today, Brigitte. How are you? Not yet. That's actually true. Not yet.
Who knows what kind of sounds we'll be making?
I mean, like, here's the thing. Rain Day, you probably didn't notice, but me and Brigitte, we're more calm today.
Yeah,
Our
you're
energy
relaxed.
is a bit lower. We're just having a vibe,
subdued.
right?
Yeah, we have to.
I'm worried. Guys, I'm actually afraid of what this panel is going to look like. At this point, we have to get into the Crunchyroll story of the day, which is an important one because we look at Aurora, and we have seen Final Boss go down again and again and again. So maybe you don't want to get labeled the Final Boss because we've seen so many favorites fall from SRG to Team Liquid PH, but is Aurora Gaming the new Final Boss? Greg, I'll start with you.
I'm not sure how Midnight feels about us labeling them as...
I stole one of
Knock on wood, right?
Okay.
I stole one of your cards, but it should be okay.
Hey, I don't think that's fine. But yeah, I don't think anyone at this point wants to be labeled the final boss, considering what has been the outcomes of whoever gets labeled the final boss in the past 2 international tournaments.
I mean, like, you can't spell Aurora with a R, am I right?
Ooh.
I mean, like, here's the thing.
Or with that aura.
Not only do they win, but they win convincingly, right? So I think Onic is like the greatest team ever, and I think they're gonna win this hands down 3-0. Like, no contest?
Brig, you want to answer?
I'm not sure how serious this is about this because I am expecting this to be a really close one.
So is everybody else.
You always say that.
I think Indonesia.
Hey, this is... come on.
I know, this is funny because both of these teams have come in with different approaches to it. Onic representing Indonesia, one of the top 3 regions in MLBB's history. We also see Europe having its moment, and this is specifically a moment that Turkey is having. Istanbul is where the M Series will be held later this year. And one of the amazing things about that is that Aurora Gaming from Turkey have a chance to not only set themselves up for a win there, but a win here leading into it if they continue to be on top of the meta. And that's why this is such a dangerous team, Break. They have so much to play for. They've got such a great story, but also no one's been able to really figure them out yet.
Yeah, and I feel like that is why they are going to be considered, if not like the final boss, the team or one of the teams to beat really here, at least in MSC, just because of the fact that even for the teams you expected to come in the strongest have not really lived up to expectations. And yes, they may have transitioned from being once underdogs to now actual contenders, but the way that they've really introduced themselves and maintained that kind of domination in every single series that they've been through here in MSC really is a statement for them. I feel like they've had more dominant runs than any other team we've seen so far.
Rain Day, let me just say, I am ready to just throw away the script.
Wow.
This time, I'm so ready for a non-Southeast Asian team to become a champion. Right?
Oh, I don't know.
Why is that coming from us, though?
Yeah, no, you were the one that says, I don't want it.
There's a lot of stuff written on there.
Ah. Oh. Pizza, guys, pizza.
D is very obsessed with the game and is very obsessed with like winning. He's always trying to be the best. He likes to gossip a lot. Yani ailemin dediğine göre 2 yaşımda bilgisayardan Spider-Man oynuyordum. Ben biraz böyle Spider-Man hayranı olduğum için 6. sınıfta ya da 7. sınıfta ortaokulda bir arkadaşımın önerisiyle başladım. Orada bir tane karakter vardı, yani Spider-Man'e benzediği için sırf. Yani çocukken çok heveslendim, öyle başladım, oynamaya devam ettim. Önce e-spor olmadan önce başladım. O zaman e-sporcu olmadan önce böyle e-spor hakkında çok bilgim yoktu ve e-sporcu olacağımı da düşünmüyordum. Yani normal bir çocuktum, yani diğer çocuklar nasıl öyle bir çocuktum. E-spordan sonra değişen, yani ilk seneler çok değişen bir şey olmadı çünkü Türkiye'de o kadar e-spor gelişmemişti. Evde oyun oynuyordum, sonra işte turnuvalara katılmaya başladım, şu an buradayım.
But look at this crazy move by Tianzi. I mean, a tad bit of luck, obviously. The fact that the piercing spears didn't get him. Oh my god.
Niall from Team Vitality says, for me, top jungler,
Sir,
MSC
TP
is TNZ.
TP karna
We
पड़ेगा
saw that
TP
proven
क्यों
pretty
TP
well in game
बने
one.
Şöyle karar verdim. O zamanlar yani daha yeni başladığım için tabii benden daha iyi oyuncular
Aurora
da
Turkey,
vardı.
let's go.
Oyunu bilmiyordum. Kenzie is different in a way that he's always trying to win, like no matter the result, right? The Turkish region wasn't always so good, right? Like how it's right now. And even though he kept like pushing, trying to improve, going to every single tournament, maybe the results weren't perfect, but over time
Name a
it's
car for an
become
edit.
better, right? And I think everyone can see it.
Lamborghini.
One of the most ambitious player I have seen in my life.
The one thing I like about TNZ is that he will listen. If what you're saying makes sense, he will listen to you, and he will try his best to understand and also like accommodate changes that needed to be done for the team. I think he's reached that version that he wants to be. You know, like he wants to be a very good jungler. Now everyone knows that he's an exceptional jungler.
In the current meta, I think micro-wise, TNZ is the most skilled jungler there is right now.
Gonna be next, chopped off, taken out. And Sanford
Number one, Red TNZ. Number one versus Kyrie.
It's Aurora Gaming advancing to the knockouts. What a story. Onic, they're gonna have to work through it.
Kişilik olarak çok değişmedim yani. Kişilik olarak değişmediğim için buralardayım bence. Yani dediğim gibi baştan beri nasılsam şu anda öyleyim.
He's a fun kid. Like honestly, I believe he's a good kid at heart. He just doesn't know it yet.
Playing with TNZ, we are trying to be very perfectionist. We're trying to fix every
You're
small
more than
detail,
that,
trying to
TNZ.
improve as much as we can, trying to be basically the strongest. Bu turnuvada birinci olmak istiyorum ben. Bunu da başaracağımıza inanıyorum takımla birlikte. Bu kadar.
Okay.
All right, well, LaFell still doesn't have his note card. He's been dancing the entire time with Briggs, so have I, and that's why I'm going to throw it to him in a second just to show you what we're going on. Again, we have one more piece before we see if he actually picks it up and uses it. Otherwise, he really is just doing this off the cuff. Thanks, guys. Okay, let's go into Onic, because, of course, they've got a great story as well. Lutpi, Kyrie, Sands, Kidboy, and Kelra, who has received trash talk from multiple different sources, including Aurora Gaming, and now Team Spirit as well. Their coach, CW, had a chance to catch up with us before this match.
Eternal here, and now we are with CW, Onyx coach. CW, we haven't
For
heard
number
from you
one
just yet.
assassin
How are you
user versus
feeling?
all-time assassin user.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Okay, let's check for
Real
check it out.
confident. Are you confident?
Bottom of the jungle battle,
Very
bro.
confident.
Very
Match up,
confident. See, that's a mentality that we want coming into this elimination match. But speaking of mentality, there have been a lot of discussions out there, especially some podcasts that have discussed a lot of Indonesian teams. And I think when it comes down to, you know, micro, macro mechanics, everything is like on par with the rest of the world. But sometimes mentality plays a huge factor. CW, do you think that Onic has been struggling with mentality problems?
I think if we're saying Onic, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, before like Coach Chip coming.
So when you were still a player?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now it's better?
It's better because I think Coach Chip taught us many like confident factor that we have to bring in the competition.
So Coach Yeb has taught you guys a lot about mentality.
Yes.
So how do you, though, as a coach, handle that now? Like, is it still Coach
Keep
Yeb,
on
or
the
are you
comment
now,
section, man.
you know, taking that role on?
Yeah. Probably, I mean, Coach Yep is like my mentor, right? So I ask him a lot.
Oh, you ask him a lot.
Yeah.
Is it pressure for you, you know, stepping into that position?
No, I mean, of course, before I was a player, right?
Yeah.
Right now, I will have a different learning into the coaches. So that's what I bring here.
It's a different journey for CW here. Yes. And speaking of journey as well, ups and downs for Onic, this MSC. What's been the big struggle? What's been the obstacle for Onic?
I think many people would see this meta is like, it's like, you know, one day it's Aurora is good, the next day Aurora is bad, and the next day when you pick like something like Link, it's work, but another day it's bad. Like it's a unique. I think it's a unique patch in this
Do you
kind
think,
of.
is it because people just haven't really figured out the meta yet?
I mean, it's like who bring the most confidence with their strat in this meta.
Oh.
So you can play anything.
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 So there's no priority heroes in different roles right now?
Of course, there's some like priority hero, but if it doesn't suit the team, I
Oh,
think
yeah?
it's not working.
Okay, so that's the struggle that Onic has been facing right
Yes.
now.
No, I mean before knockout.
Oh, before or the knockout. So now everything's okay?
Yes.
Yes!
We settled it.
You settled it.
Yes.
0 to 10 confidence level, coach.
9.9.
9.9, that's so high.
Because 10 is like it's perfect score.
It's perfect. And
There's no one perfect in this world.
that's why he's coach. It's wise. CW, does it stand for coach? Like you're wise or wise coach?
Coach Wise?
Coach wise. But speaking of, being wise and all that, were you surprised that Vitality got knocked out?
Kind of.
Kind of.
Because I think they are really strong. Especially, Nanail with the assassin meta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel
Nah,
pressure now
literally
that you're the
sorry,
only
nah.
remaining MPL ID team?
No, we just
No.
want to play.
They just want to play.
Yeah.
And if you want to play today, what do you want to say to your opponents today? What do you want to say to Aurora?
We are.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll give you some time. Go ahead.
We are ready. 100%.
I thought it was
To beat you.
9.9%.
I mean, the ready is.
Oh, okay. So he's 9.9 confidence out of 10, but he's 100% ready to face you.
Aurora.
All right. Thank you so much, CW, for
Thank
this
you.
interview. And we're throwing over back to you guys.
All यहीको text गरेछ guys.
A turn of stakes
Reply
trying
आएछ.
to get him, man. He's trying to
Please,
get
sir,
him. I
त्यो
thought it was
मान्छेको-
99. What's wrong with you? What's really wrong with you guys? That's what I want to know. That's what a turn is
Onicको
asking.
68% prediction.
So I think I would make the same mistake.
Aurora
Right?
Gaming 32.
Apparently nothing, though.
त्यो 32 मा चाहिँ money
The
पर्छ.
math being on the side for the fans, 68% think Onic is going to take this one.
1% off for Onic to have a nice number.
Wow.
Now that's a disappointment.
I think it's still a pretty nice number. Lafana, know what
I'm
you
a
mean?
disappointment.
No, you're not.
Hey, thanks.
Either way, one up or one down, you guys would have made a joke about that number.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Would've
Guys,
seen the
500
hands
like
flapping,
पुगौँ न
I
आज.
would've seen- oh,
267
God.
likes छ.
All right.
Hey, but that's a surprise though.
That is.
What's his
मेरो नेट यस्तो छ है आज. पानी परो स्लो भयो कि के हो? I don't know.
price?
The number is like
Yes, it was.
because you would assume that Onic had real.
MPL
Brave बाट हेर्दा lag हुन्छ
Indonesia
हो
is
धेरै
looking for
के हो?
Onic to raise the flag for that region. This is one of
ब्रेभबाट हेर्दा lag हुने हो. ब्रेभबाट हेर्दा lag हुने हो कि के हो? ब्रेभबाट हेर्दा राम्रो कि क्रोमबाट? ब्रोस यो
Coach Midnight have them prep for this. You know it. It's just a matter of what's going to happen. Let's get game number 2, our second series, on the way.
Hearts, dreams, and keys were
Brave मा
shattered
अलि
in
net
the
चाहिन्छ.
first match of the day. And I'm not gonna lie,
चाहिँ
my
म
heart was
क्रोमबाटै लगाउनु
shattered
पर्ला.
too, but the show must go on as we continue with our second match of
क्रोमबाटै
the
लगाउँदै
day,
त.
where Onic goes up against Aurora Gaming.
Very much so. I'm sorry, Rose, but that's the nature of competition. It means the better team on that day advanced.
Wait,
In that sense, that was team spirit. And what a game they gave us. But as you said, we have to decide who faces off against them
Wait,
in
excellent.
our next semi-final. And it's two teams that both really have their own incredible story coming into MSC at EWC. So let's not dilly-dally. Let's bring on Aurora is their name. Domination is their game. A rematch was called not only to prove that they are the better team, but that the Kingslayers deserve a personal and regional run.
एड त आउँदैन
deeper than ever
किनकि यो
before.
अफिसियल
So when the
च्यानलको
sun
हो नि त.
rises tomorrow, it'll be a second
MLB
after
अफिसियल मा एड आउँदैन.
Aurora Gaming.
Now this is gonna be a match to watch because they are going up against a former champion here at MSC. Ladies and gentlemen,
Onic.
it is Onic time!
Onic फ्यानहरु अति छ यार र म चाहिँ आज ओनीको सपोर्ट हैन है
To the land of dawn to take a shot at reclaiming what was once theirs. Indonesia's last hope needs to fly higher than ever to take down Aurora. Can they successfully dim the northern lights when they are shining brighter than ever?
I'll tell you one thing,
It's on the
Rose.
screen.
It is difficult to hold on to that crown, even more so than it is to have it in your hands in the first place. So let's send our teams in for it, please. Onic, place your keys, take your seats. Aurora, place your keys, take your seats. An epic semifinal is upon us. And of course, captains, remember to shake hands. They wish for this rematch, and we are gonna get it. So let's get this game on the way.
गाइस आइसक्यो ओनिक भन्छ अरोरा टर्की क्रेजी म्याच हुन्छ यार यो त अति हाइपमा छ यार
Very good shape. We can beat any teams here in MSC.
Onyx crumble at the end of it all. Aurora Gaming can advance on to the knockout stage.
Of course, I want Aurora. Yeah, I want to take the revenge. Yeah.
I just want to prove that we can beat them twice. Like, they want to get the revenge. We just want to play our normal game and win.
Super Fritz tries, but Aurora Gaming made it happen, and Sigaboom did it too on the Ruby. What a game 3!
We'll punish them more than they punish us.
When we beat Onic, like, it proved to ourselves that we can actually win the whole thing, and hope that we don't choke in the playoffs.
We kind of miss our tempo. We met them 2 times and then we win, and this time they win in the group stage. Semua about in early sih. Dia kalau early-nya dapat, press-nya dapat, snowball.
early game हो यार सबै matter हुने
Kalau dia nggak dapat early-nya, mungkin udah GG.
I feel like if they sometimes get the snowball in early game, then they can use it pretty much. Like, when the gold laner can play the game, I think it's kind of hard for us to play. Whenever they struggle in the mid lane, it's kind of over for them.
I was a bit surprised when they stole some of our heroes when we played our first match, so I think this time Onyx gonna be more ready. They're gonna come more prepared.
They know they cannot play late game. They always priority the early until mid game heroes.
Late game खेल्न सक्दैन
It's the one of the best from AWC.
They have a very stable gold laner, and also like jungler, Kyrie and Kelra, those two. Big X factor would be the roamer, T-Boy.
I just take my
True,
revenge for our group stage match. You also said revenge.
You want the revenge earlier, you failed. You want a revenge now. Don't expect too much, right? I think we are aiming for like a 3-0 win or 3-1.
Way 3-0 3-1 win रे okay Onic against मा
Can show the full potential of
interesting है
One of the best group stage runs ever. TL then Onic, are you kidding me?
For Pagu, my friend. Tunggu pembalasan dendam kita dan kita akan kalahkan kalian di knockout stage. Don't cry.
Don't cry.
Have just taken out 2 of the biggest teams in MSC back to back cleanly.
For T-Boy, I would say
Yo,
just
sir,
hope you
that
get
is
your strong heroes.
Wait, just hope you get it strong hero रे मा hero पनि छैन भन्ने
The battle of the last and closest rematch that we had among all those quarterfinal rematches. This was the only upper bracket decider that went down to the final match. It's one of the reasons why.
Bro, I'm supporting Aurora. Let's go, man. Aurora Turkey.
And one of the reasons why they were actually going up against Onic again. We were doing
spicy. Yeah, the spicy match was
won. They would have had the fastest time. They would have picked first. And the question is, would they have picked Onic again? Because the rematches went before them, they were forced into this rematch. But I think they're both you for real, or to give Onic a chance to say, we want to get our revenge.
Yeah, I can feel it. I can see it. And I think, would all agree that Onic also want this rematch to happen. Just because of how things really went for the past series that they've been up against each other, and even Midnight.
Guys, सबैजना make sure to like this stream, like and subscribe भन्नु है अनि Discord नै join गरौँ link हाले त moderator हरु Marry me keyboy रे
or that Onic this time would be much more prepared to go up against them.
And here's the thing, I feel like it's warranted to be a bit worried if you're an Aurora fan here, because we saw how Onic in their second game, first game, sure, they lost in the early game, but then come second game, they matched the aggression. Keyboy on that on that show was able to
Onic
have a
fan
lot
last
of
year
momentum, and
were
he got a lot of kills in mid.
Paris
So I
man
feel
kini
like
yetro धेरै
this
fans
time,
Onic
Aurora should not have an easy early game.
Which I think is something crucial to note.
Paris
in
ma
this
किन Onic
matchup.
fan यति धेरै
It
छ
was mentioned that, at least for Aurora, they've observed that Onic, everything crumbles, especially when things go wrong in their mid. But Onic acknowledged that Aurora probably also doesn't want to play for late game.
कस्टम ड्राफ्ट मिलाइदिएर तिम्रो
Be something that will reflect that, and whether or not they've already adjusted to
सबै त कहाँ मिल्छ र
things
ड्राफ्ट
that are
त
probably a bit lacking from their playstyle.
सबै त मिल्दैन
If you want that to happen, you kind of have
Let's
to
get our draft ready
Here's
and
the
put him
thing,
up.
I don't see
अब चाहिँ
Sigurd
पुरै lock in
Masarapp
भयो pretty
pays
गान्छ ड्राफ्ट
20 rupees. Aja Kelra Le Dekasha game. Gayrora group stage trial card over.
I think that's another thing to take note of, because I think a lot of questions
Draft
has been
ready,
put
के
onto Onic
मार्शल
and their
एटास
gold lane.
की बोला मार करना
He
छ
is indeed acknowledged as one of the most stable gold laners there is
He
out
will
there, but
mark
we're
on
yet to
that,
see
huh?
how stable he is when you're forced to put him on a fighter gold lane. On the other hand, though, Sigibum
यार सेलना बैन रोजा को सेलना बैन आयो
nothing less than consistent in terms of the gold lane, regardless of whatever hero you decide to put him on.
Speaking of the gold lane, Kelra, he's had 7 different heroes that he's played over the course of 7 different games. Hero pool is one thing, but effectiveness
के
is
ओपन छ
another.
हिरा छ लिङ
And that
छ
gold lane matchup is
अनि
going
फ्यानी
to
पनि
come
छ
down
फ्यानी
to
पनि
if they
स्टिल
can
ओपन
figure
छ
out a way to get him flying.
यहाँनिर फ्यान दिन्छ
And on
नाले
the other side of it, make sure
अर्को
that
के छ
he has
बेलरिक
a
ओपन
chance
छ
to get to late game.
बेलरिक
The
फ्यानी
Selena was one of those conversations
बेलरिक
in
फ्यानी
mid, so
हिरा
was the Rafaela. The Selena banned early from Onic. They're already taking away one of the plays.
And I'm really liking that because you gotta respect Rosa on the Selena. Unless you yourself
के छ हिरा र एटलस और एटलस भन्छ हिरा र लिङ हैन
they kind of equalize
पर के छ
the whole ground. They ban out that Eudora. I feel like for Onic, they gotta open up the draft a little bit. But if you want to ban anything, I feel like Hirara would be a solid ban. Instead, they ban
first pick Belric.
And yeah, that's the thing. If you ban out Aurora,
First pick Belric
you do want to have an assassin, and you being on first pick gives you the Hirara.
अब की वैले चाहिँ लिन्छ की वैले चाहिँ बेलरिक लिन्छ
Finally, this time. But for Onic on the other side, I would
Well,
immediately
Belric.
assume or think of a Beleric, but this is Onic, this is Keyboy. He was mentioned to be the X factor here for Onic, but they still
Belric
decide to
on
pick him up. It's going to be a safe option.
Here's the thing, Aurora, they first picked this Hirara. I
Belric
remember
के लिन्छ
before, it's a
Mid
hyper Hirara where first
Belric र
item
जुसी
is going to be that Sky Piercer
Oh,
and then
Valen,
basically all
Valen, yo,
utility,
Valen.
including that Rafaela in the mid.
एम दिमाग चलेन
This
हो
could be
ड्राफ्टमा
interesting there.
कसम
Aurora
दिमाग
setting
चलेन
up for the opportunity to go an interesting mid. Valentina picked up as well, can copy the ultimate of a big roam or somebody who has a big impact on team fights. So warding away certain picks. Still,
Uranus maybe
things like the Uranus available.
I feel like Aurora should pick up the Paquito because that opens up a double fighter composition.
The Paquito is actually still open. Yes,
Uranus or
flex
Ling
that
होला
they can eventually put onto Sigibum.
Yeah.
I agree. But
ए होइन लिङ त कहाँ हिरा लिइसक्यो युरानस र भयो भयो म प्रेडिकम छैन भयो 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 गाइस
And again, I feel like
मलाई पुग्यो
they pick up the show instead. And again, I
मलाई
feel
पुग्यो मलाई पुग्यो
like
ड्राफ्ट
this is
प्रेडिक्सन
just them showing that they just want a lot of early game here.
And do they want
काइरीले चाहिँ लिङ लिन्छ होला अब
had a really good performance as well.
किन होला
They gotta be very careful about their jungler here. There's just so
लिङै होला यार
much
काइरीको
setup potential, and it's very specific. It's a lockdown.
क्लड नै भन्नु छ क्लड कि लिङ है दुईटामा एउटा एक्सपी आउँछ कि अब फेरि सकेन हो ड्राफ्ट रेडी गर्न
I don't know. The other junglers, Nolan is still pretty good. If you want to go for utility, which I guess you kind of can, but or the Harley. I think the Harley would also be okay-ish.
Yeah, there
it is. Go for the Harley.
I think this is better, because if they went utility, it's still not gonna have a great time.
Yep.
बाबा
Even
प्रेडी
the Kai is
गर्दिनँ
just
ब्रो
gonna
म
get
प्रेडी गर्दिनँ
chomped
त
by the Barats. And any other assassin, because I think Kyrie's only used 3.
Yeah. So now in terms of the ban here, I feel like for Aurora, just ban. I think banning out a Paquito or
Harley versus Hirara
here, because I feel like for Onic, one of their win conditions is to force Aurora on a traditional
यो
marksman,
मेज छ
giving
ब्यान
much
के
more
रोजाको के
value
गर्नु ब्यान
versus Harley. And the Bellerin.
रफेला पर्छ र पर्छ
There's a lot
रफेला त
of marksman that Keller can actually still pick up if they really want to go for Shred.
Because here's the thing, Aurora, I think
ऊ रफेला नै ब्यान हान्छ यार what the fuck
meaning
Yeah, that's
that
true.
they can use something like a carry, right? Like having a
2x गर्न हल्का ढिला
quite a lot in
ढिला
draft.
त छैन हो 1-2 सेकेन्ड ढिले होला क्या
Uranus banned out from
And the
Aurora.
Rafa.
Yeah.
But it's Onic picking next after this phase. So.
Fun fact, Uranus and Rafa, they have a relationship together.
Did they really?
Yeah.
In the Land of Dawn?
Yeah.
Are you
like,
lying?
Uranus is fond of her for some reason. Yeah.
Brigida can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean,
just play the
You're spilling the tea.
Yeah.
Spilling the tea.
I mean,
did they want that coming out at MSC or trying to keep that on the down low?
Well,
it's out now.
Knows, yeah.
It's out now.
Nolan also abandoned his daughter.
Okay.
Nolan and wait, who's his relative?
Layla.
Layla.
Why'd you point at me? I didn't abandon my daughter, man. She took her to breakfast this morning.
That's a dilemma jam kya me.
I appreciate it. Just dad.
Oh, even the
Rafilara Jusin ban bhayo. Rosa la mar garna cha.
I think
Rosa ko 3 ta hero ban bhayo yaar.
They banned the Lapu here, so I feel like they're just gonna have. It looks like they might go for a traditional marksman.
Last dilemma रहेछ त यार म
A
त.
lot here on the side of T-Boy picking up. We see the Zushin van.
ल अब यो चाहिँ अब चाहिँ चलेको क्या यो चाहिँ अब चाहिँ चल्छ.
Amazing yesterday.
Esmeralda is there if Onic wants that to deal with the barrage.
Guys, make sure to like this video, like and subscribe भन्नुमै सबैजना. आज 500 लाइक पुगाइदिनु guys, 300 पुग्न आयो.
My question is, are they doing something funky? I mean, that's my question.
This is the first match है Onic र
It's going to
Aurora.
be very clear probably after this that they're not. But Belleric EXP, I mean, it would be
Claude,
weird.
Claude लियो.
But if you get something that can win outside of that, that is catches Aurora
अघि त
off
गोल
guard,
आउला
I'm
त
just
सिगी
wondering if
बुमको.
Onic are trying to play this in a way where they surprise Aurora.
Honestly, that's a good point because Belleric is not great if you're going up against a very fast EXP laner, right? Like a Benedetta, like a Lapu. But you're going up against a barrage here,
हल्का क्रेजी पिक निकाल जस्तो लागिरहेछ यार. यो मिडनाइटले के भने यार अति नै बुझाइ एक्सप्लेन गरेछ यार मिडनाइटले.
And you can pretty much say the same for the matchup in mid if they really want to rotate faster and utilize their advantage. Then maybe just put something alongside the Valentina that can just be as equally aggressive. But Aurora pick up the Paquito since it wasn't banned. But the Luyi is the surprise here.
Actually, I really feel like if they pick up a Yuzong, they can win this matchup quite hard because it wins against the Barats. And then the bad thing about the Luyi is you have no dash. So once an XP laner gets onto you, he's going to stay there forever.
युजोङ राम्रो छैन यार. यो पिकमा राम्रो छैन युजोङ.
To me, could
यो पाइते
make a
भन्दा
statement.
कास्टरले.
Come out here, try to catch Aurora off guard. And they don't. They go Esma. That's a very
मैले यो गोल पकितो स्मिरेला एक्सट्रीम.
Yep. And it can still jump on the Luyi and one of the heroes that can use a Purify, which I feel like this is one of those games that...
Let's go, Aurora Turkey!
Yeah, at the very least, they
have
I think I will be okay with that. So they have
sorry,
ways
मेरो
to at
viewer
least
सबै ओनीको फ्यान हो.
and go in for pick-offs because apart from that,
I'm supporting Aurora Turkey. Let's go.
They, as you mentioned, seem very safe. So let's see how Onic play this out against this hyper-aggressive lineup that Aurora
fan यार ओनीको.
They're trying to survive. They're not trying to lose early because if they go late game, they can get these fans at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet even hyper than they are to kick off this first game. It's time to begin our second and last series of the day. It's Onic versus Aurora Gaming, and to call the action, we've got.
अर्ली में हान्नुपर्छ और अर्ली में सक्नुपर्छ Aurora Turkeyले. लेट गेम गाह्रो छ.
Thank you so much for everybody. The series that everybody has been anticipating.
ओनीको लेट राम्रो छ. अर्ली हान्नुपर्छ Aurora Turkeyले.
Against Onic in a best of 5. Everybody's had their opinions.
Come on, come on.
Onic, but everybody has seen Aurora as a legitimate threat to the throne. But who is going to come up on top here?
हाने रोजा साँझलाई त ग्यापै हान्छ जस्तो अहिले थाहा छ मलाई.
Past couple days have been a whole lot of sweep action that we've seen, and hopefully this one goes the distance here because, moving forward, semifinals next, you want to go ahead and bring it the distance, and the drafts will have the distance for Aurora. I mean, the Louis Yi pick has only been brought up, what, one time? This is now the second time Louis comes through. Again, leave it up to Coach Midnight to make these drafts interesting, right? And sometimes that can work for you, sometimes it works against you, but we have seen some amazing setups with that diversion play.
Yep, some really great stuff across the board, and I want to see how creative they actually went through. We saw, Coach Midnight already talking very expressively to the rest of his players about what exactly may or may not happen, or certain mechanics. We're not 100% sure here, but
मेरो स्मार्ट लिंक नेट हो पानी परिरहेछ नि त त्यही भएर स्लो भयो होला यार. I don't know यार किन स्लो भइरहेछ. हिजोदेखि स्लो भएको छ.
Dedicated scalers, so we know that Aurora are the ones on a timer in comparison to Onic. We're seeing Wilderness Blessings. We're even seeing a Brave Smite coming out of Rosa, which is atypical for low Yis nowadays, because dear Lord,
like
I'll mention.
Early game हेरेको खेल्नुपर्छ ओनीले जित्नु छ भने. लेट गेम त ओनीकै राम्रो छ.
I would say if you look at this for Aurora Gaming, one of the great things about the composition that can go against that setup from Luffy or anything else is they have a ton of options to just set things up.
Pagu.
Between pick-off potential here.
TNZ
Looks like TNZ's going to do a little bit of damage to Keyboy, but just keeps him at bay.
Onic oddly हल्का safe ही खेला था.
From Pagu with that Way of the Dragon, or Lunar jumping in. I mean, how many times now have we seen the Barretts be placed into that XP lane? The amount of ground coverage Barretts has, especially with a flicker in Daytona's welcome combo, is kind of insane.
It is. It's really good, but
और
at the same time,
टोटल
there's
छोड़ना
still
लायेगा.
also the Valentina coming in.
Valent सांझ ले लुई कर लियो. पागु नहीं टोटल छोड़ना पड़ता. आया.
Well, Pagu just trying to buy some time for that diversion.
Sig boom ले रहा है. वो खायो. Nice है. Nice one Luna. कल पायो. कायरी ले पायो retreat. Lunar मर जा रहा. यो ट्रेड राम्रो है यार ओनिक लाई. टोटल नहीं पाया किल पनि पाया.
Really nice trade so far. It's a little sad for Lunar, but somebody has to take the damage.
Really
nicely played by Onyx side. This gives Kelra just a little bit of time to actually breathe for the moment. Listen to this replay one more time, right? Because Aurora understood one thing. We are going to fight for this new objective.
Crazy
we don't have Pagu to actually open up the map any further. But at this point, trading out against them just isn't worth the time. We already got that one kill onto Sans. At this point, we just need to make sure that we're minimizing the losses. Because unfortunately for Lunar, despite Lutpi eventually going to outscale him, he manipulates the waves really, really well.
Yeah, so probably with this kind of setup, Aurora, if they can't find plays like that with a diversion or the pickoffs that they're looking for, then what do they wait for? TNZ to get stacks like we've seen before on this, like possibly the Sky Piercer for that Hirara. Sigiboom has probably been one of the better performing Paquito gold laners that we've seen so far throughout MSC. Again, I can't forget how he played it against DLPH, and that's one thing that can be said too, that they can utilize here throughout this game.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the main win condition, right? Especially since they're on
still Aurora Turkey goal lead
that's a timer right there too. Kyrie's going to be able to get away. Taking out Pagu, man.
Onic form में तो क्या है?
Again, all you have to do is play around that deadly magic once it's up.
Yep, and most importantly, wait, hold on. Gonna get a quick
TP here, just
open up the map and get a good idea of where TNZ might be looking to hide, knowing that the purple buff is going to spawn in about 12 seconds. This next neutral objective is going to be difficult to contest for. Luppi has so much of an advantage against Lunar because of the previous interaction by Turtle side, so I think this should be a no contest overall, but that depends on what Aurora is going to do with this, because I'm seeing members making their way up towards this top side, and Kelra, he's only got the Purify, so once BMI is down, he's sort of a
अर्ली गेम में नभए गाह्रो हुन्छ लेट गेममा त गोल्डन फाइटर छ टोटल में हान्नुपर्छ यिनीहरूले अरूहरूले
Pagu this time, the difference here is he's actually got the kick
available. Oh, लुटपीले लास्ट ल्याङ गरिरहेको छ यार.
He's only level 3. Lunar is going to jump.
पहिला हाय बेल्डिक लगायो.
Pagu trying to zone out Sans.
नाइ बेल्डिक मर्दैन. नाइस किबो मर्यो. ओए नाइस लुनाले पायो. लुटपी मर्छ. पिरिफाइमा लुटपी. पिरिफाइ भयो निकाल लुटपीको. ओए ठिक छ नाइस वान अरे.
And will survive.
I
thought Pagu for sure was going to get in, clapped on the third hit of G Kundo, manages to walk out of it to save his life. So not bad. It's 2 for 2. Not a real advantage overall. I think even when we're looking in the jungle sectors, right? Even Kyrie being able to steal away at least one of these turtles puts him slightly ahead.
Masarapp bahasa Indonesia boleh Indonesian audience sana nari.
Lunar and Lutpi have
anjing.
Actually has a bit of a lead on the killer because of that double waving, and we're waiting for it to accumulate to maximum.
They are out of the Sigma. Knocker, nice to knocker.
As they call it. Oh no, Kelra, does he know?
Diversion use, Kelra.
Oh yeah, you know what to mero.
Kyrie's gonna re-enter here. They go in. Wrath of Dry to follow up. Pagu already goes for the
kill. Fade.
Burn the flicker from Sans, but Sigiboom comes in with a 1-2, able to pick up one, and they'll eat another. Taking out Key Boy. Aurora finds 2.
They're eating good today. They're eating very, very good. And Kelra ends up missing the wave this time round.
YouTube में चले थे ना रामरी.
But Aurora, they're not done yet. They're looking for mid-tier 1.
Yep, and Kyrie had to back off this, so then Luffy just left to his own devices. Will get taken out, dissected from the team.
Man, you can tell the difference between a good Barretts and a bad Barretts. How they flickered Detna's welcome, but the usage of the rocket jets to predict, hey, if you purify, if you flicker, this is the angle you're gonna be in, and I can knock You purify, if you flicker, this is the angle you're gonna be in, and I can knock you right back into the fight, making these chases so much harder to leave.
अब हेरौँ अब राम्रो चल्छ कि क्लियर त क्लियर नै छ अब नि
That's my king.
Coach Midnight again has been a key part.
अब टर्कीले हान्न थाल्यो केटा अर्ली लिड लियो 2.4 के को
Different than what we've seen, but it's just this execution.
सानले अन्डरपर्फर्म गरिरहेको छ वाइल्डमा ले भनेको एमएससी मा लास्टै अन्डरपर्फर्म गरिरहेको छ सानले
Until now, it's not that it's massive already, but it's 2.6k that switched on very quickly off of 1 or 2 fights, and so now Onic playing on the back foot. They've got to be able to readjust this. This third turtle's coming up here. We'll see if they actually want to go ahead and approach this or just wait. Already half health on this turtle.
फाइट्यो सानलाई फेरि सान फेरि मर्यो यस वान एट ब्याक सान तर के काम ओ सिगबुम लाग्यो उई टिएनजी लुनार नि मर्यो ए लुनार काइरीले ओइ भेट्यो पागुको ओइ अति पिछाने ओइ अर्रा टर्की केटा हो अर्रा टर्की है
They make it look so easy right now, but they're just not missing a single beat. They're not too tunnel vision. They're still open-minded to the way that these fights need to actually progress. Let's look at the replay one more time, right? Because again, this was an incredible catch here, spitting him right into Keyboy's face, making sure, despite the fact that Sans tried to flicker on out of there, dashed twice.
Nice kick, yaar, Pagu.
The chase, the rundown from Aurora squad. It's difficult to beat. Once that major impact is landed and Keyboy doesn't have that Wrath of the Dryads, it's so much harder for Onic to peel them away.
The unfortunate thing is
San भन्दै त एमएससी को कस्तो जोक के होला त सान चाहिँ
okay, you want to fight here? I'm just going to go ahead and
सान हल्का फोकस गर्नु पर्यो मेजमा अन्डरपर्फर्म गरेर त सान चाहिँ
centered around that Wrath of the Dryad setup anyway from Keyboy that
कोही त धेरै नै रिकल आन्थ्यो त सान चाहिँ के भएछ अहिले हम्बल हुनु पर्यो त्यही भएर
has been generally untouched this entire game, and given the caliber of player Rosa
कमब्याक हान्न त केटा 7000 को गोली थियो अस्ति 10000 को त कमब्याक हाने थियो
willing to die for the Thorn Queen every single time if necessary, just to make sure that Rosa doesn't fall behind. On the opposite side, right, Onic doesn't necessarily have a dedicated anchor. When you are pulling backwards,
7000 goal lead,
if not Sans.
Yeah, that's why one of the things, again, if you look at what Onic can do here as they fall further behind, man.
Balance pick reason, balance pick or Belric को ulti नदिन और टर्कीलाई भ्यालेन लिएन अनि उता अर्राले लिन्छ नि त अनि भ्यालेनले बेलरिक अल लिएर हान्थ्यो
It's going to be the same case where you're just overloaded with that damage, that front damage that Aurora has to play around.
Comeback. You SRG हैन यार comeback हैन अर्रा टर्की हो guys.
That's a really good point here. In just a little bit, Zipper, could you pull up the
मतलब पुरै सपोर्ट हो अर्रा टर्की को.
Kelra is from that Trinity as of right now. I think he should already be done with Golden Staff based on the total amount of gold the team has, but I'm not 100% sure. In the meantime, though, Sigaboom, this is probably the strongest he is going to be throughout the game. He legitimately can 1v1 Kyrie, Sans, and Kelra if they just walk into a bush, and I think that's the big fear for Aurora. Opening up the map is died 3 times opening up the map and fighting for that space. It's just really hard to get back up for him.
We'll see how they play this out. Lord slowly walking up here to this mid lane. They still have the holy defense shields to play around with, but Onic again with this kind of line, can they still defend this? 10 minutes into the base, the Lord charges in that mid turret. They're gonna have to deal with this wave pushing in as the bottom also turret.
Mid turret गयो 10 मिनेट में इनिप गयो यार Onic को mid को और वाले अर्ली गेम तो कस्तो मिड खेल्छ यार
I like it. I like it a lot. Onic says, you know what? Mid inhibitor, whatever. We can deal with it no matter what. As long as it's not the long lane and we have to play this awkward Lord fight every single time, especially
जो बाइडले घर गयो आज Onic घर जान्छ के यार
and Onic recognized
एमपीएल आईडी को टिम
the later half of the game to make sure that Kelra is in a good position, because so far there's probably their only win conditions besides maybe punishing Pagu, maybe punishing Sigaboom, and even then you kind of need Kyrie plus 1.
म त के गर्नु हो सास फेर्न नै गाह्रो पर्यो त्यस्तो Onic को सपोर्टर हो आमा सास फेर्न नै गाह्रो पर्यो यार
this time round he does not want to die randomly to either Sigaboom or even to someone like Rosa.
Yeah, he's Kind of has to, you know? We've seen it how it happened in the first fights. I mean, that first hurdle, it was just him being patient. He went in with a fight after that. To see how quickly he has to go back in time to survive, you know? And that brute force is going to help him a little bit. Few stacks here for TNZ. This is what we were mentioning earlier on. You know, you're going to pick up that Harara. You're going to be able to get those stacks. You're a threat in itself. And honestly, if Onic puts too much to try to deal with TNZ, that's where, you know, again, they're not paying attention to the rest of the side attack here from Sigiboom or even the diversion from Rosa. There's almost too many things that Onic has to be wary of in these team fights just because of the nature of composition that Aurora has.
Hell yeah. And I think that's going to be hard for especially Lutfi. As much as he wants to be in the faces, he needs to act as Peel. He needs to cut Lunar off from certain angles and force him to flicker. But as you can see, right, moments like this where Lutfi, he can't just stay in front of their face forever. He has to pull in and out consistently to maintain his health.
Okay. Again, at least some defensive items here being picked up now by Onic, even an immortality for Keyboy, just to get him there a little bit longer. Kyrie will pick up Genius Wand. Sans has been holding on to the Lui Yi.
Masarapp Onicलाई support गर्न त भोलि भ्युअर हुँदैन अब मैले सपोर्ट गरेर जित्ने हैन Onic guys
to set them out for this fight for the Lord or potentially take it.
I think the winning play is if
म त Aurora टर्कीलाई सपोर्ट हान्छु नयाँ रिजनको टिमलाई जिते राम्रो बल्ल चाहिँ एउटा नयाँ रिजनको टिम कम्पिटिसनमा आइरहेछ हेर्न मजा आउँछ नि
because so far I feel like Aurora are hyper aware of specifically Keyboy. They're like, Kelra, okay, sure, we got flickers, we can get out of it. He only has Purify, so after the BMI, there's no follow-up after that. The next problem will be whether or not we're too low and Kyrie is able to kind of clean this up. Considering his build, we're not going to get one shot. It's over a duration of time. So really just boils down to how
disappoint performance
out of the box play.
The out-of-the-box play is going to have to happen in the
भर्खर 9 मिनेट है त्यो भर्खर 9 मिनेटमै
This Lord should still be able to be dealt with, though, given the fact that
यो लर्डमै गेम हान्दियो नि त सक्यो
you know, you've got pretty good clear with this. They can lock it
यो लर्डमै गेम हान्न भेट्दैन
sacrificing that Wrath of the Dryad to go ahead and keep this thing forward away from that crystal. That could be a play for Onic. But just like them, Pagu's got his own immortality.
Lunaले flicker out हान्छ होला भ्यालेनलाई
They're going to go ahead and push it in. They want to take this top turret down first while Onic deals with the Lord.
लुटपीको पिट भाइ गयो कसलाई खायो Keyboy खायो Keyboy मर्यो Keyboy मर्यो ल सकेला गेम सक्यो जित्यो
It's a split fight happening here with already Keyboy buying so
Keyboy
much time. Finally goes down. But now Aurora looking to cap out game of one. On this defense, they got to clear out these waves. They're still charged up. TNZ able to take out Kelra.
Bot and there Onicलाई त Aurora टर्कीले
against Aurora Gaming.
के खेल्ला यार Aurora टर्कीले Bro, Onicले के प्रिपेयर हानेन What the fuck?
Not only to Ryanums, but specifically from the level. So once you
Stomp
have
हान्दियो त
it's only
Onicलाई त
3 seconds before you get both of your combo abilities back up.
के खेलेको यार Aurora टर्कीले अति क्रेजी खेल्ला छ
Baiting a reaction from
कमब्याक गर्दैन केटा Aurora टर्की बहुत क्या सार थियो
Great game number 1 coming in from Aurora.
Let's go Aurora Turkey easy game है Onicलाई त easy हान्दियो यार
Trying to find that punish in the jungle.
Man, if they
के हो सबलाई 9 मिनेटमै हान्ने हो यार हाम्रो टिमलाई Aurora टर्कीले त 9 मिनेटमै गेम सकाइदिइराछ Keyboyको हातमा चाउ चाहिन्छ केटा हो Keyboyको हातमा चाउ नै चाहिन्छ अति नै हान्दै यार अति नै 9 मिनेटमै गेम हान्दिइराछ यार खै रिभेन्ज दिन्छु भने चाहिँ Onicहरु सबले ओइ मा
Very difficult because imagine if your Keyboy
crazy खेले यार Aurora टर्कीले
moves like that, he stumbles in front of your
stomp
face.
हान्दियो
Do you go for the punish or is he going to flicker a third hit of G could go on your
warm up game guys Onicको लागि होला है
and the problem is that TNZ
उस
can do
second
the
game
exact
पनि
same
खायो
thing.
भने चाहिँ नहुने warm up
It's a
game
problem that they solve with Rosa on this low E, but we're going to let our panel break it down for you as we throw it back over to Rain Day.
Somebody call it man because
टाइम चेन्ज हान्दिएर कति रे 12 मिनेट सकाको 12 मिनेट नि कम त हो त यार
And Sigiboom continue to dominate. No
Onicको
kills in
एन्डमा
that
12
game.
किलमा सकाएर यार
10 minutes and Aurora Gaming prove with game 1 that they certainly are what we think they are. The new final boss. It's just a matter of can Onic respond. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day here, Brig. LaFell. I mean,
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, sure, we might see the top
Onic
three later on, but
गाह्रो
here's the
भयो
thing.
यार अरा टर्कीको अगाinst
Technically
लास्टै गाह्रो
speaking,
भइरहेछ ओनिकलाई
why Aurora has been winning, I
के
feel
छैन
like in that
ओनिकले
game
नै
is
हल्का
through
टप
they've been
फाइट दिनु
using
पर्यो
two
क्या
things,
हेर्नु
which is
मजा आउँछ यार
one,
यो
wave
वान साइड त
management
के
as
हेर्ने
well
हो
as timing. Because you're gonna see after 5 minutes, they completely abandoned the lane because at that point, Aurora is playing a draft.
केल्लाले आउटप्ले हेरेर लिउनु नि यार
Like a Claw to Hive that you need 3, they're like, no, we just need 1, and then we're gonna end the game
तिमीहरू
before you get a chance to build your
मलाई नि
items.
केल्ला मन पर्दैन तर केल्लालाई अब अर्ली गेम हिरो दिन मिल्दैन क्या उसको कम्फर्ट भनेको क्लड होइन क्लड के ह्यारी त अब केल्लाले पगी त खेल्यो भने त ढुक्क जित्दैन क्या म ढुक्कै भनिदिन्छु कि केल्लाको पगी त त्यस्तो राम्रो छैन सिकी बुमको पगी त राम्रो छ क्या केल्लाभन्दा अनि सिकी बुम राम्रो छ हो क्या हो अर्ली गेम पगी त खेलेको पारा हेर अब त्यस्तै केल्लाले खेल्न सक्दैन हो अब म केल्लाको फ्यान हो तर ट्रुथ नै भने सिकी बुम हल्का क्रेजी खेल्दा चाहिँ यसपालिको एमएससीमा अनि मिडमा सान्ज हेर के गरेर त सान्ज ओनीको साइडबाट सान्ज त हुन्छ के गरे यार त्यसलाई त आफैले थाहा छैन होला के गरिरहेछ भनेर सान्ज अति अन्डर पर्फर्म गरिरहेछ सान्ज स्टेप अप गर्नुपर्छ यार अब केरलाले खेल्ने भनेको दुइटा हेऱ्यो क्लड एन्ड ह्यारी त अब हेर नेक्स्ट टाइम ह्यारी त आउँछ होला मोस्ट प्रोबेबली अब क्लड एन्ड ह्यारी त हो राम्रो टिमको अगेन्स्टमा अब यिनीहरूको अगेन्स्टमा ग्रान्जर खेलेर त ढुक्कै जित्दैन म ढुक्कै भनिदिन्छु ग्रान्जरलाई पनिस गर्न आइहाल्छ अब हेर यो केल्लाले ह्यारी कि क्लड लिन्छ अरे फेरि नेक्स्ट टाइम पनि नभए अरू पिक लिए क्लिन दिन्छ होला केल्लाको मेटा छैन क्या अहिले मेटा हिरोमा छैन फाइटर गोल्ड छ अनि सिधै भन्दैन मार्क इज द बेस्ट गोलिनर इन द वर्ल्ड अहिले सिकिबुम हो क्या बेस्ट गोलिनर इन द वर्ल्ड सिकिबुम औरा टर्कीको 5जना बेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड है एक्सपी बाहेक एक्सपीमा चाहिँ म जिस्केको है फेरि आउँछ यत्रै हेट आउँछ फेरि तर केही छैन केलाले फर्काउन त सक्छ है गाइस रिभरसिप भन्दा नि एक गेम त हान्नुपर्ने हो नि त्यहाँ पागोले भने सुनेन 3-1 or 3-0 3-1 or 3-0 त्यही भएर एक गेम त हान्नुपर्ने हो सिडब्लु राम्रो ड्राफ्ट छ लेट्स गो तिमीहरू जहिले ड्राफ्टलाई ब्लेम गर्छ यार अब केही भनिदियो कि फेरि ओनीको फ्यानहरूले मलाई मार्छ क्या तर ड्राफ्ट अब सपोज यो ड्राफ्ट रिभर्स भए पनि यो ड्राफ्ट छ नि यो ओनीको ड्राफ्ट र टर्कीको ड्राफ्ट ओनीको भए पनि अरूले जित्यो क्या कसम झुट बोले होइन अरूले जस्ट बेटर खेलिरहेको छ क्या
I mean, like, the problem is, I feel like even Team Liquid said the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Like,
So
they
let's
were
see, Onic हान्छ कि
surprised
next
that
game?
Aurora played that fast, and then they're like, we're trying to fight it by having late game. But TL did it, and it didn't work out. We see Onic trying it, also didn't work out. So you gotta fight fire with fire. You come to me. I'm not gonna.
Let's go. Let's go Onic.
Posture, man.
हान्नु पर्यो
Here's the
Line
thing
test.
that we gotta talk about. What's important in the draft of Aurora is actually yes. The
मार्कले टर्कीलाई मियाले हान्छ मासुराप
Here's the
हेरौँ
thing
ला
that
हेरौँ ला
what Aurora has been doing. They need at least 2 people, which is this, to open up the.
गाइज ओनिकलाई मैले हेड चाहिँ गरेँ होइन बट अरू टर्की आई थिङ्क स्ट्रङ छ जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई ओनिक भन्दा नि अनि आइएम सपोर्टिङ अरू टर्की एज वेल होइन नयाँ रिजनको टिमले जितोस् न होइन कति सेम रिजनको टिमले जितेको होइन क्या बस डे 3 अफ सपोर्टिङ अरू टर्की मैले एमएससी स्टार्ट हुनुभन्दा अगाडि नै मैले भन्थेँ अरू टर्कीलाई सपोर्ट गरेको छ अरू टर्की टिम स्प्रिट अनि को भन्छ मैले ओनिक भने चाहिँ होला प्रोभाब्ली अब आई थिङ्क किबोयले उयो नै निकाल्नुपर्छ गाइज किबोयले चाउ लिएर मिड कन्ट्रोल लिनुपर्छ अर्ली गेमदेखि अनि केल्डाले लिङ नै केल्डाले काइरीले लिङ नै खेल्यो हुन्छ होला लिङ एन्ड नोलान अर्ली गेम त हेर्नुपर्छ तर यो अरू टर्की अगेन्स्ट लिङ पनि चल्दैन जस्तो लागिरहेको छ किनकि अरू टर्कीले अर्लीमै ब्ल्याडबोर्ड हानिरहेको छ अनि लिङको अर्ली गेम नै युजलेस न अर्ली गेम टिक्नु पऱ्यो क्या अरू टर्कीको अगेन्स्टमा किनकि अर्ली गेम टिक्यो भने लेट गेम त जित्छ होला अनिकले अरू टर्कीले अर्ली गेममै हेर न 5-6 मिनटमै कत्रो लिड लिन्छ 3-4 हजार के अनि कम ब्याक नै हान्नु दिन्न त्यो लिड झन् बढ्दै जान्छ Where is TLPS? TLPS. TLPS लाई त्यहाँ घर पठाइदिइसक्यो होला टर्कीले। माही मेरो छोड दियो ना कि तेरे बिना दिल नहीं सबैभन्दा खुसी Masarapp. Let's go Aurora Turkey म त ओनिक मनपर्छ तर म त्यही पनि Aurora टर्कीलाई सपोर्ट गर्छु केटा मैले रिजन भनिसकेँ त नयाँ रिजनको टिम भएर लेट्स सी कमब्याक भयो झन् राम्रो नि केटा बेस्ट अफ 5 सम्म हेरौँ न हामी पनि बेस्ट अफ 5 को सिरिज मैले हेड चाहिँ गरेँ होइन ओनिकलाई केटा हो मलाई नै ओनिक राम्रै लाग्छ बट सपोर्ट चाहिँ म Aurora टर्कीलाई गरेँ त्यति हो अब ओनिक भर्सेस फाल्कन भए म अभियसली ओनिकलाई सपोर्ट गर्छु होइन केटा हो त्यस्तै त हो त फाल्कनलाई जित्न नदिने टिएलपी यो फिलिपिन्सलाई जित्न नदिने त्यस्तै त हो त ओनिक हान्नु पर्यो फर्काउनु पर्यो एक एक हुनु पर्यो अनि बेस्ट अफ 5 सम्म जानु पर्यो अनि पो मजा आउँछ त तर यो गेम पनि हार्यो भने चाहिँ ओनिक 2-3-0 नै हुन्छ ला हान्नुपर्छ र ओनिकले यो गेम त
Similar to how TL ended up losing against them too, I agree. And it's also reflected in the picks. It's all reflected in the matches.
कार्ड डिजले ग्राइन्ड हान्न थाल्छ क्या बाबालाई गोड फर रिजन लक इन भइहाल्यो टुर्नामेन्ट हान्नु बित्तिकै धेरै हेटायो नि त कार्ड डिजलाई अब फेरि प्रुफ हान्छ कार्ड डिजले
probably going to look like, the pacing you're probably going to play with, and who you're playing for.
Well, let's take a listen to what Pagu had to say earlier
सक्काको
on
टिमले
because
जित्नु
we
पर्यो
had a chance to catch up
लिग
with him
यार
before this
यस्तो हेट्न
game.
हान्नु
Show
न
looked
यार
good in game one.
अब
We'll see
उसको
what he
मर्जी
brings
हो
coming
अब
into game number
उसलाई
2.
के बन्न मन छ भने उसको डिसिजन हो नि केटा हो
We are now here with
अब
Pagu.
पागुको इन्टरभ्यू सुन तिमीहरू
Hello. What did you say to me before this interview? Watermelon? What's that about?
Just testing the comms, right?
Oh.
So the sound is right.
Where did you get watermelon from?
My coach always says it. I don't know.
Is it midnight?
Yeah, it's all midnight. Always midnight.
Always midnight. Midnight. But, you know, going into this match, I think a lot of people are talking about your jungler. Tianzi has been popping off. I think people are saying that he's #1 in the jungle position. But as a roamer,
Masarapp ni नभने म स्ट्रेट नै देख्छु
So, in this meta, because it's majority assassin jungle, right? So, it's important that he's being protected and he can farm safely, right? So, you have to provide him vision. You need to protect his Grim camps always. So, and the blue buff majority of the games, right? So yeah, you just need to protect him at all costs, even if you're alive.
Okay, protect him at all costs. And what happens if you fail to do that? What does Tianzi do?
If I fail to do that, the game gets harder, first of all. Second of all, we have to be more aggressive to regain the green camps from enemy side.
Does he get angry?
In some situations. I mean, if it's our mistake, but sometimes it's normal. Just keep up the good mindset, right? The game is not done.
So how do you, keep him calm and nice and so on and so forth? Is there something that's special that you do, or you just have to protect the green camps?
If there's a mistake, we try not to repeat it so it doesn't happen again. Yeah, just learn from mistakes, basically.
Learn from the mistakes. We really like that. We really, really do. Is there something that we don't know about Tianzi, maybe?
So yeah, as you said earlier, when there's no green camps, he might make sure that next time the green camps are there.
Okay, so still about the green camps. Tianzi and his green camps. There's something about that relationship, but that's really good insight. Thank you so much. And we're also really curious about the rest of your team. Like, what's your team like? Because I feel like in interviews, you guys are very, stoic. So who's more emotion? Like, where's the emotion come from usually from your team? Is there a certain player that's a little bit more emotive?
When we're talking about hype, I would say Lunar is the most one. In games, when he gets the energy boost, right, if everything is working out in games.
So Lunar.
Lunar, when it comes to energy, right?
Hype, Lunar. Who's most calm?
Most calm for me, I think it's either Siggy or Rosa.
Sigmund the
Rosa, right?
Battles in the side,
just work for the team, right? Listen to the calls a bit.
I get the vibes. What about most nervous before a match?
Most nervous? It can be me, honestly, sometimes.
Oh, really?
I mean, with the green camps, as I said earlier.
And you're more nervous because of your own teammate.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100% If you let your teammates play, then game is good, right? If they're having good match. That's a job of a roamer, right? Just play for your team.
That's true. That's true. You're a really good roamer. Is there anyone that's a little bit more like, does they tilt easy or they get upset fast? Are you gonna say me?
Green camps.
Green. Oh, okay. Okay. We got it. We got it. So coming to this next match, are you confident that you can win against Onic again? Out of 0 to 10.
Out of 0 to 10, I would say 7. I mean, anything can happen. Maybe the draft will be like something crazy. Who knows? But so far, if we just play our normal game, I think we got this.
Okay. We'll take your word for it. But now, before we let you go, do you have a message to your teammates?
Yeah, guys, just keep up the good work. Let's play normal game, no tilting. I hope our green caps are safe and everything works out.
Okay. Thank you so much for this interview. It's been fun.
Lovely
and
interview.
We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I never knew green camps were that important. I mean, you can see Pagu sweating, thinking about, he has nightmares when he doesn't get the green camps for TNZ. But at the end of the day, Aurora Gaming leave us with a sentiment that we all felt, which is if they play their game, they're going to be okay. Lefel, what do you think about that?
I think green camps is great. Now I know, don't take it away from.
I knew you weren't listening.
I think this is why Merkel is mad at us. Sometimes we take his camps away.
Oh, you guys don't protect.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's exactly. Do you play the game to win or to have fun?
Masarapp super prince or Haji for me super prince here, guys.
In this context. To win, you know.
Well, at least we had fun. Doesn't cut it when you lose in the knockouts, guys. I don't think it does as well when you're representing the last remaining MSC champion outside of Onic, who's still in this tournament. SRG and Team Liquid PH have gone out earlier.
It's always make sure to like the stream. 500 like pugsai pugदैन आज 500 like pugsai पुग्दैन. We need 146 like more, eh? 146 and 156. 156 more like. So then like and guys, like the stream, subscribe
on
and
the side of, you know, devil's advocate for how Onic can turn this around. Where do you think they got caught?
First of all, for me, you know the story of the rabbit.
Super Prince or Sanji? Tough one. I'll still choose Sanji.
Doesn't apply everywhere. Right here, you gotta go fast. You can't be like a turtle.
Yeah, slow and steady doesn't win the race always.
Turtle and rabbit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, tortoise and
but hare is a different
hare
way to
is
say
a way
rabbit.
to say rabbit, and tortoise is a different way to say turtle.
Crocodile and alligator.
Yeah, only the comeback and the kid at the game to start. Come on, only game done with that. One and by then, what on the
rabbit story?
Come on, Onic.
And the tortoise and the hare.
Hey, the
rabbit wins. Just kidding.
It's a turtle.
It is still the turtle or the tortoise.
But still, it's just that you gotta fight speed for speed. That's like the main takeaway for this one.
Yeah.
Because if you lose by the first 5 minutes of the game, Aurora is just the kind of team that won't make a mistake that gives you that avenue to fight back.
Well, I think the problem when you get into a major tournament like this is there's a lot of people, a lot of chefs, a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Draft pretty gun. Let's go.
You also have an
idea. Pretty gun.
Working against you is not the identity. Is your best way to play the game. It's difficult, Prig.
I actually agree with that because I feel
hello,
like
Masarapp,
Onic just
hello.
played with their identity. They played to their
मेरो
strengths.
साथीले
But
मेरो
it's
जिएफले
something
मेरो
that's being
साथीसँग
exploited
चिट
again and
गर्यो
again by
म
Aurora
अलिक
because again they have so many cards up their sleeve. They have so many ways to deal with what has been
What the
considered
fuck?
the
के भन्छ?
meta and the
Who is that
strengths of
guy?
Onic for the longest time. We have a special mention here from someone.
Midnight.
It's a dinosaur.
Wow.
It's a dinosaur. Oh.
Speaking of dinosaurs, the Barat does seem to be quite a problem. It's just that, hey, I feel like the reason why Aurora keeps on winning, they keep on winning the side lanes, right? So stop that.
Let's go, guys. This is the second match. Onic versus Aurora 30.
I agree. I think
Onic एक game चाहिँ हान्यो हुन्थ्यो त्यो हैन हेर्न मन छ Come on, Onic. Let's go, guys. Drafting phase. Draft ready गर्न try गरौँ.
To gold lane, which we've seen that again, but it's just too powerful. And when you combine that with the Cho and the Barats, they have two literal solo
Fanny, Selena, Fanny, Marcel.
moments to displace
Fanny,
members on Onic, and that's exactly what you don't want. You want to play steady, you want to play Onic way, and so how do you do that? You eliminate the things that can disrupt you, and I feel like we should see.
Come on, Onic Fanny ban हान्यो Onic लाफिने अब एटस पनि ओपन छ.
Or pick it up early because again, Aurora, their draft.
पग त लिदैन क्या Onic ले ढुक्क लिदैन यार.
Onic shouldn't be super I would say, enthusiastic to have heroes that are long range. Because somehow, some way, Aurora will find a way to
Sans,
close the
lock the
gap.
fucking bro, Sans!
Advantage of this blue side because I think
Bharat
both of
man,
them really
Atlas open,
favor
Atlas
blue
full
side,
over
but
there.
they banned the Barretts instead, so
Astro हिरामा ट्रेड गर्यो हिरा ले लियो
okay, it's still gonna be
अब
here
यताबाट
for
एटलास
Onic,
पिक
but as
आउँछ
mentioned, the
अरू
Atlas,
टर्कीबाट एटलास र
even Belleric and
एटलास एन्ड इदोरा मेबी
Paquito is still open.
What did they
कि
want?
एटलास र
Did
पकितो
they
एटलास र
try
पकितो
to
आउँछ
open
होला
up Paquito early? I mean,
Yeah. I feel like for Aurora, because they battled the Valentina, they should be picking up the Atlas here. Atlas +1. The +1 is going to be the big question. I feel like
एटलास र पक्दो कि त एटलास र इदोरा
because he could. Oh,
एटलास र
you're
इदोरा अब एटलास आउँदैन अर्को पिक
Uranus Belleric.
फेरि
That's interesting.
Oh, but
Okay.
here's the thing. Uranus and Belleric are very
Atlas and then
high
Belleric
sustained
prior,
heroes.
what
So
the
in terms
fuck?
of marksman, I can see the carry doing quite well here.
Yeah, but
कि
are
मैले
they
चौलिन्छ
going
कि
just to pick up the carry? Because if so, then they will no longer have a choice.
क्यारी पनि छ क्यारी पनि छ ओनिकलाई अप्सन क्यारी राम्रो पिक देखिरहेको छ यता मैले
eventually consider
केलाको क्यारी
still
पनि
over to
बवाल
their
छ जस्तो
side. So Onic have to be very particular about their choices here because the carry really looks good, but you also don't know what other range options would come out from Aurora. You don't know
यत्रो
what
ट्राभल
Ice is
गरेको त के मतलब यार ओनिक हार्यो
playing
नि
just yet. So they will go for a Esmeralda. This is looking like a dead
Esmeralda,
lead.
once again
Maybe
Esmeralda.
EXP, at least for the matchup. The gold ring is really what matters at this point.
We also saw
के
the
जुसिन
Atlas
लेला
pick up,
त
and it did not work. It was
जुसिन
almost
ले
trying
ओके
to
ओके
do
एउटा
it with
मिल्यो
Atlas, and they're actually
ओइ
going to
रफेला सिधै रफेला ओ माय गॉड सिधै रफेला 1 सेकेन्डमा यार अर्र टर्कीलाई प्लिज डर लाग्यो मलाई अर्र टर्कीको रफेला देख्नु बित्तिकै रफेला देखे यति त डर लाग्दैन थियो यार मलाई तर फेरि रोजाको हातमा भएछ अति डर लाग्यो
That was a very fast Rafa pick, and I feel like it's going to be good to deal with all three members of Onic here. Just the slowdown by itself, speeding up the Uranus. He's going to stick onto them, and here's the thing. They won't have
किबोको चाउ ब्यान्ड रेस्पेक्ट ब्यान्ड अब एटलास ब्यान्ड आउँछ होला मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली एटलास ब्यान्ड गर्छ होला अर्र टर्कीले एटलास ब्यान्ड हान्छ
You're already seeing the juice in. That's that.
किबोले के लिन्छ फेरि
Also,
हिरो
it's just mostly the juice in
के
and
लिन्छ यार
Aurora, because if you're looking at them and the possibility of them scaling, then you might have to have another source for mid to late game damage, which
चाउ
I
ब्यान्ड
feel
पकितो ब्यान्ड नाइस ब्यान्ड
is
पकितो
something
ब्यान्ड
that's gonna
अब
be
एटलास
very
ब्यान्ड आउँछ
tough
होला
for Onic, 'cause the
अर्र
rotations are
टर्कीबाट
looking a bit too fast for Aurora. You're already expecting for them to
डर
pick up
लाग्यो
a
अर्र
late to mid
टर्कीको
game
ड्राफ्ट
jungler
हेरेँ
as well. At least the Paquito's not there,
टेन्सन
but
भइसक्यो
either
ओनिकलाई
way, I think it works out for Aurora. They'll have late game heroes as options later on.
Yeah. I feel like Onic need to pick something up like a high loss, something that can slow down Aurora here because they're looking very fast with this Rafaela. Because Cho would have been the best option, but again, Cho gets banned out.
किन सबैजना मेक श्योर लाइक द स्ट्रिम 500 लाइक पुग्यो गाइस सबैजना लाइक गरौँ लाइक एन्ड सब्स्क्राइब
The problem is, we just don't know. Maybe there is a surprise pick coming in the jungle later on. They might still force a link for all we know.
But at the same time, if they go high loss, that's pretty much the same idea we saw in game number 1, where they're just
ए मिल्छ ब्यान्ड एटलास स्लो ओपन छ यार
going to be a lot more passive than we want them to be. And Aurora, they've been doing such a great job at baiting Onic into drafting these kinds of patterns.
Yep. They've been fantastic with it. This has
कि
been a
मैले
top
के
matchup
खेल्छ यार
so far from Aurora.
एटलासै खेल्छ होला यार
Just those three heroes at the front.
तर एटलास दिनै
It's
खोजिरहेछ
going to be difficult. It's going to be an early game problem. And if you're looking at Pagu's pick
Baxia,
here,
maybe?
more importantly, the response that Onic can have after they
एरिड लग दियो मा केल रागा एरिड लग दियो ओए बाटो छ यार यिनीहरू अति नै अति बाटो छ यार अति दिमाग लगाएर क्यारी नै होला बेस्ट अप्सन
Okay, I'm
क्यारी र काजा लिँदै यार बरु
pick up because I feel like AoE will really matter here if they want to slow things down. Minotaur is a great option. I was thinking of that, and you also have sustain.
क्यारी र काजा लिँदै
Aurora actually go in for
हो
the dives and
काजा
ways
यो
to
किबोय के हेर्यो
spend a bit
लिँदै
more
लिँदै
longer in the team
क्यारी र
fights.
काजा
And if it's sustained team fights you're looking at, yes, you have the Esmeralda, but what is going to be the carry?
क्यारी र काजा बेस्ट अप्सन ओनिको लागि एटलासले यार एटलास बेटै गरेर छ ओनिकलाई लि भनेर
I wonder if they want to go for Brody. I don't think Brody is a good shot.
ग्रान्जर
Granger is worse though, I think.
The only reason why
ब्रो लास्टिङ नराम्रो पिक हो यार ग्रान्जर कस्टम लास्टिङ नराम्रो पिक हो यार यो गेम कसरी चलाउँछ केलाई थाहा भएन लास्ट
Unique hero. Lucas in the jungle. Or is this gonna be like Lucas EXP and then Uranus jungle?
This is tough.
I can see Uranus jungle as well.
लास्टिङ नराम्रो पिक हो यार ग्रान्जर यो कममा आई डोन्ट नो यार किन लिएर खेल्दा अलिक ग्रान्जर
Lucas jungle then. All right, so
Uranus on the EXP.
I think Onic, they might have overthink this because Atlas kind of gets countered by the Rafa with the speed up and slow down.
Yeah.
The Granger, I think it's just because his Kelra's
What the fuck, bro? Lucas
it's
yaar.
gonna be good enough though. You can't really burst down Aurora.
And even if you do, there's a passive that Rafaela can utilize to just bring them
Granger ले
back
front
in
line
action. So
लाई
this is
कसरी मार्छ
looking like a
बेली गरौ
really
त
good
लेट्स
game for
हेरौँ
Aurora.
केलाको ग्रान्जर हान्छ कि
Feels like more of the same.
केला ग्रान्जर जे पनि हुन सक्छ लेट्स गो ओनिक यो गेम चाहिँ हान्छ यार प्लिज यार
Solution, but this is the time to test their theories because they are only a few games away from
केला ग्रान्जरमा कम्फर्ट छ होला केलाले अब सेभेज हानेर जिताउँछ कि अब ड्यामेज त पुरा हराउँछ
The statement has been set by Aurora. Hey, we've already taken game number 1 and we're still going to be whipping
कम
out
अन हान्ने ओनिक एक गेम त हेर्नु मन छ यार ओनिकलाई जितेको एक गेम हैन
with two tanky boys. A particular Leonin who scales up very, very quickly and very, very deadly. And of course, the man himself, Lucas.
Well, I love this. Again, some unique heroes come through. Leave it up to Aurora Gaming and Coach Midnight to make this happen. I remember specifically, I think it was LaFell that was asking about the Lucas jungle, even back in the wild cards to go through.
लेनमा त पेल्छ होला ग्रान्जरले
You can see that battle in the XP lane that we're so used to seeing. Of course, Lunar is going to struggle a bit there with that Esmeralda, but again, the idea.
यो गेम लेट गेम कसको राम्रो छ अरोरा टर्कीको राम्रो छ लेट गेम अर्ली गेम जित्यो भने सक्छ गेम अरोरा टर्कीले कमब्याक पनि हुँदैन लेट गेम राम्रो छ अरोरा टर्कीको
So that's a whole nother thing too. Just how quick Aurora can get back into the fights that Onic is going to have to kind of keep notion of, because again, when you're getting all these heals through and you're this tanky for Aurora, you can't overstay if you're Onic, and that might be one of the biggest problems for them.
I mean, let's not forget, again, most people have tend to kind of lean away from Lucas because he's so ability driven and his ult. Again, you can wait for the full duration. Get into these fights like right now and see whether you can start building enough charge to maximize it as soon as you get it.
Okay, हान्छ क्या ओनिकले गेम
It's going to be a matter of spacing
Come on, Onic.
both sides. You can see that even Sans has opted not to go for Wilderness Blessing and instead pull yourself together to make sure that these things get really, really dangerous, which I would assume will, as we see Lunar, he is having a tough time in this lane.
Yeah, they got to put pressure somewhere, and right now that's going to be on the Uranus up there in the XP lane for Lunar. Turtle's up though, so right now Onic has favor to go ahead and get in position if they can.
ग्रान्जर भन्दा ब्रोडीले गए ठिक हुन्थ्यो होला ब्रोडी पनि मलाई कस्तो पकडिहाल्छ क्या राम्रो टिमहरूले ड्यास हुँदैन ब्रोडीको ठिकै छ र ग्रान्जर अब किल पायो भने त राम्रै हुन्छ ग्रान्जरले हेरौँ केलाको हातमा हो हान्नु पर्ने हो केलाले त जुन हिरोमा नि
This buff to be secured.
Turtle.
For the turtles already going to start up, but it's less than half health.
Nice.
Secured up by Kyrie.
Okay, ओनिकले भयो कसलाई सपोर्ट गर्ने यार यो गेम दुईटैले टिमलाई सपोर्ट गर न्यूट्रल बस्छु मलाई
Secure for Onic.
Oh, that's a bit of a waste here, and honestly, a pretty huge win because now Kelra at least gets some gold shielding here just to get a little bit of a lead.
अरे यो लेट गेम छ क्या लेट गेम कुरा छ अरे टर्की बाटो छ किल दिएको छैन
Be careful. We cannot underestimate this Lucas. There's a very good chance that he can just power through a lot of our abilities, even if they do have the fatal links.
ओनिकले अडी चाहिँ आइरेस गर्नुपर्छ यिनीहरू थाहा त लेट गेम छैन भने ओनिकको
Big mechanic here for Tien. Oh, this is dangerous. Wait a second.
Oh, Pagu.
कसले पायो काइरीले पायो Nice one.
Hey, you can still say Pagu that wasn't a green camp. You know that was a buff that went over in the hands there of Kyrie, but still.
काइरीले केलाले हान्नु त पर्ने हो हैन फार्म निकालेर स्ट्या बनायो केलाले
With that Granger being picked up here again, it is
हान्छु भनेर बसिरहेको छ होला र ग्रान्जरमै
for Kelra, obviously that's really going to help, and he
ड्यामेज
has to
चाहिँ
play
पुग्दैन रफेलाको हिल्ने हुन्छ
this kind of lineup here.
सिएलबाट बनाउनु पर्छ ग्रान्जर केलाले
Off to a pretty steady start for Onic, building up already a nice little lead.
And they don't mind not interacting in these early stages of the game until
1.3 k को गोली छ ओनिकको कम on
I think as long as Aurora recognize this, hey, we need to fight on our terms and only our terms. There's a lot of things in the early game that actually don't matter.
Here in the mid lane, this is going to matter. Keyboy fallen.
कसरी मर्यो
Into the hands of Sigiboom. What a rotate here through.
Lunar?
It's not over.
Lunarको पिट भएको
Lunar's going to get thrown around. TNC though, they're on this side. He wants this purple buff if he can take it from Kyrie. This is a bit of a risk, but they're going to go for it anyway. Loopy on this offside goes in with a falling star moon, able to find two.
आइक्यू आयो कम on मरे Lunar मरे
just sacrificing himself to keep the rest of Aurora up as Ludwig will take
Ludwig
Lunar
kill
down.
at the
Okay,
now.
At least he gives that kill over to Ludwig.
John Magia, wait, John Magia, Lunar Lai.
For now, you can see that Aurora, they can kind of fight forever, and Onic also recognized that. Now, at least first item,
nice one.
Turtle goes into the hands of Onic. This is going great for them, but it's an ever-moving pendulum. Now, Sigabum gets to catch up back on Gold. Gold here, he's got a kill in hand, but now that he's got the extra plating as well, he should finally have a slight lead against Kelra.
Okay. Didn't have to pop the Purify, just dropped down the Zaman Force, but yeah, as you mentioned, he got a lot of the extra gold off that turret. That's kind of what Sigabum needed, but again, he did get that first kill too. Uh-oh. He knows the Zaman Force. Kelra will go in! A quick kill!
I'm sorry, guys. Kill that way, granted. I'm sorry, bro.
Makes a move, and now bottom side still gonna break out.
Fatal links into it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
For your Sky Piercer for Kelra.
Great knowledge from Kelra. He understood what the assignment was.
Solo maar yaar Sigabum lai.
Flicker, you can't run away from me, and I love it. If you want to just sit underneath their turret, I can harass you for days without anything left.
जी यार Kelra form में आया अब तो.
Problem to Aurora now that the game plan is starting to fall apart. Luckily for Sigabum, he doesn't lose too much here because they still have the passive from Rosa to get the revive down. But Kelra now building up on these Sky Piercer stacks, they need to cut it in half at some point in the game.
Yeah, you know, when that setup happens and you don't have the Zaman Force available. Onic will take advantage of that. So
2.5 के गोली था Onic को. Onic ले early game में सपन बचा.
Gets a Radiant Armor locked in now for him, but it's just again Onic building up on this.
3 stack में बच रहा था Kelra. Sky को.
Top side, it looks like Sigabum should be able to get that one, but now
Lunar
could possibly in trouble. The rest of the teams here though. It's tanky enough, picks up a dominance ice, but this turtle is up. Are we going to see 3 for 3 for Onic in the turtle department?
Probably. They're going to have to contest this, I suppose, but the lead isn't looking too good. And I think the real question is whether or not Kelra is going to be here for the fight. And it looks like he is. They've already taken the tier 1s on both sides, both, again, losing lanes for Aurora at this stage, considering everything that has happened. But if they can find the opening, and here comes Lunar.
Lunar?
They're going to go for it. Lunar.
More Lunar.
Blasted down, though. Has to drop the consecration.
TNG?
Look for his own opening.
Oh, kala pade. Keyboard pala pade. TNG mar tar. Oh, TNG bachi raha tha aje. Free turtle. Oh. Oi, Kairi le payo. Na cheater Kairi. Kelra le hancha hola. Kelra le hancha ki? Oi, Kairi. Rosa le John Maya bell reclaim. Oh my god. Rafael bhako last advantage cha.
Still willing to take these fights.
That was beautiful stuff. Like, Lunar got a lot out of Onic. Sans even using his ult as well, making sure that they got basically... Kelra trying his best, but Pagu switches the role with Lunar to get right in front of Kelra's face to make sure that nobody else needs to die.
Impact the Ramal leader, sir, Aurora Turkey. Late game Ramal say get Aurora Turkey.
Malefic Roar now picked up too. Again, a final.
We 40 stack.
Fatal links.
40 stack.
Eventually, you're not going to be able to just keep respawning Pagu.
Rosa? Look at Rosa ko. Uski bole ko to kita ko.
This is a messy fight between two turrets as they back off.
Sigabum?
Up top.
Mana Sigabum ko.
He's been dealing with a lot of pressure on this Harith. I mean, Onic now is not letting up in the jungle.
Yeah, it's really...
Guys, make sure to like this stream, like and subscribe. And get out 500 like puya there. Come on, guys. 635 watching, so 500 like puya.
I don't think it's very easy because, unfortunately for Tanzi, a lot of Lucas's moveset.
Ranger ko 40 stack bhayisakyo.
Don't have a way to kind of.
It's 40 and 50 nahi bhayo yaar get out.
You don't have a way to kind of come from different angles.
Pass bhayo to kahabata bhayo kilo.
I run you down. I'm pushing you back either into my team or away from my team. But Hirara is so different, especially with the iframes as well. Oh, this could be a punish.
Pagu could be in trouble again. Doesn't have a flicker available. The rest of the team has to help.
Lunar?
Oh no.
Lunar moryo.
Trying to get away.
Kato damage laira chha ab to. Khela ko last item hai chha ab to.
They call it off though. They don't want to overcommit to this. They see the purple buff is up. They're going to put some pressure here. Kyrie goes in and TNZ doesn't have the purple.
Yep, but that means that Kyrie doesn't have retribution. So far, this could be a forced fight here. They know that Keyboard doesn't have the fatal link, so they have a very short window to try and punish. But so far, Lunar has not been able to open them up.
Late game to Turkey ke sath nikal aao. Wait, pala ni? Kibe baje ab aane Kelra le save jane. Kelra le मर्यो रोजा नि मर्यो डबल किल पागु पनि मर्यो 80 स्ट्याक किल राको 80 स्ट्याक 80 स्ट्याक
Couple shots of the Rhapsody and boom, another. Man,
80 stack.
are playing out of their minds right now. Sans hyper aggressive, your really big punishes on TNZ, making sure like even though TNZ has anti-CC, doesn't necessarily mean he's
for my kill for my silver banaya nice item.
Close that distance because that's Lucas's biggest problem, right? TNZ jumps into the middle of this fight, tries to make something happen by pushing
TNZ ले kill ला हान्नु पर्ने हो के तर के गर्यो TNZ ले backline ला हाने छैन
stacks on top of him. Rosa can try and bail him out of there, but once you are committed to the lightning
sound अलि ठुलो बनाउनु पर्दो छ ला sound okay
and I think they just need to take a breath here.
Think
about it for a moment. So far, their main win condition is going to be Sigabum. The early game is done for Aurora.
Yeah, this is tough too because meanwhile, when all that happened, there was a great kind of split push happening with Onic. You know, Luke taking out the top. You can see it here in the mid too, being down max stacks here for Kelra. Just so much value on this Granger. It's comfort for a reason, and now they're knocking on the base turrets of Aurora Gaming as the mid turret falls. Lord makes
non-mid hero
Lunar, half health already. Even on this Uranus, he's gonna pop the consecrate. All turrets are gonna be stripped out of the base of Aurora Gaming. But now with Onic, a 10,000. They
dealt
with this in game one, and now it's their turn. Keyboy looking for an opening here. Lord's gonna be worked on. Keyboy jumps on in. Final.
Wait, Keyboy comes
through. On three. Still with all the defense too. They gotta hold it together. Kelra firing off the backside. He's got the space to work with. Siggy Boom. All the shields in the world. They gotta go heal back up. The crystals are gonna be locked on. TNZ up on the front side. Kelra gets another. Triple. Can he get the maniac? They line it up. What a way to take game two for Onic.
A convincing.
Sorry यार केटा हो केला को अति रहेछ यार ग्रान्जर अनप्लेबल गेम मै कस्ता हान्दै रेले त कम्फर्ट मा अति हान्दै रेले त What a game by Onic, what a game by Kela.
Our laning phase kind of sucked, and what we need to fix
crazy
here
and crazy
is to make sure one of these lanes need to win. And if it's going to be Sigaboom's lane, they better make sure that he has Flicker rather than the Purify. And that's something that you can't really control.
Like, Grandeur playable नहीं था यार, तो ये लोग कस्तो crazy खेलते यार. और Grandeur भाई सब जन यार कस्तो खेलेगा यार ले.
Aurora made things work for them in game one, especially the draft that they brought. This one stopped in its tracks. It's nice to see.
आने केला आए from Onic आए from मा.
It just didn't work, Gideon. You know, this was a struggle.
Nice one, 1-1 by score. अब को बहुत टॉपर को 1-1 छ.
On just the jungle, but then the
टॉपर को भन्दा नि गेम त 1-1 नै भइरहेछ दुईटै गेम तर overall 1-1 series भयो 1-1 भयो.
But also just really good positioning and fighting from Kelra here and the rest of
the हाने यार केलाले यो गेम त
बाफ look at all the room Kelra has here in these highlights. He has all the space to work with, and Sans was so good at playing that Jushin, bringing them back with the lantern, bringing them, utilizing the beacon if he had it to. But I mean, look at this. Even in this, Kelra has all the space in the world to move here.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. Hopefully they figure it
Kelra
out.
Saying this is AI. Thank you so much, Lunar, for 3,000. You know.
Thank you so much. I mean,
Korean,
this was the gold standard in action. Gideon and
thank you so much Yato. 69 let's go Onic Luna la garda भन्दै रे. Thank you भन्दिन्छु गर्दा भन्नु.
Maybe I should call you both the boys. How are we feeling?
She's our boy, man.
Yeah.
You're one of the boys, Sprig.
Mani यो गोल हालौँ न यार.
We're Lagada.
Accept that. like Kada?
5-2 फुट्टाको गोल हाल्यो.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's your call now, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
We're pounds.
Let's keep workshopping, and then we'll figure it out. Like Onic as well, who kept workshopping, and then they figured it out. I think this was a really great response. I feel like this is the chance that they needed. They finally answered the early game, and they punched them right back. And now Aurora, your move.
Yeah. The Raphael
Oh my god यार कसरी के हानेको के केटाले यार.
was going to be terrifying.
Crazy नै खेल्दै यार भर्खर त अनप्लेबल गेममा.
Potential early game, but it was very visible and
अति नै क्रेजी हाने यार यसले. ग्रान्जर पिक यसो के ग्रान्जर पिक हावा थियो के तर क्रेजी नै खेलेको केटा कसम पिक त हावै थियो क्या यो ड्राफ्टमा चाहिँ हावा थियो भन्नु खोजेँ क्या केल्दाको हावा छ भन्नु खोजेँ होइन कि यो ड्राफ्टमा चाहिँ हावा थियो अनि अन्य पऱ्यो केल्दा अगाडि सरी यार केटा सरी यार केल्दा द गोट अफ एमएलबी गोल्डेनमा गोल्ड स्ट्यान्डर्ड होइन अब केल्दाले हेरितकेलाई सिकाउँछ सिक बुमलाई केल्दाको अति चाहिँ फेरि हेरि चाहिँ काउन्टरलाई रिकाउन्टर अब लेनिङ फेजमा त केल्लालाई एडभान्टेज नै थियो हेरितको होइन तर ओभरअल चाहिँ गाह्रो थियो भने क्या केल्लालाई ड्राफ्टको फेजमा अब युरानस फिड भयो भने त गाह्रो छ नि त युरानस त मान त्यही भएर भने क्या थ्याङ्क यू सो मच निकोनिस फर 2 ज्वेल्स साँझ पनि क्रेजी नै खेलै यो गेम चाहिँ मान्नु पर्यो जुसिन चाहिँ दिनुहुन्न रहेछ साँझलाई रुन्न भन्थे कहिले तर
You have a Rafaela, you're on flying clouds, but also it's because of your mostly fighter lineup. But you don't really get to see them get to that point where you feel like they just rather would not, or Onic would rather not fight against them because they actually had the damage to deal with them. Kelra,
all this just to get 4-0 by Falcon
early on did not allow for Aurora to play the game that they wanted.
That could be the difference. They're not expecting that. LaFell, break down what you saw Onic respond here in game 2.
Very elegant in the way that you grab the mic.
अब फर्काउँछ नि अब कसले हान्छ केटा ओनिक एउटा ठर्की कुन चाहिँ टिमले जित्छ अब थर्ड म्याच छ जसले जित्छ म्याच पनि हो
I just want to show two big things here, right? Look at this. This is level 1 Lunar. Again, could you like lower it a bit? Just jatuh sikit. Okay, thank you. Like Lunar is level 1 and then Loopy is
अब चाहिँ म सरी अब चाहिँ म अरा टर्कीलाई सपोर्ट है
so high.
अरा टर्कीले सिरिज जित्नुपर्छ एक गेम हान्छ ओनिकले अब अरा टर्की लेट्स गो
win because again the reason why we see Aurora doing well in game number 1 they got the Barats. Barats wins the lane quite hard. Now Lunar is getting
Sigboomलाई दे पकितो
This is also why I want to say that Kelra deserves a pay raise. He deserves a bonus because look at the situation here.
ओनिकको फ्यानहरुले मलाई कस्तो हेर्यो calm down bro calm down
a little bit more brave.
एकछिन गाइस म आए अहिले
But look at this 1v1, straight up 1v1, going up against Sigibum, and then he dies. And then look at the state of the minions as well. Even the gold card is almost dying. So there's a lot of gold on the table there's a lot of gold on the table that's being denied here by Onic. And then when we go into the team fights, just like what Gideon said, we got to look at Suns because Suns is honestly destroying the composition of what Aurora is trying to do. And what Aurora is trying to do, all right, Aurora is trying to do is that they have 1 or 2 dedicated map openers. In this one is going to be Lunar, and every single time, I'm just showing you one clip, but Suns multiple times pick up the front line of the team, and then look at how all the while Kelra in the back, he has free range to keep on hitting because look at all the HP being brought down by the rest of Onic here. And then all the while, just look at Kelra. Kelra is just waiting patiently. He just wants that final hit. And with the Sky Piercer, that's kind of all you need. Look at the positions here. Look at how Lunar is gonna get targeted, and then later on, oh, I'm colorblind. I can't see this.
He gets chunked right there.
Yeah, he gets chunked a lot, and this just shows that both teams here, Reindeer as well as Brigida, they are very high octane kind of teams.
Yeah.
If you get a 1,000 gold lead in the early game for both Onic as well as Aurora, it's life-changing.
Yeah, I gotta say.
Life-changing.
You see it. Because it's both Sans and Kelra. They're very willing to just go for the front lines. It was highlighted earlier. Sans was lifting whoever just throws up front. And Kelra, being a bit too free, not afraid of trying to go for these heroes first because the damage was a bit too much. I particularly observed that during that one sequence you put there, highlight there, because I think that's where you kind of know that Onic have already got the game.
6-0 in terms of his overall stats, but his difference in game 1 was really
12-0
the moment. 6-0 in the moment of that fight. It ended up 12-0, you're right. It ended up tripling almost his damage there, a little bit over 2.2 times. from game 1 to game 2, Brigitte. This is the gold standard that we were looking for.
Yeah, it's a complete opposite of what you saw from him in game number 1, where again the matchup was clearly a lot more difficult to execute. So I feel like it's a similar situation that Aurora experienced this time. You kind of thought that they were actually going to have the advantage, granted that they had such a promising lineup synergy-wise. They had all the mobility in the world, they had all the timings in the world, but once they lost on the sides, that changed the outcome drastically, because you could not really rely on the mid trio to just pull off the idea of the draft alone.
It's been interesting because now where do we see the focus shift? It could be the mid that starts to become a little bit more important on the matchup. It's kind of been
Yo, what's up? What's up? I scared dog. कुकुरहरु फेरि अर्कै stream. यस्तो नेट छ नि, यस्तो रिस उठ्ने नेट छ नि लामो जस्तो। के पा ल हेर न अझै घुमिरहेछ। यस्तो 5G हाल्यो गरे। बुढा जस्तो।
and anything at a high level, everyone's about as good as everybody else. I mean, there's differences, right? There's moments of who steps up, who's a little bit better under pressure. But you just want to get yourself to a position where the players can decide the match based on how they play. They're not losing. Out the gate with their draft. So overall, it seems like Onic and Aurora Gaming, they both set their teams up to win. We'll see what happens in game 3. Before we do that, though, I want to send you to a little bit of a reminder about some new stuff going on with Mobile Legends Adventure.
Dance गर्ने तपाईँ केटा डान्स है अब डगीको डगी डान्स है ए कस्तो भारी हो यो त कस्तो कमेडी कस्तो कमेडी हात हेर न हात हेर कस्तो कमेडी puntu puntu Yay! Era que agora. Ela que agora beijinho. Botou aqui o erro. केटाहरूलाई को किन्ने कतिमा किन्ने केटा यसलाई कतिमा किन्ने हो भन तिमीहरूको रेट भन यसलाई कति कत्रो भारी हो क्या यो आम्मामा यसलाई कतिमा किन्ने गाइस अय्यो सम्झिने मुटु फेर्न कति केजी छ खै होला यार खै थाहा नै छैन कुन लाइक त भयो कसले के गर्यो कसले के गर्यो कस्तो कमेडी देखेको यो क्यामेरामा यस्तो कमेडी छैन हौ यो राम्रै छ हौ कस्तो कमेडी देख्यो फेस क्याममा यो राम्रै छ यार कस्तो कमेडी देखेको यार यसलाई कस्तो कमेडी देखेको त नजिकबाट जाँछ नजिक जा यस्तो कमेडी छैन हौ यो राम्रै छ 5K अरे ए 5K मा बेच्छु होला नि म यसलाई 5000 भने 5000 मा त गु पनि बेच्दिनँ मलाई किस किस कालो कुकुर स्क्रिनबाट आउँछ हो कालो कुकुर हटाइ ल ल ल गएको गेम स्टार्ट होला ल अब यसलाई अब यसलाई साइड लगाइदिन्छ केटा ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट भयो ल जा ल त 0 रुपिस रे 0 रुपिसमा चाहिँ सरी है
Let's see if Onic would rather let it open.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question that Aurora now are asking Onic. Do you want to give us Paquito? And I don't know if it would be a first pick. It would be an okay first pick because you still wonder, is this Siggy Boom going to grab it? Or is it going to be something that Lunar plays in the EXP lane? Or could it even be something TNZ plays in the jungle?
I feel like either Barats or Paquito is going to be pretty good here because again, that's kind of like what you need, right? Step 1, win lane. Step 2, win the game. And then they have Freya, and Freya can flex between EXP and Gold.
Oh my, we missed this. Yeah.
Yeah, because she's always banned, though. You can't blame us. We come in, they got the bans up. Okay, but
Stop blaming us, Brigida.
No, I blame myself.
You blame yourself?
Yeah.
Hey, don't.
No, don't blame yourself.
Okay.
Girls are never wrong.
Hey. Okay.
Oh wait, you're a boy. I forgot.
You're part of the boys.
You're part of the boys now. You're wrong.
Hey.
You're wrong,
I see what you did there. I see what you did there, LaFell. Bellering picked up as well as Esmeralda. Paquito ignored for now. They could pick it up. Again, it would kind of maybe show their cards for the Freya, but it's the Barats.
Oh.
So that's looking like... Wait,
EXP, yeah. EXP Barats and then Gold Lane Freya.
Gold Freya.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Winning the lanes, and then now with the Eudora as well. AoE crowd control, a lot of damage, much stronger opening for Aurora here.
Dog traumatized.
Don't mind the Paquito.
That dog is traumatized.
Should not be pressured to pick it up even.
It's a mile
in this particular scenario. If they really want to go for a different game plan, because at this point, okay, they don't.
Let's go game of draft ma.
I feel like it's okay because right now the junglers quite a lot has been taken out. I feel like the Ling is not going to be serviceable.
Oh, Nolan
game, so Nolan and maybe even ban out something like a Harley just to make sure that Aurora does not have the early game.
Yeah, because at this point, I think they have very stable sides already, regardless of what the matchup is eventually gonna look like. So the only problems that could come out in the jungle, I agree, are maybe the Harley and what else did...
And I feel like Aurora ban out gold laners will be good enough here. Right now they ban out the Guinevere. Guinevere is also a good enabler considering that they have Aurora, Eudora in the mid, making it so that she will have quite a lot of damage. And now the carry does get banned out. So yeah, I feel like Aurora, they just ban out gold laners and they should be okay.
Yeah. Because they're mostly going for fighters. We also don't know if that's going to be the option in the jungle even. Because we're yet to figure out what the role is going to be. It's a
match point ma huncha. Let's go.
Considerable option for Aurora at this point if you really just want to pair it up with the Eudora and whoever jungler you're going to go for.
That should be what Onic is thinking. I think maybe, do we ban this out? That way we don't have a kick into a stun. Into a bite, into a slam,
into everything.
I mean, it's just 3 characters and they already have way too much to deal with. So Onic,
carry ban
see, do we really honor their show?
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Taken out instead. They are looking for a jungle, so that might make a lot of sense. Plus, we have seen YSS, I believe, in this matchup.
Yeah, TNZ has used it before and able to get the win.
Yeah.
Right now, Aurora, honestly, with the bans coming up from Onic, letting go of the Harley kind of signals to me that they're still considering playing double fighters here, right? They could pick up the mid here and then just see how the options look like. In terms of the mid picks, the Vexana, I think, will do quite well against Aurora, but hey, if you want, you can even pick up a Valentina. I don't think there's a good ult to take. So that's why I still prefer Vexana. I don't know, yeah.
Vexana, decent bench of San को अब San the kills, so decent bench
a bit more safer for the Valentina. If it's just survivability that you're considering.
Vexana राम्रो pick दिएर त मैले त.
Because I feel like there are just so many angles to play around with. If you're looking at Aurora's first 3 picks,
Farsa त मन परेन यार मलाई यता.
What the Farsa?
What the Farsa indeed. Was played pretty well earlier. I think
there's a lot of burst here coming in from Onic. So yeah, I think it's just like who has more firepower, right? Who has more damage, we will win. And on the mid gets picked up as well as the Paquito. So is it Paquito jungle or Barrage jungle?
नहीं अब इसमें वाला गोल हुन्छ होला यार Paquito अब इसमें वाला गोल आउँछ होला. अब XP लिन्छ होला maybe.
We don't entirely know the matchup here.
It's you can't tell.
I mean,
I think it's gonna be Paquito.
Yeah, I know.
Just assume the worst
possible. Flex गरेको यो अरे टर्कीले दिमागै चल्दैन
Would you
मेरो.
really force him off that if it's in? I mean,
what if TNZ's better? Didn't think that one, huh?
He could be. He could be. We do for sure know it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be Barat's EXP.
Because I feel like even if you don't like win it out through the Paquito, the Freya is still gonna do a relatively decent job.
Is it a gold?
Gold or an Esme gold? Lapu gold.
Well, again, like this is why you don't want you know what? You want to fight fire with fire? Well, we got Suns as well as Kyrie coming in with the Nolan as well as Farsa. That's a lot of burst damage.
It's a lot of team fight. It's a team fight
it's what the Farsa.
What the Farsa. And the AoE
so thank you there.
Minotaur and Belleric. Just imagine what could happen when it comes to the team fights.
Siggy Boom will take the Freya in gold. Lunar will be on the Barats as well. It'll be a Paquito jungle from TNZ. Could be where things start to shift for two regions desperately fighting for a chance at the semifinal. The bid is on the line. Best of 5, game 3. Send it back to Naisu and Gideon.
The world has demanded for bloodshed, and today we are going to get here at game number 3. This is going to be spicy.
Let's go, Aurora Turkey.
Turkey, yeah. They all want to do one thing and find that first blood as we jump right into Aurora. For those of you tuning in, is going to be on the blue side, facing up against Onic on the red.
Yep. I like that how they went through this draft. Whoa, sounds. Okay, concussive blast and that little jump through from Pagu. Enough damage to send him back. He doesn't burn the Purify at least.
At the very least. Here, but at least Pagu now gets to walk into enemy territory for free, and not to mention they're playing on their strong side. Lunar already generating a lead of his own, and Pagu takes like no damage. Dead.
Holy moly.
They have a Turkey Lord game.
That is not what I was expecting that early on. First blood.
And all of that, why? Because, unfortunately for Sans, he just took too much damage. And now they're going to start pressing their lead to the opposite side.
This is mid-my gap price,
most well-known for now that TNZ's on this Paquito, and he's already level 3, he does some real damage.
Oh man, they're not letting up too. Again, playing around this pressure that Aurora Gaming has already secured Trying to slow down Kyrie here a bit, but I think Onic can go ahead and kind of readjust from this. Maybe even potentially. I mean, there's still 30 seconds for that turtle to come up. They can just kind of let that go if they have to, but knowing Onic, they probably won't just give it up for free, even despite the pressure they're feeling this early on.
Yeah, absolutely not. They need to contest for this. I mean, this really depends on whether Sans actually hits level 4, right? Because he's the secondary win condition. Next to Kyrie, and even as we see this game progress because of that early control we're seeing from Aurora, now Kyrie is like, it might not be in my hands.
Yeah, Kyrie asking for the green cam.
Nice, yeah, Luna.
Trying to protect these right now as Aurora doesn't
let
them. They do get the retribution up, so I guess that is going to be the decision by Onic, especially since Kyrie's on level 4. Let's just give up this first turtle, give it to Aurora. They've won it by just how much pressure they put on. Big slam through the wall. Loopy gone after Daytona's welcome. Keyboy
What the
Could
fuck?
be next
Peter
to he's
Lund
just gonna be
Aurora
zoned out. Nope, the 1-2 punch comes through and Lunar.
कति one side भयो गेम
The autopilot here. Let's not forget that Aurora just seems to be more well
Onic हारिसक्यो
overall, and it seems like
Onic
Onic needed to
हारिसक्यो
regroup, but unfortunately Lukpi just took the wrong path and did not want to commit his ult. I think moments like that gets really difficult
को गोल
for
लिड्छ यार
Onic.
अरोराको
Now, Sigaboom, he's more than happy. He unfortunately is in the losing matchup, but he
कसले
doesn't
कर्स
mind as
आयो
long as he's not
ओनिकलाई
losing
सपोर्ट
out on
गर्दा
gold or EXP. Kelra
ओनिक
can try
राम्रो
and
खेल्दा
block this lane for
अघि
as
छ
long as he wants, but if we do see that Sigaboom's rotating consistently, he should be able to get mid waves as well.
Yeah, and as you just saw, that's such a good kind of like a counter that Pagu has against that feathered airstrike, obviously with the Minotaur, you know, and if it's once he has the Flask with the Oasis and it kind of helps buff up that sustainability that comes with that motivational Aurora, you can then just kind of follow up with the mini jump, but then the ultimate, right, that he has that it just can set things up and stop Onic's main game plan, which is playing around this Farsa's damage kit into a Ratho drive into setting things up for the Nolan on Kyrie to follow through. We've seen the burst damage before, but even on the other side, the counter to that is Tianzi. This Paquito jungle, which most of us have seen in the gold lane. Hold on.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Trying to get away. Feathered airstrike dropped down. But he's tanky enough to survive it.
Let's go, Aurora Turkey.
Didn't seem like the most optimal choice overall. I get it if Lunar didn't have the stacks, but once he builds up on those stacks, he's actually comparing it to like I think that should be the ratios that should be in their head. I think they were assuming that Kyrie was going to do a little bit more damage, but he's already 2 levels down, right? He's basically the same level as Lukpi, and even Lukpi knows for a fact that he can't chunk Lunar for more than half of his HP, and even then, we're asking for a lot. Overall, this has been a really great start for Aurora as they've controlled the entire bottom side, and it's unlucky that it spawns back down to the bottom side once more.
Yeah, right now, Aurora gaming this early portion of the game. Second turtle's going to be up here though, so we'll see if this time Onic wants to possibly fight both mid laners, picking up the glowing wands here. Again, this Eudora been such a mainstay in the meta currently, and you see why. You know, the multiple stuns that you can kind of dish out, the damage, the power do that burst on such a kind of low cooldown is a problem. Tianzi also picking up a Skypiercer now on that jungle Paquito. Turtle's up.
I don't think we can do this here. They're thinking about it, but he's leveled down onto TNZ, and I'm pretty sure that TNZ can just hold on to the champion stance.
Okay. Flicker forward. Siggyboom fight. Kelra on Siggyboom though. Siggyboom trying to get away. Meanwhile, Lunar's the one to fall. The team fight's going all wrong for Aurora. So 2 kills now, double, and that's going to be a turtle for Onic.
A really nice play. Interception from Onic here, making sure that they're dropping down their abilities on the right targets. Like Lunar set it up pretty nicely. However, unless TNC finds that trade onto Kyrie or even Sans, then it's just not worth the time.
Oh, goodbye. Good punish there. Kyrie could not get away with that after everything Onic did, but mind you, that whole interaction has now stopped that gold lead that was building for Aurora Gaming. It was about 2,000. That's been pretty much dealt with. Kelra won't get this turret just yet, but he does do quite a bit of damage to it. Meanwhile, they got the bottom turret traded out. So Onic now opening up the map a little bit here.
Kelra's doing a really good job. Like, first turtle, okay, Siggyboom walks out of it. You notice that he's only level 3. And that's when you know, like, okay, sure. He probably doesn't need to be there, but at the same time, you never really know what's going through Aurora's mind, especially what they're willing to risk. And I think that's the problem that Onic has been facing these past couple of games. They're not 100% sure whether Aurora is willing to die for certain moments in these games to get a little bit more later on. But now that the Feather Airstrike has been used early, they are making the statement, you know what? As long as Siggyboom doesn't scale, TNZ will eventually fall off.
That's one of the things too, that I guess the downside. Oh, hold on. Kelra. He wants this turret. Aurora Gaming wants Kelra. Falling Star Moon, a bit of a burst of damage. Kelra able to survive. Is there going to be a counter punch here from Onic? They just make sure Kelra survives. They back up. Hold on, Daytona's well. Right on cue. Nice. Trouble. The burst comes through. And Kyrie will pick up a kill. I didn't know if Aurora Gaming was going to continue to fight, but they decided to go for it.
They made a mistake there for sure. Kelra played it perfectly, using his Purify to ensure
side को trade करे data side को लाग्यो और राले
more dangerous down the
game
line.
से one side बना
This is a game of boxing here. Let's look at the replay one more time, because as soon as Keyboy, this looked like a very good punish from Aurora until Lutpi says, you know what? As long as the damage dealer can actually go for their full combo, which they know that Rosa doesn't have, this should be a free pick on to Lunar. And they know for a fact that Bravest Fighter, it's on a short cooldown, so they can just drag this out and wait until Lutpi has it. Aurora trying to punish.
Lunar needs the stack. Daytona's welcome already used.
I need to build an air or rally. Pago को nice और ओह nice. कि भाई तो मोरियो. केला कॉले माने यार. केला कॉले मार दो. केला माने damage है ना. अब आंसर किसी boom ले. ओह आने.
And there's again.
Trying
to find space, but Rosa comes in with the stun. Turtle secured by Aurora.
Nice. Kill.
Could be next.
Nice one. Let's go.
It all falls apart for Onic.
Worst case scenario for Onic. Aurora able to find the lead back again, and worst yet, they're able to take out a majority of the members of Onic, pulling themselves to the lead that they had before. Now, just an extra 400 gold on top of it, and TNZ is probably at his strongest at this point. Wanting to take away these green camps. Don't worry, Pagu, nobody's mad at you this time, but let's look at the items, because we're at a dangerous state. They're looking to make sure that TNZ is strong enough to one-shot slams at every point of the game. Solely based on the Sky Piercer.
Man, TNZ has done an amazing job just kind of farming up here. You know, yes, he's got 4 kills, but even with that Sky Piercer, and you see the gold lead that he's had, and a lot of that is supplemented because of the way that Aurora Gaming has played the map, you know, from the start to up to now at that 9-minute mark, which will set themselves up for a good Lord take. But Onic has showed us that they're willing to fight. A lot of these team fights are kind of weird the way they play out, right? Because it's either going to be started up by Lunar. Divine Glaive was picked up recently by Rosa, but or Onic can kind of go ahead and choose to start up. The downside of the Belric having the Revitalize is obviously you can't surprise anyone with that flicker combination we're used to seeing. So it's got to come from someone else, and mostly it's been from Lutfi flickering forward, trying to set up, or trying to just keep things split up in these team fights. And that's why they're so finicky with the way they play it out.
And that's why I say this is like a boxing match, right? As much as you want to throw your lead hand out with a big haymaker, you also have to keep in mind that Aurora could be throwing their own haymaker. Wait a second. Keyboy, what's he doing?
Rosa more. Nine. Thousand team fight. Excellent. क्या? Sigboom ले मारे सांस ले. Sigboom. Wait, आंधे साइड Sigboom ले. Wait, पागल भयो. Let's go. Lutpi ने मारे.
Double for TNZ. More stacks for this Paquito. And now they take down the tier 2 tower, Kelra. He's tanky enough. He should be fine. He'll just clear out the waves.
Yeah, he is not worried at all, but the rest of his team does not have that same grace. And Sigaboom has been playing an amazing Freya, a losing matchup, and yet watch this, right? As they were playing this fight, they recognize, hey,
losing matchup पनि Sigboom को लागि इसमें को अगाडि गएको छ तर ओभरअल त Sigboom ले क्रेजी खेल्ला छ यार.
Even Sans recognizes, hey, I gotta use the Purify to get away from a flicker and rage charge coming in from Pagu, but it doesn't matter when Sigboom has stuck on to the rest of your team, cutting you down one by one with no way to stop you. The lack of CC is going to be a huge issue.
Hold on. Daytona's welcome use on live cam. Kelra gonna
be
in trouble again.
Purify ले बचा केला ले. तर के भयो मर्यो. यो हामीले कति किल हान्यो? Sigboom मर्यो तर अब. रोजा नि मर्यो. ओइ फिको ले बचा. Nice. Lutpi? Wait. यो नि कसरी बाजिरहेको छ म?
On the stomp there, that auto attack.
Not
going to be able to take out Kyrie, but man, what a fight in the jungle.
This is a beautiful game here. Despite being 5.6k ahead, Aurora lose out on Sigaboom in comparison to Keyboy. An upward trade for Onic, but the economic damage is not done just yet. Another structure another buff taken away from Kyrie. He's struggling this game. He's 1-4-4. Every single person who wants to go has some form of damage damage
तर डिफेन्स त
reduction
गरिरहेछ
as some form
नाइस
of anti-CC or
लेट गेम त उस्तै हो दुईटाको फाइटर छैन अब जसले राम्रो टिम फाइट
Really
गर्यो
good
त्यसले जित्ने हो
play there from Onic
लेट
because
गेम
of the
सेम
fact
त हो
that they took
फर्म
out Sigiboom in the last fight. They pretty much
I think
alleviate
Onic
that
better
damage
हुन्छ होला
that
late
the
game.
lord push would have done. Again, you're just seeing, despite being down these thousands of gold, Onic somehow is still able to actually go toe-to-toe in the team fight against Aurora Gaming here. And now for them, again, they have to look at what's their best angle, what's the best attack plan here for them, and especially when it comes to the jungle, because Aurora Gaming has not let up on this as they continuously try to get these buffs again. Daytona's welcome, throwing him into the wall. Keyboy, it's going to be again the focus. Feathered air to follow through. And now Sigiboom on the back line.
Wait, Pagu!
Sound's got nowhere to go.
GG, सक्यो
Forget the turret, forget everyone else. Aurora
wiped
Gaming
out.
will just go for this fight, tossing everyone around.
2-1 Aurora Turkey. Let's go, let's go. One more game, one more game on Onic लाई बायो भन्नुपर्छ.
The one extra detail is what makes Sigiboom one of the best Freyas here in this competition. When he fights, he's already looking ahead of the map thinking, you know what, I can't 1v5, but if there's just enough minions, I will be able to sustain through the damage with my Descent of the Valkyries to have the extra AoE auto attack, which is why you're seeing go from 0 to 100, 0 to 100
crazy खेल्छ. Let's go, let's go.
time. A dangerous game that Onic is playing here.
कहिले इग्नोर गरे मैले कानालाई जे पाइते भन्छ
Here right now, there's too many holes in that draft. Last time it was missing that Atlas. Now dealing with the Freya seems to be impossible. The ideas are good.
कानाले चाहिँ इग्नोर गर्छ गाइस सेलिब्रिटी हो नि त
game advantage. I don't know how
big celebrity.
I gotta say, man, again, you know, now that it's match point here.
Let's go get out. Aurora ले एक गेम चाहिए please, एक गेम please. अनि Aurora टीम फिट हेर्न मजा आउँछ. Onicलाई MPL ID इन्डो टिम भएर क्या इन्डो टिमहरु आउट भयो भने चाहिँ छिटै अनि नयाँ रिजनल टिमले जित्छ नि त गाह्रो परिसक्यो खेल्दालाई.
Makes it happen. I mean, even something before this fight broke out, Sigiboom picked up the corrosive scythe, and this was enough to kind of, you know, slow them down a little bit so that they could follow through on this. Even going and flickering forward under that tier 2 turret just allowed them to collapse down. Almost every single fight after this looked like that.
मिस्टेक भइरहेछ यार फ्रान्सलाई मार्क गरेर राम्रो गरे यार फार्स त्यसै के युटिलाइज भएन यो गेम ब्याड पिक चाहिँ फार्स अनि त्यसमाथि लिलिया ब्यान गर्यो जुसिन ब्यान गर्यो फ्रान्स चाहिँ युजलेस नै भयो.
There's so much to talk about in this game, but we're going to leave it over to the panel to break it down for you guys here in game number 3. Rain Day, what'd you think about it?
Well, I loved it. I loved it because it set up another story that this MSC is bringing all of us, which is the title defense. In 2023, Onic, the team that you see here, that organization was able to win at MSC. In 2024, RG, they were able to take the crown again, and then they would go to another final, a grand final against the defending champions, Team Liquid PH. But as we have seen, for the former two, they have been knocked out of the competition. Onic is the last remnant of a championship that may be falling again. And with one more game, Aurora could put the final nail in that story's coffin. Here's a little bit more about the journey, about the stakes, and about what has happened up until this point for the champion defense of MSC.
सरायमा के को लकडाउन हो
From the start of MSC in EWC, there's never been a back-to-back champion here. It started with SRG, Selangor Red Giants in 2024. They won it all, went all the way to the grand finals in 2025, but unfortunately had to suffer defeat against Team Liquid. They came in as strong contenders, looking to be the one to break the curse. The back-to-back was strong up until we saw the biggest downfall ever. The biggest upset in MLBB history. Team Liquid dropped out of the competition in groups without a single game victory. Now the question is, what happened to Team Liquid? Why is the curse so strong of no back-to-back?
I cannot tell what really went wrong. Pressure, or is it the mental aspect of it? Maybe some of the things were wrong. But as of now, all I can say is that that's definitely not the level that we usually bring. It might be the worst international run for us. Definitely not what we expected, but we will learn from and come back stronger.
We're so not prepared to the meta shift. We didn't think that it would affect us so much. There's a lot of people saying that I can't keep up with the assassin meta, and yeah, they were right. I will need to do better next time. It sucks to lose this early in the tournament. It's my first time experiencing this. I don't want it to happen again.
For me, it was a failure. I don't think anyone expected this to be this bad. Even now, I still can't believe that. From last year, winning all of it, and then now
Stanford my
being
gold
the
more,
first
yeah.
team to be eliminated. We must recover first with what we're feeling right now and find that motivation all over again.
No,
Let's
I'm
see
so-
where
oh.
life takes us.
I think Liquid came in thinking that they were prepared, but it wasn't enough. They didn't cover a lot of their bases, especially with the new patch, with the new meta. From us, honestly, we just didn't care because we played our game. The biggest disappointment came from when they lost against E7. I
कस्तो
don't know if they
bold
did
दाजु
this,
थियो
but
यार
maybe they've underestimated all the teams here. That's the curse of being number one, and I think that's what happened. They just didn't think that people would catch up to them.
Team Liquid getting eliminated from groups
यो
without a
दाइ
single
र
win.
दाजु
I'm
वर्ड
just as shocked
ब्यान
as the
हान्छ
rest of the
नेक्स्ट
world
नेक्स्ट
is.
स्ट्रिम
It
देखि
felt
म
like I wasn't watching Liquid. Underperforming, I think, for the results of Liquid here is an understatement. It didn't feel like Liquid. It felt disconnected.
For me, Carl, I know Carl since I've been playing with him since my rookie season, which is season 6. I know him and I don't think that he would give up that easily. Yeah, I hope he would still try his best and I really hope to meet him again in M8.
The PH team got shocked in some of the pocket picks of the other teams. We are not really familiarized on that hero, so we just got us good. And I think we can still adapt if they try pocket picks again.
This MSC at EWC has brought us tons of surprises and shocks. We set our sights to see, again, who can rise above and be the
म
champions this
दाजु
year.
कमेन्टहरु पढ्दिन हो क्या कसरी
Well, it wasn't easy for the GOAT, Carl TZ, and Team Liquid PH to take that loss, but they've taken it on the chin. You heard it from Sanford, you heard it from Carl. They understand that there's more to do. They understand that they might have been in a position to look at this tournament in eyes that didn't work for whatever reason. It might have been lack of preparation. It could have also just been not being ready for that meta. It could have been mental,
Masarapp,
as
where's my
Coach
mic?
Keon said as well.
Mic तिमीलाई
We
चाहियो
won't quite
कहाँ हो
know,
तिम्रो
and
लोकेसन
there's no
भन्न
point
ल
in going too
म
back
माइक
at it, guys,
पठाइदिन्छु
because right now you've got Onic in a very similar position where they have reached this final, but they're in the knockout stages, potentially one game away from going out.
Yeah, one of the, again, you mentioned, few remaining remnants of a champion, MSC champion left here in this tournament.
आज त
And they're
जस्तो
currently
सपोर्ट
up
त्यसै
against
जितेछ
Aurora,
त
who
फर्स्ट
are
ब्रेक
already
भइसक्यो केटा
at match point. So we are about to literally rewrite history here in MSC 2026 if ever the script does not flip in Onyx's favor. And the way we're seeing it right now, it's constant adaptation.
इग्नोर गरेको होइन
and
क्या कमेन्ट
Aurora
पढिरहेको
being
छु
the
म
better
के भन्नु अब
prepared team every
आई
single
लभ
time.
स्टिकर राइस भने चाहिँ के रिप्लाई
What is
दिनु
it?
म I don't
Do
smoke.
to look at the rest of this tournament and how it's gone and apply that logic to we may see the remnants of a championship falling. Because to me, it feels right in line with what we've seen. We've seen a new meta. We've seen old players
This is my
and new
location
players
system.
struggle
I
with
will
it.
take
We've
the
seen
transaction charge, don't worry.
dynasties already fall.
माइक पनि
I mean,
दिनु
wouldn't it be
ट्रान्जेक्सन
apropos,
त्यो चार्ज पनि मै
since we're
दिनु
in
होइन
France, to see
सम्झिँदै
a
बस्छ
new
त्यो चाहिँ
champion here at this
त्यो त आफै
MSC?
पे गर
What I see during this MSC is that this is a new
इडब्ल्युसी
beginning.
एभ्री इयर हुन्छ
Because
एभ्री इयर
for
हुन्छ इडब्ल्युसी त
countless years now, Southeast Asia has been dominating the MLBB field. But this shows with the right tweaks of the meta, with teams getting used to the pressure that Southeast Asia usually
कहाँ
put
गयो
on
सुप्रिया भण्डारी
tournaments, now we can see that this meta is an equal playing field. And just like what Coach Midnight said, I think it's not exclusively for TL. I feel like every single team, even if you're coming in here as the underdog, as a dark horse, you tend to underestimate your opponents. Be like, they're not that good. We can take them down. And now this just shows that MLBB is just in a state where everyone can win. And I think that's a very healthy spot for the game.
Yeah, and it's very timely because it's, I think, the first time we actually held a tournament in this part of the world.
Yeah.
And we're finally seeing the more newer regions really stepping up and being the quote-unquote final boss now, if really Aurora gets to maintain this kind of performance, which they likely will, unless Onic get to pull out something and definitely reset out of what happened in that game, because it was pretty fast again. And it's always been the case. It's always fast games, and I don't think you really want to go up against or go through those kinds of games, especially in crucial moments like this.
They have shown a little bit of weakness, but
केटा हो कमब्याक हान्छ त ओनिकले अब एक गेम हार्यो भने ओनिक इलिमिनेट भइहाल्छ अब 2 गेम ब्याक टु ब्याक हार्नुपर्छ ओनिकले जित्नु छ भने क्वालिफाई गर्न मन छ भने सेमी फाइनलमा टिएनजीले इडब्ल्युसी नै होला यार। अरू टर्कीले यस्तो पर्फर्म गर्छ भने मैले एक्सपेक्ट गर्थेन यार। डब्लुआर अरू टर्की जे होस् नयाँ रिजनको टिम आइरहेछ। खाना के खायो? खाना मैले अझै खाएको छैन यार। स्ट्रिम सकेपछि खाना खान्छु अब। खाजा त खाएको छैन मैले। अब 2 दिनमा सकिन्छ स्ट्रिम होइन अनि जे होस् टुर्नामेन्टहरू हुँदैन अनि आफ्नो टुर्नामेन्टमा फोकस। स्ट्रिम नै गर्दिनँ म अब 1-2 दिन मात्रै हो स्ट्रिम गर्ने अनि आफै टुर्नामेन्टमा फोकस गर्छु होइन गाइस। स्ट्रिम अब स्ट्रिम एकछिनको 1-2 महिनाको लागि सन्यास या एमएससी सकेपछि। अस्ति पुल्चोकमा मोमो खाएको देख्दै थिएँ। पुल्चोकमा म मोमै खाँदिनँ। त धेरै गफ पनि। I find Masarapp voice so much athletic and के भन्छ यार मेरो गस्टले भन्छ ओनिकले जित्छ हो र हेरौँ है त गाइज अब ब्याक टु ब्याक हान्नु पऱ्यो ओनिकले जित्नु छ भने नभए त गाह्रो छ यार ओनिकलाई। लाइभ आउन ऱ्याङ्क हान्छु होला त ऱ्याङ्क हान्छु तर लाइभ गर्दिनँ होला म अब स्ट्रिम खेल्छु अनि फ्री टाइम यत्तिकै अब फ्री टाइममा नि काम नै हुन्छ। प्र्याक्टिस छ स्ट्रिम छ टुर्नामेन्ट छ। अब स्ट्रिम गर्न त भ्याउँदिनँ यार साँच्ची नै भनेको। ए टुर्नामेन्टको लागि मात्रै स्ट्रिम हानिरहेको स्ट्रिमिङ गर भनेर त मलाई एमएलबी कम्युनिटी एक्टिभ बनाउने त्यही हो केटा हो। नेपाली टुर्नामेन्ट पनि हेर्नु पऱ्यो क्या गाइस भ्युवरसिप त छ नि अब नेपाली टुर्नामेन्टमा पनि हल्का हेर्नु पऱ्यो गेमहरू नेपालको टुर्नामेन्टहरू अनि मेबी स्लट आउँछ कि इन्टरनेसनलमा एमएडमा खेल्न मन छ कहिले यसरी खेल्न पाउने हो फेरि यार स्लट आएछ। स्लट आएपछि यस्तो ओनीको गेम हेर्दा त मजा आउँछ तिमीहरूलाई झन् नेपाली टिमहरूले खेलेको इन्टरनेसनल स्टेजमा। Yeah, you could do the stream to stream. स्ट्रिम अब स्ट्रिम गर्न त मिल्दैन यार किनकि अब अरू टिम इन्टरनेसनल टिमहरूले नि हेरेर हुन्छ नि त स्ट्रिम कसरी खेल्छ थाहा हुन्छ। लिङ्क बुस्टवाला आइडी तिमीले खेल्छ अहिले कहिले अरूले खेल्छ कहिले म खेल्छु धेरै खै त्यो त थाहा भएन यार। अलि राम्रो प्रडक्सन चाहियो त्यसको लागि माछा अब प्रडक्सन राम्रै छ अड्किँदैन अब क्लिन हुन्छ अफसेट टुर्नामेन्टको त थर्ड पार्टीको त थाहा भएन अफसेट टुर्नामेन्टको त क्लिनै हुन्छ। त्यही हो अफसेट टुर्नामेन्टको अब क्लिन नै हुन्छ केटा हो किनकि चाइनिजहरूले नै हेरेर हुन्छ अनि प्रोडक्सन पनि राम्रै छ चिनेकै छ राम्रै छ। जबसम्म इन्डिया छ तबसम्म नेपालले कुनै स्पोर्टमा नि केही गर्न सक्दैन वेस्ट गरिरहेछ त पब्जीमा गरिरहेछ अरू गेमहरू पनि गरिरहेछ। भ्युवरसिप उता भएर उतै इन्डियामै धेरै फेसिलिटिज भएको कारणले हो कि टुर्नामेन्टको पिओपी सेयर गर्ने मिल्छ अब इएनसीको मेबी तर इएनसी लाइक अब मलाई स्ट्रिम लाइक रेकर्ड पनि गर्न मन छ क्या मलाई फ्रिली खेल्न मन छ क्या ठुल्ठुलो टुर्नामेन्टहरू त त्यही भएर नै हो ठुल्ठुलो टुर्नामेन्टहरू त लाइभमै हेर न लाइभको थ्रु अब मेरो पिओपी मिल्छ भने म रेकर्ड गर्छु तर अब स्ट्रिम फ्रिली खेल्न मन छ मलाई फुल लक इन भएर त्यही भएर नि अब फुल लक इन हुन्छ यसपालिको त। म यसपालि अब इएनसीमा चाहिँ जसरी भने क्वालिफाई गर्नु छ इएनसी नै क्वालिफाई भएन त गेमै छोडिदिन्छु होला म। इन्डियामा पब्जी ब्यान भएपछि मात्र हो नेपाली टिमले स्लट पाएको त्यही भ्युवरसिप त छ नि त अनि इन्डियामा जता भ्युवरसिप त्यतै हुन्छ नि त स्लट पनि अब पुरै लकडाउन हो यार एनसीमा अब एमएससी सकेपछि फुल लकडाउन 10 दिन बाँकी हुन्छ सकेसम्म मेरै घरमै बुट क्याम्प बसेर खेल्छु मलाई एएनसी कहिले एएनसी अगस्त 14 देखि होला हाम्रो म्याच 14 और 12 देखि गाइस गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ गेम साउन्ड अन गर्छु This might be the last game, यार ओनिकले क्लच हान्नै पर्छ यार if they want to qualify for the semi-finals back to back हान्नु पर्छ यार ओनिकले नभए त इलिमिनेटै हुन्छ गाइस
and that's where we see the ultimate strength of the Farsa, right? Able to deal damage freely, but
thank you guys सबैलाई हैन कोकले सपोर्ट गर्नु भइरहेछ
against an Alice, against the Song. There's so many heroes that the Farsa
कामै
has to
गर्न
be
मन छ यार
careful
अरटर किले हेर्नु नयाँ रिजनले कस्तो हानिरहेछ यार यस्तो फ्यान फलोइङ बढिरहेछ आफ्नो कन्ट्रीलाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गरिरहेछ टर्कीहरु कति प्राउड भइरहेछ होला यिनीहरुदेखि यिनीहरुको पर्फर्मेन्स देखि
gets let through. It did not work. Freya and Paquito
त्यस्तै हैन हाम्रो पनि कहिले
It's not that every team is doing this. We're not seeing a Paquito gold lane every single time.
अरटर टर्कीहरु कस्तो प्राउड होला हेर टीएलपीएस लाई हान्दा छैन पावर हाउस ओनिकलाई हान्दा छ फेरि हान्दा छ ओनिकलाई लास्टै प्राउड भइरहेछ होला टर्कीको फ्यानहरु
That's a thing though. It's always been the Paquito showing up in
त्यही
the
भएर म पनि नयाँ
last
रिजनलाई सपोर्ट
pick
गरेर
for
त्यही रिजनले
Aurora in
कति
blue.
सेम
How
रिजनले
did they
जित्छ
keep
क्या
getting away with this?
फुल सपोर्ट छ नयाँ रिजनलाई
But I think, I mean, that's just a lack of,
Let's
in
go.
my opinion, that's
All
a
right,
lack of
Turkey.
respect, but it's also a lack of
म एउटै टिमलाई सपोर्ट गर्न सक्दिन क्या एउटै पावर हाउस टिमलाई ओनिक त्यत्रो जहिले आइरा हुन्छ इन्टरनेसनलमा
as we head into it is how do
Come
you
on,
get
Aurora,
Freya
Turkey.
Ban, Selena, and Barats as well? How do you get Kelra for sure in a winning matchup? I don't care if it's Paquito. What does he need against the Paquito if it's going to be back up again?
So guys, let's go.
Winning.
This might be the last match.
Honestly, like
come on,
Kelra
alright,
is a
Turkey.
marksman player. He's a traditional position 1 player.
टर्की तर सबै गेममा राम्रो छ पब्जी अब एमएल मा राम्रो भइहाल्यो अरु गेमहरुमा राम्रै छ यार टर्कीले केही गर्छ यार बरु स्पोर्टमा
So as long as whatever hero you pick up is viable,
तिमीले इन्डियाले सक्छ होला नि
then you're all good.
अब
Stick with it maybe. And Onic
खै अब गाह्रै छ यार इन्डियालाई नि
believe in yourself.
अहिले त इन्डिया प्रो भइसक्यो फ्यासिलिटी छ स्यालेरी पाउँछ तिनीहरूले महिना के नेपाली 78 के पाउँछ र्यान्डम टिमहरुले
Pick that we did not necessarily expect, especially in that scenario.
So
But yeah, the
खेल्न नि
Paquito is
हल्का
still
मन
going to be
लाग्छ
open here in this matchup.
नेपालको स्पोन्सर
But it wasn't, you know, I think the other
Slot
thing
ni
is
hai na,
there
sponsor
was
ni.
pressure on the gold lane as well, which helped get the early kill. So that Granger accelerated, and that's where I think you need to look at Onic. What has been our win condition?
सेन द माइक त जापा धमक रे यो आले त धमकमा पो बस्छ त यार त्यही भएर पो झापा लिइरहेछ त गफ खतरा हान्दैछ
So we're gonna grab it early. They get the priority. In some ways, the one thing I was saying, we haven't seen Onic respond again. We saw them lose, then win, then lose, and this set was over. Now we get to see their response. Maybe they do have an answer ready for this.
At the very least, though, it's not both the
Kira drop
Freya and
ready
Paquito.
At least.
At least
Yeah.
on Aurora's side. But if
हिटार
it's
लियो
an answer to the
ल काइरीले हिटार
Paquito,
लियो अब चाहन्छ कि तर अहिले पनि हिटार लिन्छ है फेरि पकिटो लियो यार पकिटोले लास्ट लाइन गर्न छ अरर टर्क्यो
I think it's an option. I think it's an option.
Not a direct one.
Yeah, not a direct one, but it's kind of like not the worst thing, right? Now they pick up a Zushi
इन्डिया
as well
सँग गाह्रै
as
छ
the
यार
Arenas and
गडलाई
now
गर्दा अहिले
the
राम्रो छ
Aurora.
सबभन्दा राम्रो टिम अहिले
I think the
मोस्ट
Aurora
अहिले
is
गडलाई होला
again just to shut down
स्क्रिमको बेस्ट
Kyrie
लाइन भएर पनि
because
गडलाई छ
again
अहिले
the Arenas
सबभन्दा राम्रो
and
टिम
Zushin they don't care too
गडले
much
इम्पोर्ट
about
क्रेजी
Aurora.
खेल्दैछ यार
that's a lot of burst damage you're
एक्सपी र
already seeing
जङ्गल
from
इम्पोर्ट छ
Aurora,
एक्सपीले
though.
कस्तो क्रेजी
And you
खेल्छ
see
जङ्गलले
the
नि
vulnerable
क्रेजी
heroes from...
Hey, this is how you start an avalanche. You gotta go loud.
Yeah.
And all of the games, well, except for the second one, that was clearly an Aurora avalanche.
It's looking to be another one here if Onic don't show us their answer in response to these heroes from Aurora just yet. The Cho's already being taken out. We don't know if they're going to resort back to their identity and just go for a Koi Kelra combo or hero synergy.
एकछिन
that
हिरारा
works,
पाथेन
but
है
with the Cho taken out, I think that's less options for
हिरारामै एक
Onic
गेम जित्यो होला
overall.
तिनीहरूले
unless they pick up a carry, I don't think they can play pickoff because Kalia is still there if they want to play pickoff, but their draft doesn't really look like it's centered around that. And now even the Granger, good respect here coming in from Coach Midnight.
Yeah.
Granger ban there
was picked up on the side previously of Aurora in the EXP lane. We've also seen Baratsu.
So is banned every game. Keepले early में चाउ उठाउनु पर्छ के नभए त नेक्स्ट सिजन त ब्यान हुन्छ तर यसपालि सानलाई जुसिन त दियो अब चाहिँ के हुन्छ गाइस
Bit of an advantage here. The Esmeralda also banned. So a lot of the EXP answers that Aurora
अघि त यस्तो के गोल्डमा नि खेल्ने पनि छ एक्समा नि खेल्ने पनि छ जंगलमा नि खेल्ने पनि छ अनि ओनिकको ड्राफ्ट पुरै ड्राफ्ट घुमाइदिन्छ के अरोरा टर्कीले
It could be viable. The only
जहाँ राम्रो
problem
हुन्छ पक्की त त्यही छिराइदिन्छ एक्सपी कि त जंगल कि त गोल्ड
they just want a front line in the EXP.
So if they go Alice, then that's
के भएर पक्की त राम्रो छ क्या
all the more reason for Onic to
अब हेर न लुनाले नि राम्रो खेल्छ स्टिगेटले नि राम्रो खेल्छ सिगी बुमले त क्रेजी नै खेल्छ अनि त्यही भएर अरोरा ड्राफ्ट गर्न सजिलो भएको छ नि
Or Moskov.
ओनिकले त्यस्तै गर्न मिल्दैन
is an option, but
Melissa is also not bad. Yeah, going up against Eudora, it's very awkward to pick up a mid-range marksman.
Guys, सबैजना make sure to like this stream, guys. 500 like को हम नया रखेर आओ. 438 likes है.
What's next
Please guys, 500 हालिदिम like.
Onic by surprise.
Like करो subscribe गर्न के आओ. और Discord नि join करो guys. Like and subscribe हानु.
What they've wanted. We expected Midnight to throw some crazy stuff out there. It's pretty much been double fighter.
12 त ban हान्यो. Harry block दियो. केलाको. केलाले के हुन्छ ग्रान्जर पनि ban छ अब त.
for Aurora
Spiral
in this
ban
game
छ.
at least.
अब क्लाउड होला यार अप्सन क्लाउड पनि गाह्रो छ.
They're still flexing that
पग त स्टिल फ्लेक्स छ जंगल के एक्समा.
Maybe Kelra could feel a bit better about picking up a gold lane matchup.
केलालाई गाह्रो बनाइदिरा छ यार. केला ह्यारी ग्रान्जर नि ban छ. ह्यारी लग दियो केलाको. अब यो अप्सन भनेको क्लाउड. कि अब्सिडियन निकाल्छ केलाले. कि मोस्को अब्सिडियन निकाल्छ यार बस तर अब्सिडियन नै हुँदैन यार. के हुन्छ यार जे पनि गाह्रो छ केलालाई त गाह्रै छ यार यो गेम.
Pretty good because you just need someone to absorb that burst, give a lot of space to the
अब्सिडियन कि मोस्कोमा एउटा होला. क्लाउड पनि छ नि त तीनटा मार्क्स छैन.
I can see a Gatot doing okay.
अब्सिडियन बेस्ट अप्सन दिएर त मैले देख्न त.
So I think it's
ब्रोडीले लियो यार.
Aurora to just keep going in for the surprises, but they
Brody
go
र
for
Gatot.
Brody Gatot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Got a Kacha, potentially a little bit of
Brody
counter
र
engage with the
Gatot.
ultimate if somebody
तर
gets
मतिलाई राम्रो
in,
हुन्छ होला त
just the
ब्रोडीसँग.
knock-up stun and have a chance to
I don't know,
also
yeah.
move into that. So if he's caught out of position, maybe could even get aggressive with it. So the Gato might be a good idea.
के लिन्छ अब केटा यो कहाँ हो यो
Lane winning matchups or
यो
at least
पक्की
the
त जंगल हो
possibility
क्या
to win
एक्सपी
that
हो.
lane. And knowing Kelra, I'm not gonna doubt him. I feel like he could do it. So I feel like for Onic, they try to win the side lanes and then go off of there because again, that's kind of like the story this entire series.
Building XP.
Yeah, and at least Kelra is gonna have a
Oh
bit
my
more
god,
range to
कति
play
दिमाग
around
घुमायो
with.
बिल्डिङ एक्सपी के
If
फेरि
you
what
don't really
the
want to walk up close
ब्रो
to Aurora
कसरी
and
ड्राफ्ट
then
गर्ने हो
come in
अरे
and burst
टर्कीको
down
एजमा
and kill the Eudora, but the
यत्रो
highlight
ड्राफ्ट
to
घुमाउँछ
wrap up the
यार
draft for Aurora.
कत्रो ड्राफ्ट घुमाएको यार मिडनाइट
It's
द
a
गोट
different hero that we're seeing on Pagu all
Midnight
over
goat हो यार
again, but I think it's gonna help so much.
की
if it's
एकछिन आइलस
realized,
एक्सपी
especially in just
ओए ब्रोडीको अगेन्स्ट ल्याङ छ यार आइलस
In the
त
EXP lane here. Hagu going Belleric.
आइलस एक्सपी यार
This will be an interesting matchup, guys. It's going to be game
ब्रो
number
अल्ट्रा
4.
टर्की
Aurora has a chance
What
to
the fuck,
send
man?
Onic home. This would be one for the record books as well, as we would see
आइलस ल्याङ हान्छ नि ब्रोडीलाई
representative moving
नाइस
on
ड्राफ्ट
to
यार
the
अल्ट्रा
semifinals with
टर्कीको
just one
अथे
more
मिडनाइट
game.
गोडेड
We'll see if
ड्राफ्ट
they
है
can silence the crowd
गोडेड
as we
ड्राफ्ट
go
है
to our
मिडनाइट
casters.
गोडेड कोड यार मिडनाइट त
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Once again, history being made here today. Turkey may have
अति
the
दिमाग लायो यार
right
मिडनाइटले
to
त
make history and say, you
के
know what,
ड्राफ्ट
this is
भनेको
our best finish ever, and it can only go up from here. But on the
हेर न
opposite
आइलसले
side,
एउटा अल्ट हाल्यो भने ब्रोडी
this
के
guy
गर्छ
thinks
ड्यास पनि
themselves.
हुँदैन ब्रोडीको
We
क्लिक गरेर
understand that
हान्नुपर्छ
most people will see them as the favorites,
अति दिमाग
but
लायो
it's tough so far. We've seen
तर
so
फ्रान्सले
many
आफ्नो
good
कम्फर्ट
plays
पाएको
from
जुसिन
either side. But
ऊ हाने फ्लिकर गयो
Aurora
नाइस नाइस
just
नाइस
like
नाइस
this, but Onic this time now forcing Rosa to take the early recall.
Yeah, little reminiscent of last game, right? But that time it was Sans that had to burn his balance spell early on, or was actually pressured enough to go back to base early on. But luckily for Rosa, no death, right? So no first blood yet, but this is kind of what we expected to see between this early game already. Now, one thing I have to question though too is this Hylos pick. We were wondering what would pop up in the XP lane given the bans and everything else. Now, is this the right thing against the Uranus?
I think so far against the Uranus, it doesn't matter. It's not about the
The
lane.
genuine,
It's
take it
about
out.
the team fights
Genuine
later down
with
the line, right? They have a way to kind of slow Kyrie down, force him to use his iframes early on, and I think the Glorious Pathway is significant to try and slow down both Sans and Kelra from either chasing those kills or to chase them if the impact from Aurora's team fight is just that much greater. We'll see on the very first turtle here to see how that's going to play out, because level 4 is they're going to be
more therapy with that
You got to think about it this way too. The crowd control once again that Aurora Gaming has been playing around with is what's because again, going back to the crowd control options for Aurora, you know, they've got that stun that comes with the Hylos. You mentioned Glorious Pathway,
Laning phase
which can help even Rosa go for that stun on the Eudora. And then, of course, you have Pagu and the Belric, right? This time around, too, you've got a Flicker because of the fact that you have the Hylos with that Revitalize, kind of that sustainability to work with. So Pagu's surprise factor can be beneficial here. So Onic, as they approach these fights, you know, they have enough crowd control themselves. They have sustainability with their own Revitalize. And, you know, that's why when you see these compositions come through and you see the Revitalize come to play, it extends these team fights, which can be favorable, again, to have a Jushin, to have Kelra's space here. Oh, a couple punches, okay. Better to burn the
total for Aurora Turkey.
But more importantly,
Onic,
his entire laning phase. And now there's a potential angle here, but as long as Sigaboom is able to, you know, get some help to break that freeze, it makes things so much easier, because he was about to get frozen out and not be able to play the laning phase at all. Down by bot side though, I'm surprised that Luna was able to get this much pressure, considering that Lupi is supposed to be the one who actually kind of maintains full control overall. Like his passive into the Ring of Punishment really just kind of doesn't matter. It's just a free stacks.
Play on Rosa. But Rosa holds on to the Flicker too, so that's a no-go. Miscommunication. Ultimates thrown out, and it's back to it. But Onic slowly building up what they can across the map. Much slower pace, you know, than what we have to see, because again, Onic needs to kind of slow this down in a bit, let Kyrie get to where he needs to be, and pressure where they can. Right now, mid lane, okay, San's still gonna be okay. Much mana to work with here, though.
Yeah, again, at least Rosa is able to try and equalize the EXP just a little bit against Sans.
Sigaboom fighting off Kelra. First blood.
Oh my god, Sigaboom. Killa मेरो भाइ killa form आयो carry हान्छ भनेर आयो killa.
Luna is going to try, but that retribution is a little too big for the side of Kyrie as they continue to take these small mental leads. Making sure that when they do the man-to-man defense, there's always just a huge tax that Onic applies on towards Aurora's side.
Okay, Onic's not going to follow through with that. They are just... Look at those small wins. They're looking to compound the interest here. Gideon, as you mentioned, now Zaman Force dropping down. Going in with a bit of stun there.
Torn
apart memory.
Oh, let's go. Sigaboom.
And now Sans
re-engaging
with the beacon. The rest of the team Kyrie will be able to pick up a kill for himself. TNZ off the wings alongside Lunar.
More Sans. Nice one, yaar.
Nowhere to go. Not going to be able to find the target. They're split up here. TNZ waiting once again. Lunar will go ahead and just force out Onic from this area.
And that's officially Aurora actually winning out big time on that trade. Where was Kyrie? Was he not in position to try and trade for Kelra, or was he 100% confident that Kelra was going to win that no matter what? Risky as it is, at least the Flicker is back up, and more importantly, Kyrie Sky Piercer. Let's see if they can snowball this, because unfortunately for Lunar, he's going to be a big problem for Onic, especially on these neutral takes.
TNZ also got his first item locked in for Rosa too. Both mid laners fighting for it out. Second turtle though, Glorious Pathway already dropped down, still half health from the turtle. They're going to deal with Lunar again. A split fight happening here. Lupi able to get a couple resources out now. Lunar.
Wait, what the Lunar? Back
away with that Revitalize, still going to reset this turtle. So neither team getting the
match
to hold on to this turtle. It looks like TNZ is just going to have to give it up.
Like guys, 5 like guys. 50 more likes चाहिएको हो 500 पुग्यो guys please सबैजना लाइक गरौ लाइक एन्ड सब्स्क्राइब गर्नु
Onic can start fully taking control over this game. For now, at least for Aurora's side, they're looking for the first.
अघि किन एएनसी मा क्यू हालेन भने त बल्ल बुझ्थे
Fights over. So having this 2k lead on Onic isn't the worst thing in the world. However, where's the big conversions, right?
के बेला चाउँदैन यार प्लिज यार के बेला चाउ हेरौँ न एउटा नक स्टेजमा
Okay, and I guess they just got the call too. You know, Sigibum, come join us.
मरे के भए फेरि
Top lane, but they will be able to find Keyboy. So trading it out just to grab a kill.
Keyboy छुट्टिएर खेल्ला छ यार Keyboy
Aurora Gaming is going to
टिमसँग
make that
खेल्नु
switch
पर्यो
now, looking to put pressure on tier 1
पनि छान्दिरहेछ Keyboy लानी
That's exactly what you want to do. These are the conversions that matter here. And Pagu instantly wants to cut off as many rotations.
मिडल गयो what the fuck
Yep.
मिडल यतिकै छोड्यो लुनारको नाइस गोल है
Aurora Gaming got what they wanted. A kill and now that turret falling in the mid lane. So this is going to be a battle. I feel like for game 4 what we're seeing very different from the previous 3 games is just this battle of attrition, finding these little moments around the map.
पागुले 3-1 भने that prediction true हुने भयो 3-1 or 3-0 भने चाहिँ true नै हुने भयो के
Next objective, that turtle, and eventually the Lords come.
Whoa, hold up. This could be really, really dangerous. As Onic forcing Lunar out of position, allowing Kelra to actually open things up. You can see the rest of the members are man-to-man defensing here. They understand what's about to happen, and I don't think they should take this right now.
All right, conceal used. Little taunt there, unbreakable. Gonna bring Pagu back.
Pagu.
He goes in with
Killer
the
flicker on him.
locking him down with the Raptor Dryad. Sam's gonna be
Damage
okay.
उत्तर damage उत्तर
Aurora Gaming.
ओए भ्याउँछ होला भ्याउँछ रोताको फ्लिकर नि गयो लुट पनि नाइस टोनी
From Rosa, still gonna be caught amidst
सिगबुम मर्यो ओए नाइस वान यार
a burst of damage with Sigibum is
उही हान्यो ओनिक लान्यो स्काइरीको 40 स्ट्याक भयो स्काइमा
Very upsetting. But even so, it's just not enough
Skyरीको 14 स्ट्याक भयो
Economic lead here for the side of Onic being pressed against Aurora as they are starting to run out of breath. But initially, when you see this fight from the side of Aurora, maybe it could have been something more, and they wanted Sans really bad. They got the ult out. They also made sure that he doesn't have his flicker available. The problem is if they don't net themselves the kill, that's a lot of resources on the side of Aurora.
That also, you know, when we saw it from the highlights there, it just looked like they weren't synced
up.
Follow through on Pagu's setup. They were kind of in a weird position, and might have been one of those cases where, again, Pagu's just like, you know, I'm already here and I'm already taunted up, but I'm breakable and everything else. I kind of have to do something, and you know, Aurora Gaming loses that fight. Now they lose themselves the space to work with. They're 5,000 gold behind, and Onic has been in this driver's seat now for a few minutes. And the fact that you have the Sky Piercer that was picked up and we talked about has now got a couple stacks on it, so that's good for him. And even looking at the build that Kelra has, he's going for the Rage Advantage, right? He already had that blade earlier on. That was the first time he rushed in. Then he got Malefic Gun, and Broly's already got great range advantage against a powerful now, even more so.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason, right? Because Onic, this is a really good timing to, you know, that's why you're seeing them clump up together a lot more, because they have to work with their secondary win condition or main scaler in this particular case in Sigibum.
Yeah.
Tianzi also understands that as much as he is the jungler, the neutral objectives are very manageable for the time being until we start getting into the Lords. So we need to see the tempo breaker here.
Right now, too, Lunar, even as tanky as he is, he can feel the damage being
एक गेम छ यार अरे टर्की यति क्लोज देखि यति क्लोज आइसक्यो यार अरे टर्की
not be able to secure it.
प्लिज यार
Kyrie's been pretty unrelentless
अब
in this
एउटा स्टेप भयो यार यो
continues to take camps
अनि सेमी फाइनल
from Aurora Gaming.
Interesting. I hope I saw that right. That was a Haas call purchase.
Come on, Aurora Turkey.
Wants to make sure that at least
last game genuine was to अहिले उडाइदिनु पर्छ ओनिकलाई
actually has some form of life steal, and not to mention that, you know, Brody naturally, the way that his auto attacks work, has so much more base damage than the regular marksman. Doesn't have as many consistent auto attacks compared to them. In this case, he's going to get a decent amount of heals, so in case they try to burst them, the window has just gotten smaller for the side of Aurora.
Late game राम्रो छैन यार
Onic with a clear advantage. They should have space control above this. They'll keep Loopy up there on the
guys, make sure to like this stream. 500 like हुन लाग्छ guys. 30 more likes. 30 more likes.
For sure is you're up against
सबैजना make sure to like this stream. Like and subscribe.
Even if you have this kind of lead that Onic has built up, but they can go ahead and play the map this way. You know, keep Loopy there, play around the rest of the 4 members of Onic, and Aurora Gaming knows this. One thing too, having this dangerous grass in tow
Onicको हेरेर नि के म अरूलाई सपोर्ट मात्रै गरेर Onicको वो Aurora को ओपोनेन्ट छ Onicको अनि कन्सेप्ट ल्यान्यो
They don't have much room to work with. Conceal was already used. They're going to keep them pushed off the Lord.
And the pendulum swings again. Sigabung kind of the only person who has enough damage to deal with Lutfi. Rosa, as you can see, needs to put a little bit of work into Lutfi, start shredding the MR first, and then starts getting the empowered fork to lightning to ensure that he gets some permanent damage. But even then, Lutfi is in a phenomenal position. He's got plenty of magic resist. He's got plenty of health as well. Oh, well, never mind. As soon as I say, Divine Glaive has already been purchased by Rosa.
All right, it's locked in. Onic might be looking to make that attempt here. It's going to reset though. Ice Queen Wand picked up two. By Sans being dragged back.
Nah, Killa, oh my god, reflex kill Killa ko tyo. Killa ko reflex kill tyo.
Able to pick up
What
a
the
kill,
fuck,
and with
bro?
that, Aurora Gaming has to give this Lord over to Onic.
What a difficult
Three Lord
job
for
that
Onic. Oh my god, Killa ko
is
reflex
trying
kill
to
tyo.
attempt here. He sees the angle where he either has to pick Kyrie or Kelra. He wants to get both.
Yeah.
And I think it's starting to cost them here, right? I think he has to make a clean decision of what needs to get cut in half. So far, I think Kyrie should be the priority in this case because he's the one running Sky Piercer. That could open up some more opportunities, but it doesn't change the natural problem that even without a Sky Piercer, Kelra can finish off kills with torn apart memories from halfway across the screen.
Yeah, that range advantage is what makes Brody
POD
so
बनाए काइरीले
deadly in
नयाँ
this
टाइममा
space
लाग्छ र
here.
रोजाले पकाउनु पर्छ होला यार रोजा कि लुनाले पकाउनु पर्छ होला पागोले त सक्दैन यार
If you can catch Kyrie, catch one of them.
टिकर त छैन केलाको अब पनिश गर्न
You see
सक्छ
the past couple interactions right now. They got to deal with this Lord up top. They clear out what they can in the mid. Where's Pathway drop down? They're going for Kelra.
केलाको फिकर छैन केला न मार केला नाइस 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 काइरीले मार्छ काइरीले एकछिन ड्यामेज छ टिएनजी लान्यो नाइस वान काइरी आयो ओइ 90 एन्डी मर्यो शॉट डाउन बाय ओइ रोजा फिकर हान्यो Nice one, guys, nice one. Sorry, defend by any nice.
Yeah, honestly, that was pretty good coming in for Aurora. I'm pretty sure that Keyboy didn't
nice
have
punishment.
his
Kelako flicker dina Lunar ko nice one.
They recognize that Kelra still doesn't have his flicker for a couple more seconds, so they find the punish. Let's watch this one more time.
Nice, yeah, Lunar ko all nice one.
And Keyboy, out of position, uses the AOG to try and close the distance, but by then it's already too late. The damage has already been done. As mentioned, that also, passive coming in from Pagu, shredding away at the little bit of life that Kelra actually has, but now he's got the Berserker's Fury on top of the Haas Claws. He's got some real damage in his belt right now, and unless Sans can keep him protected, they want the traditional front to back.
If Onic didn't have that Lord that Aurora Gaming had to deal with, Aurora Gaming would have followed through in that
Yeah,
fight.
Masarapp like mute and millionaire.
Clear it out. So, and they maintained
Aurora supporter है Aurora supporter.
falling from this deficit.
मलाई बेस्ट अफ 5 पनि हेर्न मन छ के तर बेस्ट अफ 5 पनि ओनिकले हात जस्तो लागिरहेछ के त्यही भएर डर लागिरहेछ के
Again, they still have a great lead. They still have
म किन ओनिकलाई सपोर्ट नगरेको भन्दाखेरि मैले नयाँ रिजनको टिमले जितोस् भनेर हेर्न मन छ केटा त्यति मात्र हो रिजन ओनिकसँग के पर्सनल बिफ त छैन I'm supporting new reason team त्यति हो
This is where things are going to be a little dicey all across the board.
नभए त ओनिक भर्सेस फिलिपिन्स भयो म अभियसली ओनिकलाई सपोर्ट गरिहाल्थेँ मलाई नि मन पर्छ ओनिक
He's able to slow down the auto
तर एमएलबी के राम्रो लागि राम्रो हो के नयाँ रिजनले जित्यो अरु ठाउँमा नि ग्रो हुन्छ
He just needs a sliver of health to survive. A lot of brute
गाइस सबैजना मेक श्योर टु लाइक दिस मे 500 लाइक पुग्ने लाइक गाइस मेक श्योर टु लाइक पछि नै पुग्छ क्या हो 700 वाचिङ छ यार 700 नै हाल्दिनु म लाइक
ways built up. I mean, he's even got a little mix of defense.
Lord of the 5 second ma.
But it's just been, I think, one thing that really stands out throughout these, even the group stage now and the knockout stage is just the way the teams have executed these team fights is so crucial. Aurora obviously allows you to have a little more room to work with in comparison to a Paquito. So TNZ really has to not get kind of faked out. I feel like that's what happens with a lot of times when the Aurora is across from you and you're dealing with it. You just got so much to work with, and that's why.
Onik मलाई नै ओनिक मन पर्छ obviously मलाई नि काइरी केला बबा लागिहाल्छ केटा हो तर नयाँ रिजनको टिमले जित्छ भनेर मात्र सपोर्ट गरेर म स्पिरिट र अदरलाई
So it's a face-off for this Lord.
Just look at the way that they have to play, right? The only person who may be able to bait a reaction from Onic is Sigabo because he's such a high priority target. Listen, Kyrie is ready to hop over the pit, but look at them in lane. They get that first shove. They're going to reset this, and they're looking for an interception. Oh, are we going to get punished for getting knocked up by the Lord? Luckily, they don't.
Okay, still
Keep it
half
to
health. They're
concentrate.
gonna bring back
Lunar.
Lunar, dropping down the
Oh,
pathway.
Lunar called base for line.
That's not the
Garo
target you
yo
want to
or
go
ale.
for.
Onic la round
Again,
chha
now,
Lunar call
couple
chena.
ultimates expended
What's the
here
call? What's the call?
from
Pook
Aurora
damage to
getting
धेरै रहेछ
one
Aurora
more
Turkey को.
reset as the space does.
At least they set the conditions.
You
We
thought I
used a
poke
lot of
under
our
the net.
ultimates, but we got a really
Video
good
call map
push
poke
down
हान्दिन्छ
on
नि
that
क्या
mid
तर
lane that
यताबाट
Onic
हल्का पेटो
has
रहेछ
to respond
Aurora
to. Losing a free inhibitor turret is unacceptable at this stage of the game. And I think that at least for Aurora, they know they've hit the 43k mark. Their carries have the damage. Tianzi and Sigabom are ready to fight. The question is, can they get some value or discounts from Lunar or even Pagu?
They saw
Pagu,
TNC
Pagu?
on the top lane. They want to blitz this Lord.
Pagu,
but
नगर्नु
it
यस्तो Pagu.
resets anyway.
नगर्नु यस्तो.
So again, a good choice here
So
to just
नगर्नु
kind of
Pagu.
back off. Keyboy was there, gave them the information. Meanwhile, Onic still looking to bait Aurora Gaming into a fight. Quarter the health on this Lord. Whoa, it's going to reset once
Wait,
again.
Keyboy flank गर्ने हो.
Positioning here from
Keyboy flank गर्ने हो.
Consecration drop down. Pagu goes in.
पागुले कसलाई पकड्यो? पागुले केलाले पकड्यो. केलाले विन्टर क्राउन हान्यो. What the fuck? केला, oh my god, केला. Oh my god, केला. विन्टर क्राउन हान्दिरा यार केलाले.
With the team fight,
पुरै बेट हान्दिया यार केलाले. Oh my.
What an incredible read from Kalra. What an
Fucking winter crown हान्दिरा
incredible
यार.
read. He reacted perfectly to the scenario. Winner crown just in time because Pagu, he
Winter
can't
crown
stop
हानेर
this.
न.
Keep your eyes here. He
Oh
sees
my
it
god.
instantly.
अनि फ्लिकर हान्यो. Damn bro. अनि TNT चढ्यो second skill. Oh my, perfect game यार केलाबाट.
He's outplayed them. Got in the gold lane for a reason.
Yeah, what a move there. Again, it's a KK connection, just a different one for this. And now knocking on the mid turret. They're going to go ahead. Force it out.
Damn it, Keyboy.
He wants to get away. Does with the Avatar of the Guardian defensively with a sliver of health. He'll regen it back up. They still have the Lord making its way here. So Onic can go ahead and walk
Evolve Lord हैन. Okay, nice. Evolve Lord हैन रहेछ. Defend हुन्छ.
knocking down two.
माथिको टरेट त जान्छ ढुक्क. माथि र मिडको जान्छ होला.
Some really scary stuff. Really scary
Defend
stuff.
गर, come on.
You can see that Aurora, unfortunately, without the glorious pathway, it's a lot harder for them to go on the chase.
Winter
For
Crown
Onic,
टु
they
डुबाइ
can actually do it, right? They have
रोजाले
many
पकड्नु पर्छ
different
होला यार अब.
ways by using
मिडको टरेट
offense,
डिफेन्ड हुन्छ.
mobilizing,
नाइस डिफेन्ड यार
trading
अरबाट.
with one another, you know, the push and pull from Keyboy
How
alongside
fails होला
with
Onicले.
Kyrie to
Concept back Keyboy को.
maintain their presence. Keyboy, he wants
Keyboy
it,
लो
but
छ तर.
they're not going to give him
ओइ
that
मिडको डिफेन्ड हान्यो.
option just yet.
ओइ रोजाले कस्तो ड्यामेज छ.
Damage. Rose is going to have to
कस्तो
be
ड्यामेज छ
careful,
त्यो.
half health. But again, I
We
think
nice defend यार अरराकोबाट.
they keep up two base turrets. Onic gets one. They play the discipline route and they'll back off for now. Again, they don't want to push it too far in. Even with, again, with this kind of lead, the composition, they can't get caught in a bad state here under these base turrets. So happy with one. Still have plenty of time for that next Lord to come up here. But looking at the items again, you know, now that you've already seen the Winter Crowns come to play, the Immortalities, you're going to see some item swaps up to this point.
Dhalmai's already complete as well, making sure there's some kind of anti-heal.
ओनिकलाई जित्नै पर्छ नि जसरी पनि. लोअर ब्याकेट जान्छ नभए
Interception
Pagu मर्यो.
potentially here.
He's going to get unbreakable taunted. Should be able to get away. Good coverage there.
What a game यार. दुईटै टिमले क्रेजी खेला छ गाइस. दुईटै टिमले बबाल खेला छ यो गेम.
have to play together here.
दुईटै टिमले जित्न मन छ हैन.
Poke down, half health.
अस्ति कम्पिटिसनै मजा आयो हैन. काइरीले रेड बफ पनि लाग्यो. त्यो हैन टिएनजीले पाएछ. टिएनजीले पाएछ.
So many cooldowns. It's like it feels like she's got
क्रेजी म्याच हो केटा. दुईटै टिमले डब्लु यार.
Yeah, she's not Suyo. Even though she has more abilities than Suyo at level 2 compared to level 3, you know, no big deal here. I can't wait for
गाइस ओनिकको सपोर्टरको लागि ओनिकको सपोर्टरहरु एलोहरु स्प्याम हान्नु अनि अरुराकोहरु ब्लु है केटा कसको फ्यान रहेछ तर obviously ओनिकै होला त्यो पनि हेर्दिम न ओनिकको सपोर्टर र अरुराको
Aurora ain't really in it. Their hearts aren't in it to go for the all-out fight without that.
लोअर ब्याक नि छ लोअर ब्याकै छैन यार केटा सिधै एलिमिनेसन म्याच हुन्छ जो हार्छ घर जान्छ
Yeah, it almost feels like
Concept play? What the fuck? Killa माथि सिधै We flicker bait nice यार good lovely है flicker गयो केलाको अति यार अरेरा अति यार केलाको flicker लगिरा लड अगाडि ट्याक्कै लड अगाडि के फेरि नाइस विन्टर क्राउन बनाए फेरि केलाले
because unless they can correct the waves, bot side is on a slow push, mid is neutral, top side is getting corrected by Aurora. And I think that Onic, despite having a 6.9k lead, I don't know if Kelra has enough money to go for an item swap after that.
Yeah, this might be one of those cases where, again, you just delay this as much as you can here.
Lord को अगाडि flicker bait
If they can. Okay.
would be having to use
फ्ल्याङ्क हान्न खोजिरहेको हो नाइ फ्ल्याङ्क नगर होला केल्लाले पक्ड्यो भने गयो केल्ला
yeah,
फ्लिकर नै
they're
छैन
not going to do much about this, and I think that Aurora recognized that, you know what? As long as Kelra ain't showing himself and he doesn't have that flicker, it's not that big of a deal. Take away our purple. We don't care about this. Look at that top side. It's already shoving in bot side as well. Kirara shows up, and now Aurora takes the space.
Rosa goes in with a flicker, but
सान्जी पनि फ्लिकर गयो रोजा पनि फ्लिकर गयो माय गॉड क्यों रिफ्लेक्स यार बीटी टीम को पागु मर्यो होला लुनार मर्यो यार नाइ लुनार
they have to back off though. This isn't the fight they
ओए
want.
गाटो बॉल पागु मर्यो पागु फ्लिकर हाने पागुले पागु अझै बाँकी रहेछ पागु मर्यो किबोय पनि मर्यो रोम पर हो टीएनजी को आइटम छ इमो किन्यो टीएनजी ले त टीएनजी मर्यो नानी मर्यो नाइ गेम हान्न आउँछ ल गेम हैन लडै हान्न बसेको सानको यार रिएक्सन टाइम अत्यार फ्लिकर माथि फ्लिकर ओ माय गॉड नाइस व्हाट अ गेम Oh my god, यार nice यार Sans. Keyboy got down there. What a match, bro! What a match.
So many shots from Sigaboom. It takes way too long.
Oh, they're in the pace.
Wait, it's in. Rosa मर्यो. Sigaboom नि मर्यो होला. Sigaboom देखा. Sigaboom. Nice. Oh, item थ्रो है यार केलाको. नयाँ जी. Get out. What a match, bro. What a match, bro. What a match. GG Onic. Game 5. Oh my. Our best of one ko bhai yaar.
These teams are so equally matched in so many different ways. The slightest advantages in the drafts is a make it or break it.
Get out Onic को fanहरू support spam हान्दिम यार. Alert. What a game यार Onic बाट. GG यार get out. Oh my god, bro. What a match. Crazy यार item swipe. यहाँ हेरो न यार यो सान्जको रिएक्सन टाइम.
This isn't the fight deal. Take away our
Yeah,
purple. We don't care about this. Look at that top side. It's already shoving in
कसरी यति छिटो हान्छ त यार. यहाँ सान्ज हैन यहाँ अब रोजा हेर
shows up and now Aurora takes the
फ्लिकर हान्दिरा के घुमिरहेछ यार फर्स्ट सेकेन्ड स्किल लागे पनि छैन यार. Bro.
Rosa goes in with a
What a
flicker,
match,
but Sans able to react in time. That setup not going to follow through. Now Lunar, unbreakable taunted. He's going to take a shot.
यार देखि त केलाले फ्लिट हान्यो.
They have to back off though.
अनि पागु फसे त. किबोयको नाइस जोनिङ त्यहाँ ब्याकलाइन पुरै जोन हाने किबोयले.
Immortality pop. This should be a kill for Onic. He goes in with the flicker. Wrath the Dryad drops down. Kyrie gets a kill, but Sigma fires back.
TNZ ले विन्टर क्राउन किन्यो त. इमो किन्यो.
TNZ Immortality. They're going to chase.
Oh my god, सान्जलाई दिसि नदे यार दिसि नदे सान्जलाई.
As Onic wins the team fight, it'll start up the Lord. Moments, and if we can, that's fine. Let's just take out.
Crazy यार, crazy game bro, crazy यार. Best of 5 ने पुग्यो यार. नहीं और तो Come on, please यार. Oh my god bro, last game केटा last game कहिले जित्छ लाग्छ. Aurora टर्की कि त Onic केटा हो. जो हार्छ घर जान्छ यार. नहीं यार Aurora. यस्तो मिठो खेला यार Aurora कसम यो एमएससी. यति क्लोज आएर हार्नु भनेको लास्टै डिमोटिभेट हुन्छ क्या नेक्स्ट एम सिरिजको लागि. अब नेक्स्ट एम सिरिजमा यही फर्म हुन्छ कि हुँदैन यार त्यही पनि ओ माय गॉड यो लास्टै क्लोज रन छ क्या Aurora टर्कीले. यता हान्यो भने जित्छ होला यार एमएससी. यता ओनिकलाई हान्यो भने जित्छ होला. फाल्कनलाई नै हान्छ होला फाइनलमा. सेमी फाइनलमा टीएसलाई क्लोज रन छ यार Auroraको. कम अन यार Aurora. Oh my god. Close match यार वाइल्ड केटा हो. लास्टै क्लोज रन हो यार यही हो यार चान्स. Man, fuck, bro. Last game, yaar. Come on, Aurora.
Have to like catch these falling sticks
Yeah.
and collect all of them. At least like all of them, like there were
That's a good question.
because like the reaction times that they had in this game were ridiculous. You saw the highlights, you saw that one winter crown play from Kelra, and buy and sells everywhere from both of these teams.
Now, honestly, that's a very good point because that's the point that I was gonna make because Onic is known as the Sky Kings, and the reason why they got that moniker before is because of their incredible
God,
reaction
give
time,
her,
right?
man.
We've seen
Come on,
multiple clips
Aurora.
coming in from Sans where an engage came out of nowhere, right? In the bush, and he was able to react to it. And I gotta say, this is where all 5 members of Onic understanding that we were selected to be a part of Onic because of our reaction time, and they utilized that to the fullest against Aurora here. So talk about going back to your identity. They just go back to their unfair advantage that they were born with.
And the Gatakacha also kind of opened things up towards the end. I think they gave themselves enough engage and counter-engage there alongside the Uranus to open things up for Zushin. The Aurora looked better, and Kyrie was getting some big moments. Brig, you felt like you wanted to answer on that as well. And Kelra also...
Guys, this is the last match of action. Kurum, guys. Last game heरौँ हैन अनि मेरो भोलि छ सेमिफाइनल को म्याच डिस्कर्ड नि जोइन हानौँ guys, लाइक पनि गरौँ.
To its fullest potential, brought to us by Onic here through their sheer gameplay. I loved how they individually were able to really shine in terms of what you really want to see from them. They made things a lot more difficult for Aurora too, I'd say, because naturally, if you look at their heroes,
Thank you so much,
you really
for
want to go
10
for either
drills.
Kelra
Thank you so
or
much,
maybe even
Vishal.
Sans, probably the squishiest heroes, especially if you're Rosa on the Aurora, but Sans, a pretty tanky hero himself, and even Kelra taking advantage of the range and maybe doubling down on it, because it was also a relatively early pickup on the Malefic gun, I believe, that he decided to go for, so that just granted him a lot more room to play around with, less
Discord
threat
के हो
because he could just
Discord
keep
मा
attacking
अब
from a distance.
स्क्रिमको लागि सोध्दा नि हुन्छ MLB को अपडेटहरु आइरहन्छ हाम्रो
Commit
गेमहरुको.
to the flicker a couple times if they
Masa
really
do
just wanted
support
to go for a
LGBTQ
pickoff, but
मलाई
even that wasn't a
त्यस्तो केही
guaranteed
इन्ट्रेस्ट
kill
छैन
because a lot
support
of
गर्नु.
times you had to deal with the reaction time, and the reaction times again were ridiculous. They always had a way to come back from these
भन्यो
attempts
दादा
that
लेकेर
Aurora
ड्राफ्ट
would
हेरेँ
do,
मैले
and
अर्को
man,
प्रेडिक्सन अनि
Onic
विन
fans,
थिएँ.
they're all
sad
happy.
था.
They've, as you mentioned, erupted here
Oh my
after we
God,
got
guys.
to secure Game 5.
It was a really fun
Guys, 600 लाइक पुग्छ त 521 लाइक
yesterday.
पुगिसकेर अलरेडी
Team Falcons
हाम्रो हाइएस्ट लाइक कति छ 545 छ अस्तिको स्ट्रिममा 565 रहेछ अस्तिको स्ट्रिममा 12k
When it
भ्युज
comes to Onic, there's just something
565
special about
lakh.
the way that this team is operated, and I feel
पठाइदिउँ त 565 लाख
really strongly
600
that
हानिदिउँ
both
त
teams now, there is no advantage in the draft that they're giving away. There is a difference. There are strengths and weaknesses, but it feels like both teams have been able to play, and it is coming down to those mechanical things, those small moments, Lafell, and moments that Gideon and Nice were trying to focus on. You were watching as well on stage. What did you
700
focus
watching
on
guys.
that
Crazy
helped
यार.
Onic tie this
MLB
back
को
up?
टुर्नामेन्ट नै आउनु पर्यो के
Well,
नेपालको.
honestly, this is going to be very technical, but Onic really utilized the map alongside with their unfair advantage of
Subscriber चाहिँ
having
जिन्दगी
incredible
नभर्ने हो
reaction time
मेरो चाहिँ.
because
6000 मा
we'll
अगाडि
be
अगाडि
seeing
खेल्नु
clips
मलाई.
later on of how
3 महिना
Onic, they
भइसक्यो.
decide where they fight, and they fight around the river, which is an open space where they try to bait out Pagu, right? Like, we're going to be looking at a telestrator here because looking at the draft, there's
डिस्कर्डमा
really
5 जना
not a
पुग्नु पर्यो के
lot
हो.
to discuss here
500 लाइक
because
आउँछ
this
डिस्कर्डमा
is
5
not
जना नै
simply
आउन
just
हो
about the
गेम
draft, but
गर्यो.
really how you utilize it, right? So
453
the
member
draft is
भयो
showing
यार.
up here, but
जावा
this is
47 छ आयो
something
member.
that we see Onic has
डिस्कर्ड
been
जोइन
doing
हानौँ गाइस.
over and
कसको
over
डिस्कर्ड
again.
आइडी
We're gonna be
छैन
playing this
बनाऊ
clip
डिस्कर्ड
here.
आइडी
We're gonna
सबै
look at
अपडेटहरु आइरहन्छ
Pagu,
डिस्कर्डमा.
flicker, and then initiate. But look at every positioning coming in from Onic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at how spread they are. And they've been doing this the entire game because going up against Aurora, Midnight as the coach probably taught them the ube strat, which is the ultimate bonding experience, which basically means you're clumping up together. You know?
All this
Someone
just to
is gonna
get
start a fight,
4-0
and
by
everyone follows
Falcon
up.
Ray
So how do you
Al
stop that?
Masarapp.
Don't clump up.
Thank you so much, I love you.
And this is just to show again the positioning of Onic compared to the positioning of Aurora.
Wait, thank you. Donation माथि donation यार. अति भयो त यार मुटु फुट्ला जस्तो भइसक्यो यार.
Everyone just disengaged.
या मलाई फुट्ला जस्तो भइसक्यो अब त लास्ट गेम पुगेर यार. Thank you so much, Luffy Zain, bro. Luffy Gaming, thank you so much, and Luffy Kusal Sene.
Caught multiple times, but
500 yen on it, £2. Thank you so much.
This is the moment where
Love
we see
donation.
they do not have an open space. We'll be
Black
looking at
Kid
how
arko
they
donation
try to
आउँछ
catch
त.
him right there. Exactly, because
हाम्रो अर्को
right,
member
this
ने
time
donation
they
हान्नु पर्यो
understand
सन्देश
the
दिले.
timers, because if we look at Brody here, Kelra, he does not have the flicker. And this is why I say not every person could use Brody in this capacity, because he doesn't have a lot of escape tools. Once he goes in here, see, this is the positioning that Lunar was waiting for, right? We see that Kelra is cut off. You can see that this area here is a very close area.
TikTokमा कहिले आउने TikTokमा तिमीहरु follow नै गर्दैन यार.
But more importantly, not a lot of space.
म TikTokको link हाल्छु यार.
This is
मेरो
where we see
TikTokमा
they just go all in. The moment they got Kelra, there's not
200
much
जति follower भयो नि म
This is the rare
TikTokमा live गर्न
time
थाल्छु
that we
ल.
see Onic clumped up, and that's why they lost.
यो TikTokको यही हो केटा 200 जति follower भयो नि.
We see that all the focus is on Kelra again, because he is supposedly one of the easiest members of Onic to catch.
Fall हाने केटा
Yet,
सबैजना.
when we zoom out, we see that even though they engage Winter Crown into flickering out, and then eventually we even see the Gato Kacha ulting on top of Kelra just to provide him that heal. So this is what Onic did. They understand habits. Aurora has a habit where either Pagu or
Content हाल्नु न
or
हाल्छु
even
content नै
Lunar,
केटा हो.
depending on the draft,
Follower
one of them will
यार
start the fight.
29
This
follower
one,
हो
it's
केटा
pretty
हो.
obvious it's going to be Pagu on that Belric. So as long as you're able to spread out, you bait
TikTok
out
पनि
the
active
ult,
गर्नु पर्यो अब.
they can re-engage. That's also another thing
Follow
that we
हाल्नु
gotta talk
TikTok
about
मा नि
the
guys.
having the Zushin, the Uranus, as well as the Herrera. One of the best things about them is that they can get out of a fight and they quickly go back in.
Go ahead. I mean, what were you going to respond to that with?
No, I think I mean, if you look at it at first, it looks great. At least Aurora
दुई
are
सय follower है,
always
दुई सय
based
follower
on that. If you
भइसक्यो.
observe on the same page,
Yeah.
they know who they really want to prioritize and target.
केटा हो सबजना
and
TikTok मा
they
follow हाल्नु
don't
guys.
have as much disconnect as I think
TikTok मा
we've
follow
observed
हाल्नु
from a
केटा.
lot of teams here in MSC. But there should be like backup plans, and there should be other angles that they play around with. If that Pagu flickered Wrath of Dryad combo has been read out multiple times already.
But the problem is, I feel like they understood they got to get Kelra. Again, this is why Kelra is the gold standard. This is why his name was also mentioned as one of the best that the game has ever produced. Like, by all accounts of logic, he should have died many times.
Yeah.
Right? That's how you
कति
become
लामो गेम
champions,
हो
right?
त्यही
You
त
gotta define
खनाल्छु
the
भने
logic. You gotta define the expectation. Just because my character dictates I can't do it, if I'm using this character, I'll find a way.
That's how you become bigger than the draft and bigger than the character, the hero, the game itself. You become somebody that obviously
One following
deserves
the
these
one
superstar
following
fans
मेरो
as
दाइ हो.
well. But speaking of superstars, we've got the
मेरो आफ्नै दाइ
junglers
हो.
going head to head. It is an
दाइले follow
amazing
गरेछ अनि
day
follow
to
back पनि
witness
हो.
some matchups that you cannot get anywhere else. TNZ and Kyrie, we talked about them.
नेम के छ टिकटकमा
TNZ,
टिकटकमा
phenomenal
Masarapp नै
on
छ.
Aurora
मैले
Gaming.
लिंक हालेको छु
Kyrie
त.
having a
36
great
follower भएछ
response,
guys.
however,
200
and
follower
actually
भएछ. म
winning
साथी
not
टिकटकमा
only
पनि लाइभ
turtle
गर्छु,
kills, but Lord
युट्युबमा पनि
kills,
लाइभ
damage
गर्छु.
dealt, and of course 8-0-4 in this last matchup. And the Harara against the Paquito. It makes me wonder, LaFell, if it's not just a Paquito.
Now guys,
it
this is
really
the last
looking
match.
at, well, maybe we need that Paquito in gold, maybe EXP.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you in gold, because
please.
this is the last chance.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna go home.
Yeah.
Right? Both these teams are showing grand finals performance.
They are.
So I feel like for Aurora, win or lose, you gotta get Sigibum on that Paquito if possible, because TNZ is a great jungler, but we can definitely see Sigibum on that Paquito is something else.
Yeah, it's a really good comfort
सी
pick
बोल्न
that
माग्छ
I
नदिउँ
feel
मैले
like
केल्लालाई
wouldn't
फाइटर
make
नदिउँ
Kelra
है
as
अति हुन्छ
comfortable
बेटर.
supposedly.
I agree.
Because
Yeah.
earlier into the Harith, I feel like Keller is just so
He enjoyed
aware
that.
of that
दुईटा
matchup
फिलिपिनोले
already.
अति
Yeah, he
हान्न
already
चाहिँ
knows how to
उनीबाट
play
चाहिँ.
around the Harith, and he also himself masters the Harith well enough. But Sigibum on a Paquito is a different beast.
And Freya.
On Freya, and that too.
Come
So
on,
the
description
fighter
change होगा.
matchups, having Aurora get that, and maybe seeing Tianzi on a different, maybe not the Lucas, if it's not really something that they
Just
could
assassin, not a
work, just
fighter.
an assassin.
Could be interesting. I
That's
mean,
maybe them playing to their strengths.
okay, we'll have to wait and see. Draft coming up in just a moment. Until then, we want to send it over to an announcement about
Donation
Street
money
Fighter.
opinion,
They're
bro.
actually playing Street Fighter at EWC right now on the Alliance stage. However, in-game with MLBB, you have a chance to play Ryu, Ken, and a cool Street Fighter matchup in your games.
ल गाइस टिकटकमा नि फलो हान्नु 200 फलोवर पेज म कसम लाइभ गर्छु टिकटकमा साच्ची दाइ हो मेरो कस्तो नपत्ताको तिमीहरुलाई किन झुट बोल्नु ल हेर तिमीहरुले आउँदैन यहाँ हैन मेरो ओइ माछि के हो यो छ ल्याउने यार अब नाम दिएर छ र डिस्काउन्ट भनेर दाइ हो क्या पुल हामी पुल त छ त हो दाइ हो क्या दाइ यार कस्तो झुटी माने के झुट गर्नु मात्र काकाबाट भ्युअर्स आइरहेको हेर्छ हेर त नेपालबाट हो नेपाल सेकेन्डमा इन्डिया हुन्छ थर्डमा जापान हुन्छ फ्लायो जापानमा नेपालीहरू भएको त्यसपछि युके
Tyler 1, you're done.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
40 फलोवर भइसक्यो 200 फलोवर भयो नि ढुक्क युट्युबमा टिकटकमा लाइभ भोलिको कस्तो भोलि सेमी फाइनल हो भोलि सेमी फाइनल पर्सि फाइनल अनि सक्यो एमएससी
Kadir City, powered by Play.
Well, above the clouds, there's Onic.
Look at
You
our
can
last
hear the
match.
chants coming out, and you can see the fans just resetting. The film.
Best of 5 को यार ये तो
Di atas langit ada Onic.
We're here.
Onic.
फर्स्ट मैच है बेस्ट ऑफ 5 नॉकआउट स्टेज को
They feel it
Di
happening.
atas langit ada
I'm dead 40 थ्यांक यू सो मच फलो हानेको मा को फलो हान्दैछ गाइस सबैजना फलो हान्नु मेक श्योर द लाइक पनि फलो हान्नु अनि 200 फलो पेपछि म लाइभहरु गर्छु टिकटकमा नि
This small adjustment might be
दाउ 29 छ अहिले 40 छ त्यही भएर नि हो टिकटकमा नगरेको नभए मल्टी स्ट्रिम गर्छु टिकटक एन्ड युट्युब भिडियो
Yeah, but time and time again.
फलो ब्याक नदिने फलो ब्याक दिइहाल्छु नि
Yeah. So either double down and make sure Kelra will
अहिले एउटा
never
मात्र फलोइङ
escape an
ल्याइरहेको छु
attempt
केटा
or avoid him altogether. Shut down Kyrie, shut down Signs, and hopefully that's enough.
Shut down someone else if it's not working against Keller anymore. But yeah, I agree that maybe and hopefully we get to see them just stick with the heroes that have been working out best for them. But I'm also worrying because at the same time, I think it's going to be Aurora in blue this time.
Yeah.
Not unless they decide to go red. Because
Most likely.
earlier it was Onic on blue, but every single time they went for blue, it's not like they go pick up the Paquito first.
Right.
They don't really go prioritize that hero despite it being open
Hey,
in
boys,
first
start
pick.
going now.
There are a
All
lot
the
of other
button.
options which could be left open still. The Hirara's still there. The Freya potentially even might be still there, but that's also something that could work out for them, honestly. So
Yeah.
I think the sides are really going to be important. There you go. Aurora does
1
go
के
to
चाहिन्छ
blue
लाइभ
and
गर्न
the Paquito is
1000
still
चाहिन्छ
open, so
फलोवर
that's a
लाइभ गर्न
question mark
टिकटकमा
for all of us right now.
What the fuck?
But the trend says, okay, never mind. Let's just
मन
take
थाहा
out
थिएन
all
यार
singles
केटा
hero,
टिकटक
you
गर्नु
know?
And
पुगाउनु
that's
त
smart.
1000
I mean,
कस्तो
we knew
1000
that was
पुगाउनु
going
नि
to be
गाह्रो
something
तिमीहरूले
Aurora valued. And now it does do two
1000
things. We
पुगाऊ
can see
200 पुगाएपछि त म कन्टेन्टहरु हाल्छु
we're gonna
1000
go into
पुगाएपछि
it's
लाइभ
our
गर्छु ल
first pick from Aurora, so Onic have a chance to respond.
ल केटा 1000 सब्स्क्राइब ल ड्राफ्टेड गरौँ है केटा टिकटकमा नि फलो गर्दै भएर कुकुर नयाँ छ
Not available here, banned out.
नयाँ
So
लास्ट
that
डिभिजन
won't
गेम
be a
भयो लास्ट
factor, which has been played 2 games in a row by Onic.
Yeah.
हिराला
I think they're going to opt for those power picks still. Safe picks and, as you've mentioned. But the Belleric plus...
फर्स्ट पिक हिराले लियो कि टिएनजी को हातमा हिरा फाइनली नयाँ 12 दियो नि त हिराले तर लुटपीको हातमा चाहिँ ओइ फ्यानी र हिरा र ओइ लास्ट गेम केटा ग्याम्बल काइरीको
Now I want to see whether Aurora, in terms of gold lane,
No.
Melissa and
Fanny
Moskov
दिदे
can
यार
deal with the Fanny, but if
फ्यानी
you're
दिँदै यार केटा अब चाउ आउँछ यताबाट
maybe the Ruby.
The Ruby's the next one.
Probably Ruby, but the thing is, Ruby has been
चाउ र
changed so
रुबी
that
लियो होला यार
she is
चाउ
only
र
really
रुबी लियो होला
strong when her HP is low enough so that she has a lot of heals. But if you burst her down so that she can't heal fast
फ्यानी र
enough,
हिरा र यार
that's
दुईटै
kinda GG's.
दुईटै गोडेर अस्ति दिन त्यो असलीमा झर्छ क्या लास्ट गेम एउटा एलिमिनेट हुन्छ एउटा
that will mean putting Siggy on a marksman
Chow
though, so they
Milio,
just
okay,
don't reveal their gold laner altogether. They go for the Cho and this time the Uranus. I think at least the matchup will be guaranteed for Aurora in the EXP lane.
Get out 800 watching pugai to get out. Sabajana make sure to share the stream, share anum, TikTok ma follow anum. RC pugai to watching guys. 800 watching.
We've seen the reaction times of
Also
the
मेरो
players
note
of
चाहिँ
Onic.
अहिलेसम्म छोएको छैन 800
I feel like
छोड्छ
it's gonna be
हैन
difficult.
बल्ल तल्ल
I
गर्नु
really feel like it's going to be difficult to catch this Fanny, so he might have to target someone else.
And that someone else could be either Pelor or Sans, but I don't think you could even count on them to be the best targets. If Sans gets his hands on a high mobility mid laner, which I think a couple are still out there, we still have the Valentina, I was supposed to mention it, yet does get picked up, so it won't make things any easier now for whoever you want to target as Pagu on the Cho.
1k पर्दैन 1k पर्दैन भने चाहिँ ठिकै छ म 200 देखि स्ट्रिम गर्न थाल्छु तिमीहरुले चाहिँ पुगेदैन फलो अप गरिसक्यो टिकटकमा
Bring either Ruby mid, or they bring out the Rafa or Matilda this time, because Matilda does have the damage to deal with the ban and able to lock down as well. So Aurora, if there's any time to bring out a surprise, this is definitely one of them, because the heroes that they have right now doesn't necessarily answer the questions that Onic is showing. The fact that they have the Valentina can steal away the way of the dragon from the Cho.
Now 600 like question, let's go 545 like basically already.
Maybe even whatever hero Siggy opts for later on will get caught as well. So,
I mean,
Onic has a good opener here.
I know that this hasn't
Sansको
necessarily
भ्यालेन्स
been
हाम्रो मेलाई त प्लस पोइन्ट नै हो
even
हल्का
though
रिस्क
they kind
म
of
त
started
सातको
off
भ्यालेन
with this
हल्का
tournament as bringing it
परफर्म
into
गर्न
the meta
सकिँदैन
with
भ्यालेन्टिनामा
Aurora. I feel
म
like
त
a
राम्रै हो
kick
हैन
into a stun
और
is
त
pretty
जित
guaranteed
राम्रै
if
हो
you're trying to isolate this
किनभने
fight.
ब्रोडी
We saw
ब्यान
the
नाइट
Fanny
स्किल वाला
with Air
रिस्पेक्ट ब्यान
4-4 earlier
हान्दैछ
series.
तर
Team
ब्रोडी
Mama.
यता सिक बुमले चाहिँ
He
लिनु पर्दैन
was
फ्यानी गएमा
fantastic, but
राम्रै
they
हुन्छ
still
ब्रोडी
lost that game because they basically made the fight about
यता
everything
ग्रान्ड
but the Fanny until the Fanny
ग्रान्ड
showed up.
आउँछ
And so if you can isolate someone very important with that Cho,
डर लाग्यो मलाई
capitalize
केटा
on it.
लास्ट
We
गेम
know
लास्ट
Aurora
डर लाग्यो
likes that. Maybe there's an answer there, and they just deal with the Fanny whenever she shows up.
That can be. Hopefully just a bit not too much
डर
of a
लाग्यो
reaction
मलाई
just towards
डर
the
लाग्यो
Fanny pick
गाइस
if they really go lock down the Aurora and the Cho combo together.
डर
Because
लाग्यो
if
डर
you
लाग्यो
do decide to go for that route, that might be the
Oh,
safest,
no,
yes,
that
because
यति
the
नजिक आएर नयाँ
fighters in the middle lane option that we talked about previously is something you really have to consider, because if your ultimate is a big ultimate, then I think
Even
Onic would
mine,
just
yeah.
equally benefit from that too, because they have their hands on the Valentina.
पागल किन
So
ला
if
बेलले
we,
बेलले किन
let's
ओपन त
say,
अहिलेसम्म what the
consider the
fuck कसैले
Ruby
लेखेन
mid, then I think Onic
बेलले
would be
किन
just
ब्यान
as
नगरेको
happy with that to layer it together with the
Onic
Barrett and
Aurora
whoever
ले
Keyboy would eventually pick
बेलले
up
ब्यान
here in
हान्नु
the
तर
draft.
बेलले क्लिन होला यार
So Aurora have to be very
बेलले क्लिन
particular
होला
with
र
this.
The other thought is how much pressure are we
बेलले
putting
क्लिन होला
on
केटा
Barretts? We know that when Lunar can win that EXP lane, it helps them win very early. It's possible that we see a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, but I feel like Barat should win against the
मैले
Uranus.
बेट हालेको होइन कि
Even if
मैले
you don't win,
सपोर्ट
you're
गर्दा
able
कि
to
म
get out
बेट
of lane
गर्दिनँ हो
faster,
ग्याम्बलिङ
and I
गर्दिनँ
feel
हो
like
गाइस
that's
म
going to be the
I'm
determined
just
thing.
supporting Aurora
They pick up a
my reason
Harith.
को टिमलाई केटा that's all
Technically not a marksman, but a traditional
Harith
gold
लियो
laner.
खेल
here.
लाग्यो
Now they answer the
खेलले
call
लास्ट गेम Harith
as
लियो
well
क्लॉड
as
लियो
the
लाउडा इधर
Aurora.
नाइस पिक इधर नाइस पिक going
Looks
Fanny
like the most standard draft
Oh,
has shown in quite a while here.
केटा
So
फेन्ट हुन्छ यार होला
I
यार
think
म
this
त
one they realize it's not about the draft anymore.
No.
Like there's only so much the coaching staff can do. Now it's
किन लास्ट
100% on the players.
रोममा के लिए कि बोले बेलले
Gotta
बेलले के होला यार सेफ
make sure the
अप्सन
execution goes smooth for Aurora this time, going for a very standard
लास्ट गेम
draft.
Harith निकाल यार कंफर्ट
For
निकाल यार
Keyboy in Rome,
Gato was good. I like the counter.
yeah, Gato
Auto
can
product
be.
even
Minotaur's banned.
Will we go?
Atlas banned. Belleric still available, right? That could also be an option.
Honestly, yeah, Belleric can still be an option because for now, I feel like for Onic,
टिकटक मा नि फलो मा टिकटक मा 200 फलोवर पुग्यो भने म टिकटक मा लाइभ गर्न थाल्छु
and there you go.
ओ
They pick
बेलले
up
पनि
the
लियो लास्ट
Belleric.
सक्छ गाइस कसको ड्राफ्ट मोड पर दिस इज द लास्ट म्याच जो जित्छ सेमी फाइनलमा टिम्सलाई फेस गर्छ जो हार्छ यही देखि सिधै डाइरेक्टली एलिमिनेट नै हुन्छ नो लोअर ब्र्याकेट है दिस इज द लास्ट म्याच है बेस्ट अफ 5 को लास्ट म्याच हो यो
Of Onic. Who's the priority?
केटा कलेज ओनीले जित्छ भने एल्लो हट हान्न अरूले जित्छ भने ब्लू हट स्ट्यान्ड हान्न गाइस
At best, probably just
कम अन म चाहिँ अरूलाई सपोर्ट गरेर चाहिँ गाइस
go all in the team fights.
Who are you leaning towards, guys? Final game.
I'm leaning towards Onic.
I have to go for Onic.
Onic. Wow.
सबजना ओनीको
Indonesian
कास्टरहरु पनि ब्रो
champions
व्हाट द फक
in
बाइक भयो यार यो त
2023, trying to go back and win in the semifinal. Aurora trying to prove that they deserve to be on the main stage. It's one game away that decides it. A best of 5 turned into a
Please,
best
please,
of
Aurora,
1.
please,
Aurora
please.
Gaming versus Onic Turkey
Last match, this is the last match.
Indonesia. Let's send it back over to our casters, Gideon and Naisu for game
Tracer
5
bhaya मलाई
at
अर्को
MSC.
tracer. What the fuck, केटा 700 watching पुगिसक्यो draft मा केटा हो ल 1k पुगेदिउँ त watching केटा हो share हाल्नु सबैजना stream. Come on guys, this is the last match. Let's go, Aurora, let's go Onic. This is the last match, guys.
A single mistake, a single good play could be the difference between
Tracer
a
भइसक्यो काइरीको हातमा फ्यानी छ TNC को हातमा हिरा र दुईटै assassin player को हातमा assassin छ यार केन्द्रको हातमा हेरी छ यार comfort छ सबजना comfort मा छ.
And even this draft, Gideon, for game 5 brings us, I feel like, back to the fundamentals, you know, for the most part. Even if you look at Aurora Gaming lineup, our panel talked about it.
Come on,
There's no
Aurora.
more
Wait, Rosa,
surprising yourself in the draft. It's
Rosa, what the
standard.
fuck?
There's only so much that the coaching staff can do. It comes down to the execution. Onic on the same
Last game yaar bhai
pick
halka
up some of their best
Feel bad
heroes across the lanes here. Again, to see potentially Kyrie on this Fanny and Kelra having the Harith here. There's something that can be said for the movements, the way they move around the map alone can set things in pace.
Let's set the stage here because so far Aurora, you can tell that top side is definitely going to be their strong side. Lunar playing a much better
everything
game
was
this time
fine
around,
with
having
Aurora
to beat
until I saw
against
Kyrie
the
with
Rocks.
Fanny.
It's gonna be a
You
lot
use
easier to
Aurora yaar
outmaneuver
Kyrie ko
and
Fanny
control
de
this
dor
move
lagta
better,
मलाई.
especially since it's a no-go lane. Nobody's going to die here. There's
Kyrie
nothing
le
to worry
Fanny ne
about.
निकाल
But
दिया
on the
last game.
bottom side is where it gets
First
interesting.
से
I was
कहानी हो.
wondering in the draft whether or not this Cho was going to be the difference maker. Both sides had to take Purify in this case, so it's a general neutral lane. But knowing Sigibum, he's played this matchup against the Harith many times before in the previous
Fanny
year.
को counter त लिएको छ.
See this pressure
Oh,
already.
nice one, nice
on these green
teammate.
camps of
Pagu,
Kyrie.
Pagu,
takes some
Pagu.
shots here. Quarter of the health. He's gonna have to get on
Okay,
out of there.
nice,
This
nice.
is one of the difficult things
Pagu no flicker.
for Pagu to deal
Pagu
with.
le flicker
You
पनि
know, when asked the
लागिरहेको छ.
question,
Nice one,
who's the
nice
best
one.
target for those kicks?
तर
Who's the
पाउँछ
best
होला यार
person to go
Aurora
for
ले.
it? It's- Honestly, it's Kyrie.
तर
but
बारात
as
रहेछ यार
mobile
बारातले ल्याङ
as
गर्छ यार.
a
Purify
Fanny
हो
is,
Lunar nice.
That's a tough task to take here. First turtle up for grabs. Onyx gonna start it up.
भयो टोटल
Lunar kinda gives that
पाउँदैन. Oh
information,
my
but
god
TNC's
Onic ले
not
टोटल.
anywhere near it. So first objective, turtle going on it.
Postada do Onic guys.
Interested. There's just no
Extra
reason
game
to
ni
fight
लग्यो
for it
Kyrie
as
ले.
of right now. Not until they have that kick to start developing a dedicated lead. And Onic recognized this, right? Sans immediately takes away the dragon on their side in case
Guys
they can
700
find
watching
a
the केटा सबैजना लाइक हान्नुम केटा हो 600 लाइक पनि लागिसक्यो.
further. The mid duos have been doing really well and have adapted a lot throughout the matches. Now they're going to go down towards their insurance policy. Carol getting a really good freeze here onto Sigaboom. And this is where it starts to get dangerous, right? If Sigaboom unfortunately uses his BMI too early, there's a chance he gets run down by Kelra with the Zaman Force.
ओए उता मरे क्या हो लुटपी. लुटपीले खायो कसलाई खायो? रोजाले खायो. नाइ मरे र. कोही लुटपी नि मर्यो. Kyrie.
Luna trying to get away here. He's got a sliver of health.
Wait, nice.
कसरी
मरे Kyrie? What the damage
Pagu with the G
Nice one, yeah. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad.
Damage. It's a trade. The 2 for 2.
God, that was hot. Pagu, what a, wow. Let's look at this one more time because again, the play coming in from Sans was good, right? He flickers on over to guarantee the kick to the right side, but that third hit of G Kundo, breaking it up at just the right time, allowing Lunar to survive this, and also using his
Lunar
slightly earlier,
bro.
but it doesn't matter. He got the damage off of his shield. They don't mind this trade at the end of the day. So what if Lunar gets it? We'll eventually be able to deal with it later down the line. So for now, those who found the kills have the money to go TNC as well as Kyrie dead even right now, but only one level lead for TNC.
I wonder how many times Sans will try to replicate that. You know, take the kick, take that way the dragon from Pagu, utilize the kick himself, or does he take something else? You know, between Rose's ultimate, that Thundering Wrath can be beneficial too. So Sans will have his work cut out, but like we just saw, pretty good here. Skypiercer now picked up.
Guys 800 watching पुन लागिसक्यो. Let's go guys. सबैजना शेयर गरिदिउँ guys. 1k पुगेको 1k watching, come on.
Walk back, wait for a little bit, and then
1k
clean up
पुग्छ
later.
आज.
Kyrie, he's got the Heptases already ready to go, and he wants to make sure that when he gets on top of a target, that target dies straight away. So now you can see that at least from between Onic and as well as Aurora, they're constantly trading. They're constantly trading the HP.
Luna.
Okay, again.
Luna.
Way the
Luna?
dragon held on by
Luna la
Sauce.
khai do.
There's the
Pir
Daytona as
mein
well.
kitna
Two
Luna ne.
right on the mark. Kyrie coming through. Concentration already going to be used. Quarter of the health on the
Ui
top.
nice
TNT
TNT.
will secure it. Fight breaks
Bounce wala
out.
bounce wala.
Blazing
Onic
to
le
it.
bounce na.
Not enough. Keyboy will fall and then another trade.
Onic le bounce
Kelra
na.
has some
Bye
space to
Onic le
work
bye
with.
Onic
A
le
whole lot
bye.
of bounce
नहीं नहीं नहीं
spells
किल्ला
used up
किल्ला
as
किल्ला
well.
किल्ला
And
कॉल
TNT will get away with the iframes here on that Hirara.
इन्वेट गर्न खोजेछ इन्वेट गर्न खोजेछ
Dancing around
किल्ला किन
here,
यत्रो
Kelra playing a
गर्छ
dangerous game. You can tell by that positioning.
काइरी
Unfortunately,
आयो
Salmon
रेड
Force
बक्समा
might
काइरी
not be
आयो
up there. Onic
इन्वेट गर्न खोज्यो
trying to set
भित्रले इन्वेट
something up.
गर्दैछ
They want to see Sigurboom, but they don't notice him just yet. He's hiding in the bush, and the denial of information has caused Onic to give up on the dive.
Okay, they're going to get forced out of there. They wanted to make a play, but luckily Sigurboom has that protection.
भर्खर आएको म कति भयो मैले मासरप टु हो लास्ट गेम हो जो आज एलिमिनेट हुन्छ ओइ पागु पागु मरे पागु सिको गयो बर्डर डिफेन्स हुन्छ डिफेन्स हुँदैन यार पायो ओनिकले बर्डर पायो
You can tell
ओनिक पनि रिकल
how
गर्यो त
antsy both sides are. Sigurboom
Bye, bye,
luckily
Onic
doesn't
did
manage to
bye.
recall cancel, but that will mean that bottom tier
Guys,
1
let's go, 800 watching.
willing to trade topside, but at least from Kyrie's POV, easily is able to dodge out of the
ल यो शान्त जबरजस्ती टरेट लिन्छ त
It's one auto attack.
हजुर
It's gone.
Yeah.
एकछिनमा
Longer to take that one down, but pretty much Onic just trying to find what they can across the map here. It's really neck and neck in Game 5 so far, Gideon. Again, this is exactly how you want this series to pan out here. Neither team really pulling the switch just yet. Pedal to the metal, but right now it's going to be a tier 1 that falls alongside.
एकछिन पागुले फ्लिकर हान्यो कि साँझले साँझले हानेको रहेछ फ्लिकर ओके नाइस
Actually, Sands putting his flicker.
फल भाइ ब्लू बक फाइलले भाइ त
Secure
ब्लू
that
बक
purple
स्टिल
buff. They do just that. Pagu forcing himself outside of the jungle. So this is just a
अरे त
battle
ट्रेड
for
भयो
buffs and
एक्सपी
just tier
सँग
ones.
एक्स बॉट को
And you
सँग
know
टप
that
को
Aurora
त ट्रेड
generally
भयो
has a bit of an advantage in these moments, especially with slight leads on their side.
फेरि लास्ट गेम यस्तो पो हो त यार टु साइडेड वान साइड नै भएको छैन यार
Especially since
फेरि
you
यार
can
दुईटै
control the
टिमले क्रेजी
timing
खेल्ला त यार
when you decide to drop down that
डब्लु
ball in
गेम यार
Maple. In the meantime, though, as we can see Aurora alongside with Onic contesting for the space at this point, the main contestant is having control over this mid lane.
Tadalkali bhanchu,
If
this
we
is the
see
last
TNT
order,
make
no?
a
Last
mistake
order,
here,
yeah.
oh, luckily he doesn't walk into the lane, goes for the Lethal Wander instead and lets
Sigurboom?
Sigurboom actually
Sigurboom?
absorb this wave. Onic
Sigurboom?
miss out that opportunity.
काहीँ त्यही छ
Okay, waiting patiently here too. Last turtle of the game.
Last turtle,
1
yeah.
for 1 across both sides for this objective. Onic will play it a little bit slow.
Lunar मर्यो क्या
Flicker available. Conceal going to be used. You're going to force the fight for this third turtle anyway. They get stunned in their tracks. Kyrie jumping
नाइ कारीले बाहिर ओ खायो रोजालाई सोगुनले यसोगुनले मलाई कोर्यो लुटले नाइ यार गयो पागुनी मर्यो ओ माय गॉड
They got the objective and the kills. That was a hot play coming in from Onic. It felt calculated beginning to end. The timing of Keyboy utilizing his Wrath of the Dryades, not to mention just an amazing flicker Detna's welcome right onto Rose's face. Nothing they could do at that point. They reached, they grabbed, and they caught the ball.
Please यार Aurora Turkey ना यार यति क्लोज आएर ना यार
Makes this
Come
play
on यार
out
Aurora
and
Turkey
catches afterwards, but it catches just enough. With Rosa already down in Tenzi, having no combo points to actually go into his iframes, literally nothing you could do there.
And that's the thing too. The fact that it's broken walls and you have this fanny
This is
utilized a little extra opening on these turtle pits or eventually the Lord pits. Something that you can do here. So Kyrie can kind of just swing on through into those fights, following through the Wrath of Dryade. They're going to do it again onto the tier 2.
More is
is gone. Where did he go? And Lunar to follow. A double for Kyrie. But now TNT went into the rest. Wrath of Dryade left the top. Loads him up. Triple
पागु किन एक्लै खेलिरहेको छ what the मेनिया काइरीबाट ओ माय गॉड ब्रो काइरीलाई किन फ्यानी दिएको क्या what the fuck नाइ यार काइरीलाई किन फ्यानी दिएको यार लास्ट गेम ल टरेट ब्याच पनि गयो बटको नो भयो यार किन फ्यानी दिएको
He's got to be careful here. That BMI is
God,
literally his
Kyrie
only
क्या
lifeline. Just watch. As soon
Kyrie
as the
form में
BMI
आएगा
drops,
यार
you see that Kelra said, "Hell no, we dive in this. We're sending the goon squad to take him out."
And they line this up so well for the whole team, but for Kyrie just to make those plays again on this fanny. How do you keep track of him? I mean, we've asked the question.
And last game बेकार पुगेको छ
How do you keep track of Aurora? Well, when you put the fanny in the hands of someone like Kyrie or any of these specialists, this is what you have to deal with too. It feels like its own iframes.
It's
Get out 926 watching bro, what the fuck guys, 1K played with the watching, oh my god, 926 watching.
Even
Bro,
Lunar,
what the
I
fuck?
think he can't be that frontline that they're hoping that he can be right now.
You know,
He hasn't
1K
won
books
his
are
lane
watching.
hard
Oh
enough
my god,
with the
thank you
8
guys
extra
for
assists,
that.
well, technically 5 extra assists that Lutfi has been able to gain for himself and to chastise Waldron. He is so thick.
Nah, I
Luckily,
feel out of
Lunar was
Onic
able to get
line.
one of his own.
This Lord is being started up here. Holding it at half health. Onic with a clear lead. They have control of this. They might be able to just go ahead and secure this. It looks like they are going to do just that as Tianzi is up top. They have the information, and Onic will play around now with this first
Oh my
Lord
god,
secure.
first time no skip gaya Rafile.
Trio has been playing
But thank you guys
here
for
for the
thank
side
you, thank
of
you.
Onic. And unfortunately, for the side of Aurora, they've missed their window to develop
Thank
their
you guys
snowball even
thank you
further.
so
With
much.
the Maniac being given
मलाई
over
प्रेसर
to
भइरहेछ कि
Onic's
तर
side,
अरूबाट
resetting
हारेको
them
देखेर
all that early game pressure that they were applying. Now they have to hope that Sigabum gets the right items at the right time here because Tianzi can only do so much. He's so close to finishing the golden staff.
So close here. Lord
फ्यानी दिनु
slowly
नै गल्ती भयो
approaching
क्या
at that bottom
त्यसमाथि
side
काइरीको
again
हातमा
with this
फ्यानी
kind of
यार
lead.
गोली हेरेर
Sigabum
काइरीको
just needs more time. He just doesn't have enough firepower here, and if they take out Rosa,
30,
so
23,
much damage this
2400
profile for
गोली
Aurora
चाहियो
Gaming is expended. And they slowly walk this one in. This Lord coming down to this bottom side. Keyboy
Wait,
popping
Keyboy
the
कौन सी
conceal,
जाने हो?
looking for a potential flicker
आई
play. Lord's
मेरो
going to
मुटु
charge into the
दुखिरहेछ
base turret. They already pop off
Oh
some
my god,
damage, trying to keep them at
ini
bay. And Lunar
nah yaar
has
कस्तो
to
damage भएको छ नि
disengage. They just want to clear
Nah,
out this
he got
Lord.
it,
They
but
want to hold on to these base turrets.
Kill it,
Kelly
Lord,
jumping in with his Almond Force, pushing them off the turret just to secure it. And now Onic will go ahead and call it off. They look for more space turrets. Up top, Kyrie. Tianzi holding it in bay. They hold on to 2 base turrets for now.
Onic right now just aren't falling for any of the typical tricks.
Nine
Lose
मिटुन गयो
another
टरेट
shielding here. Yeah, that's
फोर्स
pretty
गर्छ
much
यार
everything.
ओ माय
Onic
गॉड
have set
5000
this
को
up for
गोली
a
रहेछ
final
माथि
push
फोर्स
to the
गर्छ
next Lord. If they can
के वाले पिक रोल लान्छ
ults, they do.
हाय कसले हाय लुना लायो
Jumping in, and they still the
फिर
rapid
फाइ
fire.
लुना
They're going to force the fight anyway. Lupi
सिगी बुम
gone,
मर्यो
and Siggy Boom too.
काइरीले
Kyrie's
मारे
still
यार
going. They're cut off from
काइरीलाई
each other.
रोक्नै सकेको छैन यार चाउलेर पनि रोक्न सकेको छैन यार काइरीले
Shots
के
still
खेल्ला
has
छ
the
यार
shield. They're so
विनी
low
गर्छ क्या
now. Aurora Gaming
खेला खेला
might want
खेला
to punish.
कम ऑन
They're still
टीएनजी
going through.
टीएनजी
Tianzi has the
नहीं
ability,
कौन
but
सी
they
ने
will
बताइदियो
rely
फक
on the
ब्रो
conceal to get away.
कौन सी ने बताइदियो यार की
He's
बोले
ready to intercept every single time. Onic, they are well connected right now. And Aurora, they've tried a couple of feints here.
Yep.
They've tried a couple of motions where Pagu is trying to bait a reaction out of Onic, but they're just not flinching anymore.
Guys, 922 watching so get out 80 more watching yaar oi 936 puyo bro what the fuck
He's not dropping the ball. Same goes
get out
for
guys
Styles.
Look at the
60
disparity
60
of
more
damage
60 more
dealt by the key members here.
64 right 64 watching
at
audio
the bottom. Siggy Boom there at the bottom.
wait
and look
60
at the
more watching
difference.
guys 1k pugs ani सबैजना make sure to like this show like पनि गरौँ like and
That's just
subscribe
because of how these team fights have played out. Onic has all the room to work with, especially for counter-up provided by this team that Sigabum has just been trying to catch up. And we know this, Gideon, when you are delayed this much on that power spike for the Claude, it's really tough to get back into the zone in this one.
It is hard, but at the same time, they've got some decent wave clear on their end between TNZ, Sigabum, and as well as Rosa. They should be the ones who are proactively trying to work together to clean these lanes, while Pagu and Lunar needs to delay lanes. And Onic, very happy to be in this position. You know, they still have access to those steel cables, and Kyrie can do whatever he wants. Go to top side, set up the wave, reset the Lord again. They can do this all day, all night.
They got to clear out that bottom wave here. They do just that. Half health on this Lord. Onic has control. We're going to see if
free
they
Lord,
can bait
only
something
that
from
free Lord.
Aurora game. Doesn't happen. So objective secured.
सबजना फ्री हान्ने छ यार ओनिकोहरु
If they can defend once again, already losing one base turn on the last push, they maintain 2. Are they in a position to withstand another push in?
Aurora.
1k पुग्दैन जस्तो कि राउन्ड 9 सेमै अड्किन्छ होला
So now that they decided to, you know what? We're going to let the Galore come in. There's a pretty good chance that they lose all their inhibitor turrets. And that's a dangerous decision to make because all of this is so that they can get to the 42k mark where they have an option to maybe try and get a good
1k पुग्छ तिमी म्युट भएको भयो यो ओनिकलाई सपोर्ट गर्नुपर्ने हो क्या 1k पुग्न प्लिज नाइ यार और डिफेन्ड गरे यार जस्तो भने यो ल डिफेन्ड गर्नै पर्छ यार कम अन अर
Keyboy walking in on that bottom side here. Lord already in the base. Still has a flicker available.
Nice, not a bad defense, not a bad defense. और अझै कमेन्ट गर्छ ओनिको मिडमा वेभ आउँछ मिडको टर्च जान्छ होला यार नाइ मिडको छोड्दियो हुन्छ यार बरु छोड्दियो मिडको छोड्दियो नमो
Already, Rocket's gonna force the
fight around. What is Sigabum? नाइ मिडको छोड्दै भनेकै हो यार नाइ ब्रो
Kyrie might chase him down. The rest of the team's gonna force the fight in the base. Kyrie joining them now. Siggy Boom with the blazing duet to clear out the lanes. They just want to stay in the game. Kyrie keeps them together, and now they'll disengage. They still have this wave. Very end there. Siggy Boom, holy cow. Holy cow. That was a dangerous moment. If it wasn't for that Rose goal, he would have died to the cutthroat coming in from Kyrie. They are out to get him.
Yeah.
The checkbox is simple. Wait for the stun to come out of Rosa. Once TNC is down to only one combo point, then it becomes very easy to get on top of Siggy Boom, especially since so many times he walks up to try and dish out damage to specifically Look Beam as well as Keyboy. I think that's where you see a lot of the vision starts to narrow down. He's got to open the mind back up here. He's got to look for different angles. His main concern really is going to be Kelra and Kyrie. Once those go down, there's a good opportunity that Aurora can win the fight afterwards. Win a crown purchase from Kelra to make a play of his own here, but I'm trying to figure it out. Can Rosa actually find a good opportunity to stun someone? Because Kyrie never shows.
That's such a tall task here for Aurora Gaming. Playing on the back foot the past 10 plus minutes, or essentially this whole game. They're looking for a way to potentially turn this over in their favor, but there's just so much they have to do. They're gonna go in and scout out. I think the main point of contention is, do they actually try to contest this Lord when it comes up? You know, it's not going to be evolved just yet unless for some reason Onic delays it enough to go ahead and go through that, and I fear that if it is an evolved Lord, it's going to be tough. But look at this pressure already up top. Immortality swapped in by TNC. Rapid Drive used as well.
TNC.
So an attempt here, but now Onic, what do they want to do?
Naya, Kyrie le land garcha kya? Kato damage hera na apko damage
Pull here. TNC able to bait out the Wrath of the Dryads. Honestly, Onic, they don't mind. They're like, okay, sure, no Wrath of the Dryads. We want you to come to us, actually. We want you to come just when Wrath of the Dryads is about roughly 8 seconds, maybe even 12 seconds, and then we're going to dance. We're going to keep on dancing because, unfortunately for you, super minions are always going to be knocking on your door, and we like to keep the porch clean.
And they got a Fanny. They can play the long lane if he wants to, right? Kyrie can go ahead, put pressure there if he needs to, but he's going to wait for this purple buff to be up. They know this Lord is up. Delay it a little bit further if they want to. Trying to get in position here. I'm not sure if this is exactly what they want to do.
Naya, garo cha yaar Aurora le risk liनै पर्छ यो लटी फिन हुँदैन दोस्रो भने risk लिनै पर्छ Aurora ले. खायो रोजाले what the fuck लुटपी कस्तो खाको लुटपी नि पागलले किक छ हानेर Kyrie ले तर
Kyrie's gonna get out there. TNC also trying to buy space, but Pagu falls, and now it's all falling apart. Winner crown with the blazing duet from Siggy Boom, but it's not enough. Kelra gets a double. Aurora, they still have TNC but Lunar on the disengage. This fight might just be over. Kyrie joining the fight, cabling on through. He has what he needs. He's going for TNC. He's got the immortality till he doesn't. And now Onic will clean it up, and Lunar can't do anything. Onic will move on forward with the hope of Indonesia as they douse out the lights of Aurora Gaming. One hell of a game, and Onic, no disappointed smiles. Everybody knew that this was going to be one hell of a game, and they find it and they break through. A crushing defeat for Aurora. God, that's the nature of competition. What a sweaty game.
What a
series. 5 games for this one. Again, we
Bro,
wouldn't have it any other way, and man, was it a battle. And big respect.
We're 991 watching it. What the fuck, guys? Thank you so much. Oh, anyways, GG.
The knockouts, and unfortunately, as the nature of competition, someone has to go home. They push the meta forward. Was it truly their destiny to make it to the end? Onic, take that spot. Just another light snuffed out. The Sky Kings are getting back into position for a potential grand finals here. Oh my lord. Every moment of this game felt calculated.
GG yaar, Onic ID. Oh my god, what a game, bro. Nice try yaar, Aurora Turkey 80 close आएर यार winner contender थे यार इनारो. तो शुरू में Onic सँग पार्टी नपर्छ
man.
What a revenge there, Onic, but back to back and Onic.
Dominant early game to mid game that they
What a
had,
game, यार.
especially with
Kyrie
Kyrie on
लिखी
this
खेलेगा
Fanny.
last game.
There's only so much that they could do. I mean,
Bro तो lock ही नहीं खेला
he got a
यार.
couple kicks on him, but the rest of the team was
म
just
खुशी नहीं छु
scaling
कि
in
तर
favor. They
Onic
knew
को
how
लागि
to
but still
play this
अरूलाई
composition
सपोर्ट गरेको
to,
थिएँ म नयाँ रिजन भएर
that's
हो
stability that we
एउटा
saw
मेन
here.
रिजन
Even
त
Keyboy on a lot of the Raptors
स्टिल यार नाइस भयो यार अरू टर्की
had.
यति क्लोज आएर
Even
यार
Sounds having his own kicks half
एउटा
the
गेमले
time. You
मिस
know,
भयो
there
यार
was just
एउटा
so
गेम
much that was utilized here, and even down to this last
Kyrie
fight,
ले
they just
अस्ति
knew
नै खेलेर गाइस
with
लास्ट टाइम
Kyrie
फ्यान
swinging on in,
दिनु नै
there
गल्ती भयो
wasn't much
फ्यानलाई
more that Aurora game could do in this instance. With two
वेल प्लेड यार ओनिक
teams, with
किन सबैजना नाइस भयो अरू टर्की भन्नु भयो
it
नयाँ
really
रिजनको
just comes
टिमले
down
12 पेज
to
र
who has
ओनिकलाई
more
ग्रुप स्टेजमा हानेर
experience. And
ओनिकलाई
Onic
यस्तो
take it this time.
कम्पिटिसन
We're gonna be
दिइरहेको छ यार
throwing it over to
नकआउट
our
स्टेजमा
winners up on stage, which
नाइस भयो भन्नु
really
भयो नयाँ रिजनको टिमलाई रेस्पेक्ट यार अरू टर्की लागि
Onic to the semifinals.
किबोयको इन्टरभ्यु सुन्नु
We
बाबा
all need a moment to breathe after how close that match was. Keyboy, few questions for you before your key crushing moment. Now, this is not the first time, of course, you play Aurora here at MSC 26. You lost in the group stage, you won here in knockout. Why? What was the difference between those two
What a
games?
game by Onic यार डबल वेल प्लेड यार ओनिक वेल
I
प्लेड
think in the group stage we're not ready too much because they are so aggressive and the hero is good. But now we already know how they play and we got it.
Well, you got it, but there was a lot of frustration. There was a lot of effort to win that game. What do you do after game one? Because I saw how the reaction was on your faces. You went back with Coach CW. How do you reset and get back into the game?
Yeah, we just think next match
Thank you so much MLB
spirit,
bye
we just focus team spirit
for
and,
20
yeah,
jewels
just enjoy
30 jewels
and reset for the next.
What a game
You
यार
have the reset for it then, and you know, you
Well, I
made the
think
knockout stage last
Onic
year.
versus
You, of
Falcon
course,
PS हुन्छ होला
were here
फाइनलमा
as well. It's semifinals
God,
again,
Indo
2
versus
years in a
Philippines हो
row.
फेरि ब्याक
The
टु
question
फाइनल
is,
नयाँ
are you ready
रिजनको
to
टिम
go
नआउने हो
deeper
फेरि
than that? Does that add to the pressure, the fact that you're also playing a
दुईटा फिलिपिनी
non-SEA
इम्पोर्टेन्ट
team
यार
that
गर्नु
wants to get to the grand final as well?
Thank you
Yeah,
so
for
much
us,
चाहिँ
yeah,
MLB
we
राय
want
केटा
to
आउँछ
get the
मेक इट
champion
लाइक
again,
स्ट्रिम सब्सक्राइब
and we are
हान्नु लाइक
ready
गरौँ
to AWSU here now.
Keep in mind, there's now Zara Egoist on the other side on Team Spirit. It's not the first time that you play against them. You knocked them out last year in quarterfinals. There's also Sawo on the other team. That's your counterpart in position. I mean, what's going to change compared to that last year? Are you going to finally take them down here at MSC?
फाइनली
Same like
ओनिक
Aurora,
पुग्यो यार
we
सेमी
want
फाइनल
to take the defense
पहिला नि
first,
सेमी फाइनल पुग्यो
and
त्यसलाई
yeah, we
ओनिक
are ready to fight team spirit. Just ready team spirit.
Ready for Team Spirit? I have
Team
a
Spirit
lot of
versus
questions for
Onic.
you, but a question to the Onic fans in here. What time is it?
ओनिक टाइम
Onic time!
ओनिक
It's
टाइम
key time! Onic!
नयाँ की क्रसिङ हेर्न सक्दिनँ म
To relax plenty right after
well
this.
thank you
Let's all
खै
go
Masarapp
to the
thank you
back. Come
मेरो
on.
मोडरेटर
Let's go
गोटेड
crush
मोडरेटर प्राइड आलुलाई
that
सबै
Aurora
थम्बनेलहरू
gaming
भिडियोहरू
team.
उसले एडिट गर्छ थ्याङ्क यू सो मच यार आलु
We waited so long. What a great match that we had. Incredible best of 5. Now you get to
केटा हो
celebrate.
कि
Keyboy.
क्रसिङ
Go
हेर्न सक्दिनँ
ahead.
यार
Go ahead, gentlemen. Come on in.
कि क्रसिङ हेर्न
Last year, Onic made it to the semifinals. This time, they've done it again. Goodbye, Aurora Gaming. Good luck in the next one. And as the fans are cheering, and as you heard them say, thank you for letting us know where the airport is.
what the fuck where the airport is
Victorious on to the semifinals. They'll be playing gatekeepers to yet another Western team, non-SEA. What happens tomorrow versus Team Spirit? We won't know for sure, but our panelists,
Oh my
they're going to break
God, bro.
this match down for you.
what a game यार फाइनल
The
खेल्न
gold
बडा
standard crushes the
ओनिक जी
golden
यार
key.
और टर्कीले
Aurora Gaming
अति मिठो
sends
कमब्याक यार
them
मिठो
home
कमब्याक
one last time as
एयरपोर्ट
MSC
डिस्प्ले भन्ने
continues
हेर
our
अब अरे
semifinals
आमामामा
on
कुशल
booked.
सेन पो
And
तात्ते
speaking
छ त
of
डोनेसन
tickets
गरी
booked,
गरी
Aurora Gaming, yes, we'll
Thank
have
you so
to
much कुशल सेन
get
for
those tickets booked
500
for the airport. It's
yen
tough to
thank you
say.
so much
But at the
WI
end of the
कुशल
day,
सेन
competition
कुशल
can
सेन
sometimes
तात्तिरहेको
be
छ त अति
brutal. This one for Turkey was tough. We will see them again, and of course we will see
कुशल
Turkey
सेनलाई के
again in this
म्यासेज छैन
Nepal
गाइस
Series
फाल्कनको
and later
फ्यानहरुकोबाट
on. But
तर्फबाट
the beauty of this moment, a best of 5. Both teams have to hold their head up high, Brig, after that performance. But Onic, man,
GG guys,
that
what a
was fun
match.
to see.
तर double match है
Yeah, I
BTT
was
में
just
crazy
talking to
खेल्यो.
felt like this is the
Onic
only
played
match
better यार
that
last
made
game
me
था
post
definitely.
again on my
What a
social
comeback,
media
what a
account,
revenge
and that's
match
just
by
the beauty
Onic
of this
Sports.
full best of
अति
5 series
crazy
that we
खेल्यो
really got to see
Kelrara,
between Onic and
Kyrie
Aurora.
definitely.
The
Duita Filipino pride.
development they've been through, Aurora, especially entering this competition strong,
GG
but
यार
Onic
guys.
too. They've been a bit shaky, but
तिमीहरूलाई
you
म
see
भोलिको
their
schedule
tears
ल्याउँछु
of
guys.
joy, you see their happy.
किबरको गर्लफ्रेन्ड है गाइज भाउजू भन्नु पनि सक्दैन. खुसी छ एकदमै. अति नै खेलेको यार तर म तिमीहरूलाई भोलिको सेड्युल देखाउँछु होइन गाइज. अब भोलिको अरू अनिक नै यार. ए गाइज यो चाहिँ हल्का रिफ्रेस भएको छैन. सुरुमा फाल्कन र याङ्गोनको म्याच हुन्छ भोलि, अनि त्यसपछि टिम स्पिरिट र ओनिक आइडीको, अनि पर्सि थर्ड प्लेसको म्याच पनि हुन्छ. फाइनल पनि पर्सि नै हुन्छ. सो त्यही हो गाइज भोलिको सेड्युल चाहिँ होइन. अब भोलि भेटौँला. यति नै हो आजको लागि. जोलाई अपडेटहरू चाहिरहेको छ मेक स्योर टु जोइन इन द डिस्कर्ड सर्भर एज वेल. डिस्कर्ड सर्भर मेरो डिस्क्रिप्सनमा छ. अनि टिकटकमा नि फलो गर्दा हुन्छ. मलाई 200 फलोवर टिकटकमा पुगेपछि चाहिँ म टिकटकमा पनि लाइक गर्छु. थ्याङ्क यू फर जोइङ दिस स्ट्रिम है गाइज. थ्याङ्क यू है गाइज सबैलाई. थ्याङ्क यू. आज 991 वाचिङ पिक वाचिङ पुग्यो. सबैलाई थ्याङ्क यू गाइज. अब भोलि भेटौँला. बाई बाई गाइज सबैलाई. टेक केयर. बाई बाई. बाई बाई गाइज एन्ड गुड नाइट.